Chapter 101 Let me feel your will, King's trick. On the broken and messy ring. Garp looked at King, and his rough voice resounded throughout the ring. King, how do you feel? Was the power just now very impressive? At this time, Garp was very happy that the Navy could join such a strong young man as King. At the same time, he also had a kind of passion for King. In today's Navy, there is no one who is purely physically strong in the new generation of the Navy. The three monster vice admirals in the new generation of the Navy are mainly based on fruit abilities. In the entire Navy, Sengoku and Zifa who can practice boxing with Garp have no mood or interest at all. And Garp is not interested in the new generation of Kyuzan. Now King who came to join the Navy is obviously a strong man whose body has reached the limit of the human body in all aspects. Such a person is too suitable for his appetite. Well, very strong. Hearing Garp's question, King's expression seemed to be unchanged, but he answered truthfully. Ha ha ha. Right. I believe you can learn it in the future. King's reply made Garp a little proud, but he still comforted King. Because of King's unique aura, Garp firmly believed that King would eventually learn the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Maybe King already knows Conqueror's Haki now. Garp is not sure about this. After all, King has never shown it. But it should be true that he can't do it. If he knew it, he wouldn't have a strange look on his face just now, and he wouldn't have just resisted it, but should have responded with the same domineering entanglement. Well, no need for later. King's cold voice sounded in Garp's ears. Without waiting for Garp to wonder, King had already raised his arm, and a powerful and soul-shaking force gathered and wrapped around his hand. It's so powerful. King felt the power in his hand, and felt a little emotional. If it can be combined with armament Haki, it should be very powerful. At this time, Garp on the opposite side felt the special power in King's hand, and his eyes almost popped out. He actually knew how to wrap around Conqueror Haki? Did he know it originally? Or did he learn it after fighting with him? Not far away in the ruins. After King entangled his hands with Conqueror's Haki, Zhangguo and Kong looked at each other solemnly. That King actually knew Conqueror's Haki, and not only that, he also learned Conqueror's Haki. This shows that his Conqueror's Haki has reached an extremely high level. Can he recruit such a monster this time? At this time, they just felt a little dreamy. On the ring, Garp was stunned and returned to his heartless state. He laughed. Hands were also entangled with Haki. King, it's really unexpected, come on. Let I feel your will. He said as he turned into a stream of light and attacked King. King was not willing to be outdone by Garp's attack. He also attacked. Boom! The two fists collided in the air. The atmosphere began to tremble. Lightning flashed outward at the collision point. The atmospheric particles driven by the shock wave vibrated. The light flowed in the void like water. A huge shock wave swept towards the surroundings. The Navy in the distance looked at the shock wave that was more violent than before and had to retreat further. In the center of the battle, Garp laughed and punched harder, and King was not to be outdone. The two fists were getting closer and closer. Boom! 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 The ground under the feet of the surroundings rolled directly. The earth seemed to be shaking. The sky is cracked. As someone shouted loudly. All the Navy officers present looked up at the sky. At the junction of King and Garp's fists, a powerful shock wave was unleashed above them. The sky above them was directly broken by this boundary. How spectacular! How powerful! Is this still a human? This is the world's top powerhouse. It's so far away. While many Navy officers were shocked and sighing, the Navy officers in all other directions of the headquarters all felt the ground shaking, as if there was an earthquake. Some people looked up at the sky and were immediately horrified. What is this? Is this a fight between Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp? Looking at the wonders in the sky, some people remembered that there was such a scene in the photo of the duel between Admiral Sengoku and Ryomen Sukuna in the newspaper. And in the headquarters of the Navy, they felt that the Navy hero Garp was the most qualified to replace Ryomen Sukuna. Boom! Boom! The huge shock wave was hitting, and many buildings of the headquarters would be directly affected and collapsed and flew out. The Navy officers retreated again and again. After a while, the shocking movement gradually stopped. In a ruin, Sengoku and Kong stood side by side. Sengoku looked at the two figures in the distance and shouted loudly. Damn Garp, that's enough. Do you want to tear down the headquarters? Ha ha ha. Sengoku, wait a little longer, just a little longer. Hearing Sengoku's shout from a distance, Garp also laughed and responded to Zero. This time he really went too far. After responding to Sengoku, Garp looked at King in front of him and said directly. King, come on. Do you have any powerful tricks? Just use them. Sengoku is urging us, use them if you have any, no need to hesitate. At this time, Garp looked at King, and he thought that the huge roar of King's heartbeat before might be a kind of ability. Maybe King still has some tricks that he hasn't used yet. So he wants to see it. Tricks? Hearing Garp's words, King murmured in his heart. Speaking of tricks, he only has that one now. It's just that the boss said that the power of that ability is a bit strong, so don't use it if it's not necessary. So, do you really want to use it? And Garp also saw King's hesitation at this time, and he immediately confirmed that the guy in front of him really had a trick that he hadn't used yet. Looking at King's hesitation, he urged directly. King, don't hesitate, use whatever tricks you have, I'm very strong. Don't worry about me. Hearing Garp's urging, King made up his mind. He had actually used that ability before, and he was very curious about it. The Vice Admiral in front of him could fight him like this, so it shouldn't be a problem to take his trick. And he was only a Vice Admiral, he had seen the admirals and marshals of the Navy in the distance watching beside him. They are the highest combat power of the Navy, maybe his moves are nothing big. Thinking of this, King's eyes became sharp. Haha. It's really a good momentum, come on. King, let me see how powerful you are. Seeing King made up his mind, Garp was also very happy. He was a little regretful that he hadn't seen King's strongest attack. As for whether there would be danger, Garp said it would be difficult to threaten him with just one move, he was not that weak. Then, I'll start. King said briefly and then started. He was going to activate his ultimate move, Purgatory Inferno Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. The name sounded very powerful, and he also wanted to try what kind of power it was. Crack! Crack! As King started, Garp began to feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. The hot breath spread from King's feet in front of him. The stones on the ground seemed to be broken and made a crackling sound. The air was heating up violently. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please give me free tickets and flowers. Chapter 102 Is this power a joke? The second son. He suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly retreated to the back. And the fact was just as Garp said after he retreated. The ground within 10 meters around King turned red. Is this the ability of magma? No, it feels that the temperature is even higher than that of Sakazuki, and all the magma fruits have been eaten by Sakazuki. Could it be the ability of the flame fruit? But Garp was no longer in the mood to guess. He could feel that the danger was getting higher and higher, approaching madly, and his body's senses were also madly sending him danger signals. The predictive effect of the observation haki can only feel a red fire, and nothing else can be seen. How is it possible? Garp only felt a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat. His eyes almost popped out, it was so dangerous. This feeling. This kind of danger. So far, he has never encountered it in his life. If he can't take this move, even if he defends with all his strength, he will be seriously injured and dying. This time, maybe he will die. And this move doesn't seem to be a joke. If it hits the Navy headquarters, it may really be over here. Garp was so anxious that he stamped his feet. He hesitated for a moment and then immediately shouted loudly. King, enough, this move is too dangerous, stop it. While Garp was persuading King, Sengoku and Kong also felt something was wrong. The atmosphere was heating up, water vapor was gathering towards the sky, and the air on the ground became extremely dry. They felt like they were in a furnace. This kind of power. Feeling the crazy warning of the body, Sengoku and Kong looked at each other and felt incredible. What the hell is Garp doing? And what's going on with King? Is this kind of power a joke? How could this world have this kind of power? Hey, hey, hey! It's so scary. Is this King a real monster? At this time, Kizura didn't want to sit on the chair. Although he is still very lazy recently, his observation haki has quietly reached the point of predicting the future in the last war. This is also why he can remain leisurely while Akainu and Aokiji are working hard to practice. Now it is precisely because of his superb observation haki. He also feels the crazy danger approaching. He is now hesitating whether to run away. King sighed. Bang! 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 The roar of the heart began to play. Looking at Garp in front of him, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. King also felt a little uneasy. This move of his seems to be really powerful. The power stored in the entire Emperor engine is like a gate opened, and it is madly converted into energy for this move. Feeling the power that is now accumulating in his body, he is a little tearful. Even if Garp in front of him tells him to stop, he can't stop now. This is the first time he uses this power. This power is so violent. How can he have such a high degree of control now, and stop when he says so? By the way, can this guy in front of him catch it? It seems that he really can't catch it. What should he do then? Should he ask the Admiral and Marshal of the Navy to come and catch it? At this time, King hesitated for a moment, and thought about it and decided not to bother others. He suddenly changed his mind. This move doesn't have to hit people. At this time, as King made a decision in his heart, his originally embarrassed heart also calmed down. Vice Admiral Garp, see my power. On the surface, King still had a cold expression and said indifferently. Hearing King's words, Garp felt dizzy. No. He just spoke a little louder just now. Is King so petty and wants to retaliate against him? But this thing is not a joke. Does this guy know himself? He dare not confirm how many people in the Navy headquarters can survive this move. Don't conscript the Navy headquarters. At this time, Garp didn't dare to move. There might be some misunderstanding. King, this man, is not the kind of person who doesn't know the importance of things. How could he not know the seriousness of the situation? So he didn't dare to interrupt. Garp was afraid that he would give the wrong signal if he did. If this thing really hit his face, everything would be over. Purgatory, Inferno, explosive heat, wave cannon. At this time, King's voice spread to the surroundings with the roar of his heart. After thinking of a solution, King was still in the mood to read out the names of the moves. This would be more handsome, and King himself was also a little excited about it. Purgatory Invincible Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. What a powerful name! It sounds so powerful. Of course, you don't even look at who named it. It was named by Lord King. It must be very powerful. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, I feel dry even when I speak. My body is so hot. The prelude is like this. It must be powerful. I heard that Lord King's Emperor engine will have the power to destroy the world when it is driven to the extreme. Now I feel that the roar of his heart is connected. Is this the power to destroy the world? As King's voice was transmitted to the surroundings with the resonance of his heart. The surrounding navy also heard his words clearly. I don't know, they were still discussing the seriousness of the situation. At this time, Sengoku and Sora looked at each other and felt a little speechless. Do these guys know what they are talking about? They are already standing on the edge of the grave. And they are still in the mood to discuss. Sengoku and Sora didn't care about it anymore. Their power began to gather. Now that Garp didn't move, there was still a chance to ease the situation. Otherwise, they would have to risk their lives to deflect this power and never let the Navy headquarters be destroyed. At this time, King was in full view of everyone, and under the gaze of Garp's pupils. The power finally began to explode. Come on! Let him see how powerful this move is. King thought excitedly. The hot power like purgatory, with King's single hand wave. The terrifying power gushed out towards the sky, like a volcanic eruption. The huge dark red pillar of fire penetrated the sky and tilted towards the distant sky. The temperature of the air around King also rose sharply, forming a hot shock wave that pushed towards the surroundings. Garp used the armament haki to forcibly block the hot shock. Looking at King's power extending towards the sky, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the dark red pillar that was more than 10 meters long in shock. Such power! Such an explosion! It's really terrifying. The navy in the distance also stared in amazement. As King below fully exploded his power. Gradually, their eyeballs almost fell out. At the end of the sky, King's power extended to the extreme and began to explode. With the subsequent supplement of the flame pillar, it expanded rapidly, and soon a dark red fireball of several kilometers hung in the sky. How is it possible? The sun. This is the sun. There is a second sun in the sky. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 103 The Essence of the Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon, because he understood. Some people began to be horrified. As King's power extended to the sky, all the navy of the navy headquarters were also extremely shocked. They had been attracted by the broken clouds in the sky before. After that, they witnessed the extension of the huge flame column. Finally, under their horror, two suns were side by side in the sky. The sun was born. The clouds below this sun were directly blown away by the shock wave. It seemed that a huge hole appeared in the sky, and in the hole was the new sun hanging high. What kind of power is this? Is this a god? They don't know. They only know that they seem to have escaped a disaster. The power just now rose at the location of the Naval Academy. It is hard to imagine what it would be like if this power did not go to the sky but exploded directly on the Navy headquarters. They didn't dare to think about it. At this time, they just felt that they had survived a disaster and saved their lives inexplicably. What happened over there? Isn't it a big conscription and big test? How could such a force appear? As their emotions calmed down, they began to be extremely curious. What exactly happened? In the Sabayati archipelago, as the sky became brighter and brighter. Everyone here looked up at the sky. What is this? Are you kidding? There is a second sun in the sky. Everyone in the Sabayati archipelago who was not blocked by the view began to boil. They had never seen such a wonder in their lives that there were two suns in the sky. It was naturally amazing to see it suddenly at this time. Some reporters in Sabayati hurriedly took pictures of the scene of two suns in the sky. This kind of wonder must be recorded. Otherwise it would be a pity. Syaki drumming bar. As people outside the bar began to talk and the light outside became brighter. Rayleigh, who was sitting on the chair, also became curious. And Syachi walked directly to the window, opened the window and looked at the bright sky. What is this? Syachi originally calm pupils shrank slightly. Syachi, did something happen outside? Why do people outside seem to be amazed? At this time, Rayleigh drank a glass of wine on the bar and asked curiously. Well, nothing. It's just that a second sun appeared in the sky. Rayleigh remained calm after hearing Syachi's words. So that's it, it's just that a second sun appeared. Hey! A second sun. Rayleigh simply repeated it, and then suddenly felt something was wrong. A look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. What do you mean it's just that a second sun appeared? Can this thing also appear a second time? Swoosh! It was just a moment. Rayleigh appeared next to the window and looked at the sky. I saw a dark red sun parallel to the original sun. It really is a second sun. What's going on? Is it a special wonder? Or is it caused by some force? Impossible. This kind of power cannot be man-made. Rayleigh guessed it in his heart and then denied it immediately. This power seems this is no joke. Holy Land Marijoa. At this time, the celestial dragons and the world government personnel on it also discovered the second sun in the sky. As long as you pay a little attention to this kind of landscape, there is no reason to ignore it. When most people were shocked, the five elders received urgent intelligence. The second sun in the sky was born after the flame pillar rose from the Naval Academy of the Navy headquarters. The five elders attached great importance to this news. They urgently need to figure out what the situation is now. With the wonder of two suns in the sky, the islands within hundreds of kilometers around the Navy headquarters only felt that a second sun appeared in the sky. Farther away, they felt that a red moon appeared. Farther away, they thought it was a bright red star. As long as it is within the field of vision of this artificial sun. In turn, it also means that people can see this wonder. For this wonder, people began to talk about it. No matter what they speculated, they were undoubtedly shocked. Navy headquarters. At this time, King was also very satisfied looking at the sun in the sky. This is his masterpiece. However, after being satisfied, he was scared again. Because he was weak. At this time, the Emperor engine had stopped. Now he has become an ordinary person again. Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon, as a one-hit kill trick, it gathers almost all the power and transforms it into extremely efficient power to destroy the enemy. The people in this world are very strong and have terrifying physical fitness. The top strong men in the world can fight for several days. And the ultimate move can be released many times. What restricts their high-frequency continuous release of the ultimate move is the power load brought by the ultimate move, not the amount of physical fitness. In this case, Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon is a big move that inputs all the power efficiently. It is like cheating against them. Simply put, the output limit of the two is very different. This time King used almost all the power stored in the Emperor engine. At this time, the Emperor engine has been shut down. Now he has become a weak chicken. Of course, to outsiders, he is still the godlike man. What a powerful force! He still looks insignificant after using such a powerful force. At this time, Ethan, who was far away, looked at King's invincible state, and his blood boiled. Because he knew that this was definitely not all the power of the boss, his boss King was the one who could destroy the world. The first sun in the sky was created by him, it must be so. As Ethan thought about it, a new rumor was born. King, don't fight anymore, let's just leave it at that. I lose this time. At this time, Garp looked at the new sun still hanging in the sky, and was also a little relieved. Then he hurriedly said to King. He never expected that King's trick would be so powerful. Or it can't be described as powerful. It's simply unheard of. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? It's so powerful. Well, let's leave it at that. I'm a little tired. Hearing Garp's words, King nodded calmly on the surface. He was also excited in his heart. Now he was just a weakling. If they continued to fight, the other party would definitely go to his grave on this day next year. So he wanted to stop immediately. Now he just wanted to go to the cafeteria as soon as possible. He was already feeling hungry. If he didn't go to eat, he would starve to death. At this time, Kong, Zhangguo, and other generals also came over. They looked at the man in front of them with a serious face. Kong couldn't help but feel fortunate. Although he felt that the other party's strength was ridiculous. But no matter what, the Navy could recruit such a man. This time he was probably lucky. With him, the Navy's voice in front of the world government will be greatly improved. He was sure of this. Welcome to join the Navy, King, I believe you won't be disappointed here. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect free tickets and flowers. Chapter 104 Hell Day King, the creator of the second day. The next day, newspapers were spread all over the world. Big shock. The Navy world recruitment has changed dramatically, the strongest Navy has changed hands, codenamed Prison Day King, the creator of the second day. The newsbirds of the world economic news began to fly to all parts of the world. And everyone was attracted by the headlines above. People who were closer to the Navy headquarters, Marineford, were attracted by the creator of the second day. Those who were far away were attracted by the words of the strongest Navy. Yesterday was the first major test of the Navy recruitment. Reporters from the World Economic News and other newspapers also went to such a major event. However, the duel was a secret within the Navy. Reporters were allowed to interview only after the test was over. But even so, reporters stayed on Marineford. Naturally, they saw the flame pillar that went straight to the sky from the Naval Academy and the second two suns. Through their many inquiries, they finally got more accurate information from a newly joined Navy general. Get more hot rumors. They also caught the words that Navy Garp admitted defeat. In the eyes of everyone, Navy hero Garp is privately known as the strongest Navy and the top 900 Marines. Now he was defeated, although very shocked. But if it was that man, it would not be impossible. King, a tall man. After officially joining the Navy in the big conscription and assessment, he was awarded the rank of Vice Admiral on the spot. And was given the code name of Prison Day, and was designated as a candidate for Admiral by Marshal Kong. Even other Navy officers did not object to this. With the announcement of the news, reporters finally caught the big news. And as the news fermented, the variables of this big conscription really shocked everyone. Especially the people on the islands around Marineford. They were the people who witnessed the second sun in the sky at the closest distance yesterday. From its birth to its disappearance in just a few minutes, many people were shocked by this eternal wonder. Now the newspaper said that this was a move of the Navy Prison Day King. It always feels very absurd. Of course, what is even more absurd is that there are more unbelievable rumors on it. It is said that the first sun was created by the Prison Day King who traveled to the past. Compared with this rumor, the previous one is easier to accept. How many bottles did he drink to dare to brag like this? There is no doubt that the second rumor is very fake at first glance. Many people complained in their hearts, why not say that the world was created by King? Although this rumor is said to be spread by the younger brother who knows King best, it still feels extremely exaggerated. But the World Economic newspaper does not care about this. As long as it can drive the hot spots, they will not look back. As their president said, truth and lies are not important, newspapers are entertainment. And the second rumor did make many people have a deeper impression of King. In addition, many rumors about King were also published in the corner of the newspaper. At this point, pirates around the world dare not act rashly due to the appearance of King. Because it may be true that the Navy has granted King the qualification of candidate for admiral. This is something that can be known as long as you wait patiently. And the change of the strongest Navy, if the Navy has any objections, it will definitely be clarified. Anyway, let's look at the situation of the Navy first. If that man is really that powerful, there is no doubt that it will also bring about huge changes to the world pattern. People sit at home, the sun comes out. Which big pirate can withstand it? I am afraid that I will be chased by the Navy. People around the world also began to be refreshed by the appearance of the Sun King. They don't understand it very well, but the many rumors about King have added a great halo to him. That man was evaluated by Morgans as a man who could calm the great pirate era. It was such an attractive evaluation that made many civilians begin to yearn for the Navy. Especially those people who witnessed the wonder of two suns in the sky on the islands near the Navy headquarters Marineford. They also began to want to join the Navy because of the shocking wonder. And with the blessing of King's halo, some strong men who originally did not intend to join this large-scale conscription began to hesitate. Because of King, the tide of the times began to change. Sabayati Archipelago. Syaki Drumstick Bar. Rayleigh looked at the newspaper in his hand and began to sigh. It turned out to be King, a guy who was very popular some time ago. I didn't expect it to be him. Some time ago, the newspaper also reported that this man easily solved two groups of pirates. They were all pirates with a bounty of tens of millions of baileys offered by the captain, so they became famous. The news about him later was a bit outrageous, all of which were facts and rumors. The facts were better, such as overwhelming a group of players in the advanced assessment of the large-scale conscription and winning without a fight. This also includes the more famous bounty hunter Leopard Claw. As for the rumors later, they began to be outrageous. For example, it is rumored that he killed a 5,000 meter long Sea King with one move, and it is rumored that he has the power of the Emperor engine, and his heart will destroy the world when it beats to the extreme, etc. Anyway, those guys from the World Economic News are just watching the fun. Whatever you say. Rayleigh just watched it for entertainment. But he never expected that this time it would be such a big news. He saw the sun in the sky yesterday with his own eyes. That power is really terrifying. If this is true, maybe many of the previous rumors are true. However, the appearance of King is a kind of suppression for the great pirate era. At this time, Rayleigh thought a little leisurely. Where will the next era go? Let him witness it. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 105, Mel's Mind Beast Phoenix, the little thing is quite unique. The next day. Amazon Sunyuri. In a room in a palace. Mare opened King's panel. Avatar, King. Strength, B+. Constitution, A. Agility, B+. Spirit, A. Abilities, Emperor Engine, A level, Purgatory Explosion Unparalleled Wave Cannon, A level, Luck, A, Intuition, B level. Skills, Conqueror Haki, B level, Armament Haki, B level, Physical Skills, B level. Reputation, 172-5044. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. King went to sea some time ago, due to his experience and rumors about him. The response was not bad. He gradually gained more than 100,000 reputation points. He helped him upgrade his luck to A as soon as possible, and then Linlin also upgraded his intuition, armed color domineering, and physical skills to B level. At the same time, he supplemented his strength and agility attributes to B+. This is the current attribute. Now, with King directly making a big event, his reputation value also increased, reaching more than 1.7 million. This is also the benefit of the 2 days of the Eternal Wonder being on the same list. However, even if this kind of thing happens again in the future, it will not be so shocking. If there are many Eternal Wonders in a short period of time, it will not be so surprising. Mare looked at King's panel. He operated it directly. He upgraded the Emperor engine and intuition directly. The new attribute board appeared. Doppelganger, King. Strength, B+. Constitution, A. Agility, B+. Spirit, S. Abilities, Emperor engine, S level, Purgatory explosion unparalleled wave cannon, A level, Luck, A, Intuition, A. Skills, Overlord Haki, B level, Armament Haki, B level, Physical skills, B level. Reputation, 625,044. Note, D current world ordinary person attributes. As for the rest, accumulate them first. Then upgrade the Purgatory explosion unparalleled wave cannon together. Just see if you can automatically upgrade your physique to S. There is no rush now, just take your time. Close King's panel. Then look at Ryomen Sukuna's panel again. Now Ryomen Sukuna has experienced Big Mom's defeat and the sporadic reputation points he gained while leisurely traveling and looking around. Now he has accumulated nearly 1 million reputation points. You can upgrade one ability soon. Now Ryomen Sukuna is not far from Kaido's territory. As for Hisoka, he really does what he wants. Looking for apples everywhere, he even robbed a country's sky gold during this period. With the previous reputation, he now has nearly 1 million reputation points. And Hisoka's behavior also angered the world government, which sent agents to look for Hisoka's traces everywhere. They think Hisoka is addicted to robbing sky gold. If this continues, the dignity of the world government will be gone. At present, the Navy sent Aokiji to chase him, but it is a pity that a boat cannot catch up with a flying bird. Unless Hisoka intentionally stays or goes to a place where Hisoka may appear, Aokiji will chase Hisoka. I am afraid he will never catch up with him in his lifetime. Mel is also familiar with Hisoka's next target. It is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who is now entrenched in Alabasta. The desert area there is just right for his sand fruit. Alabasta Kingdom is a populous country, and it is a very good base for Crocodile. Crocodile may not have discovered the historical text of Alabasta yet. But it is not certain if he stays there longer. Then, according to the plot, a story of seizing Alabasta will be staged. But now there is no chance, because Hisoka has already set his sights on him. Mel closed all the panels he had seen. Then he began to walk outside. Brother. At this time, he came to a courtyard with Mel. Hancock saw him immediately. She ran over and opened her hands. Mel was speechless. He stretched out his hand and flicked Hancock's forehead. Hancock immediately looked painful, and then looked at Mel pitifully. Brother, you are so biased. Why can Perona be held? I want it too. Look at how old you are. You are so tall, you are not a child. Hancock said unwillingly. I am a child. I am only 10 years old. Okay. Mel saw Mesher coming over, and didn't force Hancock to talk too much. He picked Hancock up casually. Sister Mice Hair, I'm going out soon. I'll be back in half a month. Well. Be careful, there's a very strong navy in the navy, nicknamed Prison Day King. Looking at Mel picking up Hancock, Mice Hair nodded slowly. Although she didn't know what Mel was doing. But she supported him silently. As long as he could still stay by her side. Got it, I'll be careful. Mare nodded and put Hancock down. Wait a minute, brother, can you take me with you? I can help you cook and warm your bed. Hancock grabbed the corner of Mel's clothes and looked at him expectantly. Looking at her expectant look, Mel nodded. It's okay to take someone with you. Just treat it as a trip. Great. Hancock was so excited when she saw Mel nodded. It's great to have half a month of alone time. Now her brother is all hers. Then let's get ready to go. Invisible telekinesis surged out from Mel's body. Finally, it gathered in front of him. Chi. A crisp bird chirped. A golden bird that looked like a phoenix appeared in front of Mel. As soon as it appeared, it rubbed Mel's shoulder affectionately with its head, and Mel also patted its head. The phoenix was an attempt made by Mel after he gradually understood the telekinetic nature of love. It was named Xiaohuang by Mel and was mainly used as a travel tool. What a beautiful big bird! Hancock looked at the phoenix that suddenly appeared and seemed to be glowing, and liked it very much. Let's go. Xiaohuang. Mare picked up Hancock and jumped onto Xiao Wang's back. After nodding to Mice Hair, under her reluctant gaze, the Xiao Wang, which was several meters long, directly spread its wings. It took off with a kick and flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. This time, Mel's target was the 7-star sword, the rumored cursed sword. Now that he has studied the curse of evil feeding, he created a weapon, using a sharp knife and the fear of beasts as materials to make a curse tool he named Beast Terror, or an evil tool. All it's just a name. He was going to travel outside and try this weapon. It's not good to stay on Daughter Island all the time. He also wanted to see other strange scenery outside. Of course, the main thing is to find the 7-star sword and study its structure. See if there is any reference. And the flower of death and rebirth, that little thing is also very unique. You can take a look at them, after all, they all feel like the product of negative power. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 106 Go to Hell. Erosion Reincarnation. One day later. Grand Line, Alabasta, the capital Albina. In a secret base. It seems that there is really an incredible big man here. At this time, a man with a slicked back hair, a long horizontal scar on his face, and a black fur coat sat on a leather chair. He put his feet on the table in front of him, with a cigar in his mouth, looking very arrogant. This man is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now Crocodile has received a message from the Navy. The legendary worst pirate in history, Hisoka, has come to Alabasta. They want him to cooperate to stop Hisoka. And they also gave information that Hisoka's target in this country is most likely him. Obviously, if there was no last bit of information, Crocodile would definitely ignore the Navy. Am I being treated as a soft persimmon? Thinking about the rumors about Hisoka, Crocodile's face darkened. It is said that Hisoka would give some people trials, and only by passing the trials can they remain intact. Trials? Humph. He doesn't need this kind of condescending attitude. It's just that now it's not a question of whether he is willing or not. A fierce light flashed in Crocodile's eyes. Then, kill him. His strength is greatly increased in the desert. Since that guy dares to come, he doesn't mind taking his head. Brew brew. Brew brew. A den mushi rang next to Crocodile's table. He picked up the den mushi casually. Hello. Is it Crocodile? A strange voice came from the den mushi, and Crocodile's face suddenly looked ugly. I am, who are you? It's the Crocodile himself. That's great. I'm Hisoka. I'm in your base's nest now. Can you come over? I want to rest now. I don't want to look for it. Hisoka. So soon? Hearing Hisoka being so arrogant in the den mushi, Crocodile was not angry, but asked directly. Hisoka, the worst pirate in history, with a bounty of 3.58 billion, what is a pirate like you doing in Alabasta? He did not intend to believe the Navy's one-sided statement about the purpose of Hisoka's coming. Didn't I make it clear enough? I hope you can come quickly. If you want to wait for the Navy to come to support you, your reputation will cry. Crocodile. Then wait here. I hope you make the right choice. As den mushi finished his last words, the den mushi in front of Crocodile was also hung up directly. Looking at the den mushi in front of him, Crocodile's forehead wrinkled. His face also darkened. Hisoka. Give him face and call him a great pirate. If you don't give him face, you are just his junior. How could you underestimate him so much? It seems that we need to let Hisoka see his power. Although Crocodile is wary of Hisoka, he is not afraid of him. Hisoka once did a shocking event. But the most at first, he was sent directly to the impel down by Vice Admiral Aokiji. Although many people think that he was captured on purpose. But in that war, he did not show any strength that shocked the world. So some people think that he just has special abilities. Anyway, now Hisoka has come to him. Crocodile is not afraid, he wants to teach him an unforgettable lesson. The power of illusion? How long can it last under the disaster of nature? Crocodile stood up and walked outside, and the black fur coat behind him fluttered in the wind. In a building in a small oasis in the desert, there is a basement under the building, which has some documents and information. Hisoka sat leisurely on a chair on the first floor. There were more than a dozen men in windbreakers on the ground, all of whom were unconscious. Now Hisoka was holding a cup and drinking water leisurely. Now he just had to wait for that man to come. I hope that guy won't let him down. Time passed slowly. The sky in the distance changed. A huge turbid smoke suddenly rose from a distance. Then it quickly moved towards the small oasis here. Xisuo looked at the turbid yellow line on the horizon outside the window that seemed to be connected in a line. Is this a sandstorm coming? Could it be that guy who did it? Xisuo leisurely admired the sandstorm that was connected in a line at the end of the ground. He couldn't help but sigh. This is really spectacular. He stood up and walked out of the house. Looking at the sandstorm in the distance getting closer and closer. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sound of the wind continued. The sky seemed to be covered by the dust that covered the sky and the earth. The huge wind and the dancing sand and dust. The whole scene was gloomy. The sandstorm was approaching, and there was no sign of stopping at all. It just invaded this small oasis directly. The few water sources in the entire oasis began to dry up all of a sudden, and the green trees were also uprooted by the strong wind, leaving only a few taller trees still holding on. The world seemed to have fallen into a period of darkness. Heavyweight sandstorm. A sandstorm directly attacked the position where Hisoka was. Boom! The huge bombardment directly collapsed the building behind Hisoka. Hisoka flashed on the other side, and at the same time a special force wrapped around his whole body. Snap! 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 Although Hisoka's applause was directly covered by the whistling sound of the surrounding strong wind, Hisoka didn't care whether Crocodile heard it or not, and said directly. What a good attack! And this sandstorm's gift is good. You really didn't let me down, Crocodile Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile looked at the person in front of him who still maintained an elegant posture in the sandstorm. He couldn't help but feel a little solemn. It's really a tricky guy. The visibility in the sandstorm was very low at this time, but Crocodile was the owner of the Sand 2.0 Sand Fruit ability. Naturally, he has a more special perception. He saw that Hisoka was still so calm in the sandstorm and decided to give him another fierce blow. Now he could no longer control the scale of the sandstorm he rolled up. But he could still use it in this environment. The power of his moves has increased. Crocodile withdrew from the state of sandification. Press your hand on the ground. My blood is boiling, Hisoka, see my power. Then go to hell. Erosion reincarnation. I saw Crocodile say this in the dancing sand. The ground, which was originally dry due to the sandstorm, began to crack, and the moisture was absorbed and gradually spread to the surroundings, and everything on the ground turned into sand. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, ask for free tickets and flowers. Chapter 107 Your hell is still my hell. Wait and see. Originally in the sandstorm. At this time, with Crocodile's big move, everything on the ground seemed to turn into dust. The sandstorm began to dance. The sky seemed to be covered by the dust that covered the sky and the earth. The huge gust of wind and the dancing sand and dust were raging, and all the moisture around Crocodile was sucked dry. Guhahaha, immerse yourself in the hell of mad sand. Hisoka. Hell sandstorm. As Crocodile opened his hands, he laughed wildly. With Crocodile as the center of gravity of the entire sandstorm began to change. The mad wind never stopped, and the sand and dust never stopped. A huge sandstorm began to form, as if it went straight to the sky, and it was going to drown the world in the mad sand. Hisoka looked at everything around him. It felt like the world was trapped in a world of mad sand, and everything in front of him was grey and yellow. The raging gust of wind cut around him with sand and dust. Even if he had power to protect himself, the moisture in his body was constantly lost. For a pirate like Hisoka with a bounty of billions, Crocodile did not dare to underestimate him. Especially since the opponent has the ability of illusion. Fortunately, he directly used 05, the ultimate move that can only be used in a sandstorm area. And now it is Hisoka who is tasting this when the bitter fruit is born. It's really good. Crocodile. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the wind filled his ears. Hisoka admired the natural disaster of sand around him. The thoughts on his body extended from his feet to the ground and penetrated into the sand, tightly integrating with the sand. Even the tornado that was enough to blow away the boulders of the house could not move him at all. But he seems to be too happy too early. Day. 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 He walked in the huge sand tornado and slowly walked towards Crocodile in the center of the tornado. The center of the tornado. Crocodile's face changed. At this time, he was in a special state of using erosion water. He could feel that the water in the atmosphere next to him suddenly increased and was eroded away. There was nothing there. How could this happen suddenly? What is this? He remembered the illusion of Hisoka's ability. He hurriedly prepared to turn the sand into the surrounding tornado. Wow! When Crocodile was moving, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the blood was like a bright red flower in the air, and then it was eroded by the raging sand and withered. His waist bent, and his body fell forward. The figure of Hisoka also appeared in front of Crocodile. When his pupils shrank slightly, Hisoka leaned over and chuckled in his ear. Crocodile! Didn't anyone tell you not to be complacent too early in a battle? And your observation haki doesn't seem to work. The words lingering in Crocodile's ears made Crocodile's eyes widen. What a joke! Who do you think I am? Crocodile tilted his body and forced it to adjust its shape. Crescent-shaped sand dune. His arm became huge and turned into a crescent-shaped sand blade, and then he slashed at Hisoka next to him. Facing the crescent sand blade slashed by Crocodile, Hisoka fell to the ground as if being pulled by the ground. He dodged Crocodile's slash directly. Then he bounced towards Crocodile again. Ah! I know who you are. A coward who hid here to lick his wounds after being defeated by Whitebeard. Hiso's words stayed in Crocodile's ear again. Crocodile's face became completely gloomy, and then he laughed instead of being angry. Goo-ha-ha-ha! You are so brave! Hisoka! Then I will show you what hell is. Crocodile's words made Hisoka's eyes narrow slightly, and he licked his lips. Then I have to see it well. Don't be stubborn. Hiso's slight teasing made Crocodile expressionless. Desert sunflower. Time passed. The whole world calmed down. In the golden desert, the sun was still high, and the hot and dry air seemed to be twisted. A figure lay quietly on the desert dust. Beside the figure on the ground, Hisoka stood beside him and looked at him leisurely. Is this the hell you're talking about? Is it my hell or your hell? Hearing Hisoka's mockery beside him, Crocodile, lying on the ground, opened his eyes with some effort. Goo-ha-ha-ha, stop talking nonsense, Hisoka, come if you want to kill me. Even though he was lying on the ground, Crocodile still didn't speak arrogantly. Seeing that Crocodile was still stubborn, Hisoka smiled slightly. It seems that the navy is coming soon. I don't know what they will do when they see you like this. It's a pity that all your ambitions have ended at this age. Shoo! A bird's cry sounded in the sky, and a giant eagle landed not far away, and Hisoka also walked towards the bird. If you still have a little bit of ambition, then work hard on your training. You are too weak. After saying the last words, Hisoka jumped on the giant eagle. Shoo! The giant eagle flew towards the sky. It flew higher and higher in the eyes of Crocodile on the ground. After a while, Crocodile struggled, and his body was covered with dried blood. His ambition is not over yet. How could it end here? 477. Looking at the navy rushing towards this side from a distance, Crocodile stood up. And the navy also slowly approached. They looked at Crocodile standing up and swallowed slightly. Some of the navy still had shackles and other shackles in their hands. The leading brigadier general looked at Crocodile and began to think. Does Crocodile still have strength now? If he can be caught. Originally, he came here to pick up the leak. When two big pirates fight, one of them must fall. As long as the timing is right, he may pick up the leak. But this brigadier general did not expect Crocodile to still have the strength to stand up. He is now hesitating whether to attack directly. After all, there are the regulations of the 7 warlords of the sea. If he can easily get it, he will definitely not hesitate. But now that the other party has stood up, he has to weigh it. But soon he will not have to think. Navy, even if I'm weak now, you trash can't deal with me. Shaylin. Crocodile has never been a good-tempered person. He still endured it when others were planning to capture him. This time, the title of Shishibukai is no longer important. He is going to start again. That man in Whitebeard, just wait and see. P.S. The new book is launched. Please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 108 The Miko Clan, The Legend of Fantasy Beasts. 2 days later. Grand Line, Asuka Island. Dang! 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 At the port of Aska Island. A group of pirates are fighting with the residents of the island and the navy stationed on the island. Both sides are fighting with weapons. But compared with the guards on the island, the pirates who arrived seem to be stronger. Ha ha ha! You guys, can't you all be honest? You have to resist. Our captain is a big pirate with 46 million Baileys. A pirate holding a big knife directly chopped down a resident, and then shouted arrogantly. Hearing his words, some residents on the island were also a little scared. A pirate with more than 40 million Baileys is indeed a big shot for this island. But they can't just retreat like that. These pirates look very vicious at first glance. If you do what they say directly, you may be eaten up without leaving any residue. When the two groups were fighting next to the pirate ship not far from the port, a bearded uncle was looking at the killing on the port wantonly. He was the captain of the pirate group that landed on this island and killed the guards on the island. His name was Jiro, and the bounty was 36 million Baileys. Now he came to this island for a purpose, not just to rob money, but for a legend on the island. This island has the legend of the 7-star sword. When the 7-star sword and the red full moon appear at the same time, darkness will dominate the entire earth. Jiro is very interested in the so-called 7-star sword. Now his power is not enough. Because the times are getting harder and harder. Various major events are emerging one after another. There are more and more pirates going out to sea, and they will be killed by the younger generation if they are not careful. There are also many pirates who have escaped from Impel Down. Some of those guys did not go to the New World but stayed in the Grand Line. The most terrible one is undoubtedly the legendary worst pirate in history, Hisoka. Yesterday, he also saw rumors about the defeat of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. And recently, the Navy has launched a prison-day king and a large conscription. So many people in the sea have begun to consider joining the Navy. The whole era is turbulent. If he does not strengthen his strength, he will die halfway. Just like this, the legend of Asuka Island came into his eyes. Whether the legend is true or not, he will know it by searching on the island or interrogating. If there is really nothing, he can rob money. Jiro looked at the battle above and began to think leisurely. With the strength of their crew, he can deal with them without taking action. What should I do? The pirates who came this time are too powerful. It seems that everyone can't stop them. In the woods not far from the port, a blue-haired girl looked at the struggle at the port with worry. Don't worry, Darlena, they will be fine. Next to the blue-haired girl was a pink-haired middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s. Her name was Elaine, and she was a witch from the island. Of course, it was a little inaccurate to say that. The witches have been around since ancient times. The Icelanders on this island more or less have the blood of witches. It's just that only girls who have awakened the power of witches can inherit the title of witches and are called the witches. And now, in addition to Elaine, the girl Darlena in front of her also inherited such a talent. It's just that Elaine has not retired yet. So Darlena can only be regarded as a reserve witch. Yet. But after nodding, Darlena still looked at the struggle not far away with worry. Now everyone is fighting hard there, but she is hiding here. She feels really guilty. What a kind person. Elaine, who had a very good grasp of Darlena's character, nodded. She likes Darlene very much. So she hopes to match her with her son. It would be great if this girl could be her daughter-in-law. Eliza set her sights on a pink-haired young man in the fight ahead. He was also very dazzling among the many Icelanders. He held a long sword and knocked down many pirates one by one. But he was soon stopped by a fierce pirate. How could there be no capable people in a pirate group with 46 million Baileys as its captain? While the fight in the port continued. Chee! A loud bird song came from the sky. All the people fighting stopped fighting for a short time. They were involuntarily attracted by the clear and pleasant bird song in the sky. The same was true for Captain Jiro of the Jiro Pirates and Eliza and Darlene who were hiding in the dense forest. So beautiful! At this time, Darlene in the dense forest was a little stunned looking at the bird in the sky that was slightly shining with golden light, like a phoenix. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart. The two parties fighting on the island also looked at the sacred bird in the sky in shock. What is this? Is it the legendary fantasy beast? The more knowledgeable Jiro looked at the bird in the sky with shining eyes. Legendary fantasy beast. There are legends from ancient times in the sea. Among them, some fantasy beasts are recorded. And there are also people with the ability of animal fantasy beasts in the world. At this moment, it is hard not to think of this bird that looks very sacred and glows on its body. Jiro no longer has the mind to focus on the Icelanders and the navy on the island. Compared to the 7-star sword that still needs to be verified, the fantasy beast in front of him is within reach. If he can catch it, he doesn't know how much money he can make with this appearance. And many fantasy beast legends have the attribute of power. It is unknown whether the fantasy beast in front of him has any special function. When Jiro imagined, his fantasy was soon broken. Because under his burning gaze, 2 people jumped off the flying bird from its back. Does this fantasy beast have an owner? Brother, is this Aska Island? The view from above is very beautiful. But we seem to have come at the wrong time. The cute girl who jumped down at this time said to the handsome boy next to her. The girl was Hancock, and the boy was Mel. These days, Mel took Hancock to various islands and even left legends of fantasy beasts on some islands. After all, Xiao Huang is really eye-catching from the appearance. No, on the contrary, it's the right time. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, free tickets and Flower Factory. Chapter 109 Hancock who saved his brother from the female dragon, the evil beast. Looking at the surroundings, everyone cast their eyes here. Mel touched Hancock's head and said with a smile. Hancock's cheeks flushed when Mel touched her head, and she stood by without saying anything. At this time, Xiao Huang also rubbed Mel's shoulder and disappeared. Jiro, who had been staring at the flying bird fantasy beast in front of him, was a little shocked. It disappeared. The fantasy beast disappeared? Is this the ability of this boy or the power of this fantasy beast? Jiro's face darkened, and he fixed his eyes on the boy after just thinking for a moment. Anyway, it's still necessary to test it. The legendary fantasy beast is really attractive, especially the fantasy beast with such a good appearance. Boy, are you a capable person? Is the fantasy beast just now your ability? At this time, Jiro asked Mel. At the same time, he gave a look. The other pirates also understood and withdrew from the battlefield fighting with the Icelanders' navy. Come to Jiro's side. Hundreds of people stood together in a black mass, and it looked quite oppressive. Obviously, Jiro wanted to put pressure on the strange boy in front of him in this way. The boy in front of him was so young. Such young people are usually not easily frightened. When they see a lot of people, they will usually be nervous. So he will tell him the information obediently. Mare knew what they were up to at a glance. But he didn't care at all. If you want to bully my brother, you have to get past me first. At this time, Hancock looked at the men in front of him with some disgust. While saying this, she raised her fist to block Mel. Because of Mel's existence, and usually telling Hancock and other girls on the daughter island some fairy tales or stories from the outside world. And this time Mel also took her out to play. So she was not curious about the men who rarely appeared on the daughter island. Or she didn't want to know any other men except Mel. At this time, Hancock raised her fist seriously to the pirates. But obviously her cute appearance did not arouse others' vigilance at all. Jiro laughed even more. Ha ha ha. I really underestimated you, little brat. Stay away from me when adults are talking. As Jiro laughed, his pirates also laughed. To be honest, if it weren't for the strange relationship that Mel had just shown with the mythical beast, Jiro probably wouldn't have taken him seriously. When Jiro was talking to Mel and the others, the Icelanders and navy of Aska Island had also gathered under the call of 2 young men. One of them had pink hair and the other had black hair, calling on the Icelanders and the navy respectively. Their names were Roga and Pidini, one was the son of a witch, and the other was a major commander of the navy stationed here. At this time, the 2 of them looked at each other, and then looked at the 2 people surrounded by Jiro's pirates not far away. At this time, they hesitated for a while and were ready to step forward to help. They also saw the strangeness of the young man just now. Maybe they can help the people here fight against these pirates. They were not sure whether these pirates had given up here, and they might come back. Besides, the people here were relatively simple, and if they did not help, the impact would be even greater. It was reasonable that they should help. Especially since Petty Ni was a navy, it was impossible for him to sit back and watch the pirates kill 2 innocent people. When they made the decision, Mare turned a deaf ear to Jiro's words. He was always more tolerant of the dead. He pulled Hancock back to the side. Hancock, you are really amazing. You have learned to protect your brother. But you are still too reluctant now. Let me do it. Hancock was also happy when she heard Mel's praise. But she collapsed immediately, because she knew that she couldn't be willful now. Otherwise, if she showed off, she might cause trouble for her brother. At this time, she stood silently beside Mel, cheering herself up in her heart. After returning, she would double her training so that she would have the strength to protect her brother in the future. Save her brother from the female dragon of Sister Mice Hair. Then she and her brother lived a happy life from then on, he. At this time, Hancock pieced together some stories that Mel had told her and modified them. Looking at Hancock suddenly grinning beside her, Mare also felt a little speechless. The little head only knows to think of strange things all day long. You guys, it seems that you need to suffer a little. At this time, Jiro was also beside him and understood what the boy in front of him meant. It seems that he is not going to confess. He waved his hand. The pirates beside him also understood. They showed an evil smile to Mel and the others. They still held swords in their hands, and they were ready to let the two boys and girls in front of them experience the dangers of the sea. And Roga and Pidini also secretly thought it was bad. They led their people to move forward. Under the attention of everyone, Mel smiled at everyone. He pulled out a saber from his waist, and the blade was wrapped with twisted black lines, which looked a little weird. It was the evil tool Beast Terror he made. Outside, Mel still likes to use some small gadgets made by himself. It feels quite interesting. Wake up! Beast Terror! With the shouting of Mel's mind, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. People who looked over within 100 meters felt their bodies begin to tremble. Then they saw the twisted black lines on the strange knife in the boy's hand seemed to struggle to break away from the blade. Roar! Roar! The roar like a ferocious beast lingered in their ears. Everyone felt a palpitation in their hearts. At the same time, the scene in front of them also frightened them. Several strange-looking shadow monsters, as if they were spliced together by many beasts, appeared in front of them. So, what is this? What's the matter with that knife? Just before everyone was puzzled, these monsters rushed directly towards the pirates. Seeing the monster rushing over, some pirates were weak, while others were ignited with anger. Among them, Jiro even raised his big knife. Go to hell! Monster! P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 110 What are they eating? Depression. Swoosh! Jiro's sword slashed through the air and landed on the monster that rushed in front of him. Dang! At this moment, Jiro was shocked. Because his sword went straight through the monster's body and fell to the ground. These monsters have no entity? Jiro recalled the feeling that was totally unreal. So, are these illusions? While Jiro was thinking this, the others had been attacked by the monsters. Ah! Ah! The monsters passed through their bodies like phantoms. Then the pirates began to scream and fall to the ground. Some even died on the spot with their livers and gallbladders shattered and their facial features bleeding. These tragic scenes looked a little creepy. The Icelanders' navy not far away retreated after seeing this. Originally, they wanted to rescue him, but they never thought that the boy was so terrifying. From the scene, it seemed that the boy was the evil party. At this time, they were also a little hesitant. On the other hand, Jiro witnessed the miserable state of his pirates. He was horrified and wanted to avoid the attack of the monster that reached him. But it was too late. The shadow monster rushed directly through his body. Until he was pierced by the monster at this moment, Jiro understood why his men screamed. He only felt that his heart was filled with endless fear. It seemed as if his liver and gallbladder were about to burst, and his whole body was trembling and stiff. He lowered his head and resisted this feeling, growling in his mouth. As a man with a bounty of tens of millions, it was not so easy for him to end. At this time, Jiro raised his head and looked at the boy not far away. All this was that strange knife. As long as this kid was knocked down, all this would be over. Jiro took a deep breath, raised his strength, held the big knife, and then rushed towards Mel. The body seemed to turn into a residual image. Closer. Closer. Jiro looked at Mel who was getting closer and closer, and a twisted smile began to appear on his face. But Mel looked at him calmly. Roar! Roar! Just when Jiro thought he was going to succeed, two roars sounded behind him. Hey! 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 Two shadow monsters suddenly shuttled past Jiro one after another. Jiro showed up and half knelt on the ground. His face was red, and he gnashed his teeth to endure the physical discomfort caused by fear. But it was over. The two monsters did not stop attacking. They shuttled back and forth directly on Jiro's body. Ah! Jiro could no longer bear it, and his shrill screams resounded through the sky. Finally, his facial features bled, and he fell down and died. When he died, the two monsters were still beside him. Crack! 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 The chewing sound came from the mouths of the two monsters. There was nothing in them, but they were chewing something there. This made people imagine a lot. The weird scene also made the Islander Navy who witnessed everything nearby gurgle and swallow their saliva. What are these monsters? What are they eating? At this time, people were completely suppressed and dared not move. They were afraid that if they ran, they would attract the attention of these monsters. The miserable state of those pirates had made them dare not act rashly. And the movement here was seen by Darlene and Elaine in the dense forest, and they looked at each other in surprise. In Elaine's eyes. After the boy took out a knife. Everyone seemed to have seen something horrible. Then some ran, some fell to the ground, and some screamed. In the end, all the pirates fell to the ground for some reason. The Icelanders and the Navy also stood there in fear. This is what Elaine saw. But Darlene could see more, she could slightly see some strange shadows. At this time, she and Elaine looked at each other, more stunned, while Elaine was at a loss. On Moore's side. Beside him, Hancock looked at the monsters around curiously. If she saw her somewhere else, she might be a little scared, but this was released by her brother. She had nothing to fear, even though these guys didn't look very good. But as long as they could help her brother, they were good monsters. Seeing that the pirates in front of him had been dealt with, Mare's mind moved, and these little guys several meters in size all returned to the blade. Then he put the beast back into the scabbard. The originally somewhat gloomy and depressing atmosphere around was also lifted. All the remaining people also breathed a sigh of relief. Day! 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 Mare took Hancock's little hand and walked towards the Icelanders in the silent atmosphere. And with the sound of Mare's footsteps, everyone's heart was lifted. Who is this young man? What are you doing here? At this time, they were full of doubts. But no matter what he did, he might not be able to stop it. The scene just now and the corpses all over the ground proved that the handsome boy in front of him who looked sunny and friendly was not someone who was easy to deal with. Sir, why are you here? At this time, Roga looked at Mare who came to him. He couldn't help asking. And Darlene and Eliza in the dense forest also came out of the dense forest. Whether the young man was good or evil, it was a fact that he saved the Icelanders. And the strange power he had just now was beyond the island's ability to cope with. Even if they resisted stubbornly, they would just follow in the footsteps of those pirates. So they came out. It's Eliza and Darlene who are here. Eliza's arrival at this time also made the Icelanders a little excited. They made way for them to go to the front. In any case, the witches are in a more respected position on this island. And Eliza is already over 40 years old, and she is also a highly respected person in the hearts of the Icelanders. At this time, the two also came to the front of the crowd, facing Mel. Seeing them coming, Roga and Petty began to get nervous. The purpose of the people in front of them was not yet determined. They came out too early. It doesn't matter. This young man saved our island anyway. Looking at Roga's worried eyes, Eliza comforted him and said some nice words to Mel. Young man, welcome to Aska Island. She needed to create a good impression, so that even if the situation was really bad, it would not affect the people on the island. When Eliza's mind was overflowing, Delina looked at Mel curiously. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give me free tickets and flowers. Chapter 111 Be obedient, let me see. Time passed slowly. It has been several hours since we arrived at Aska Island. At this time, Mel took Hancock to play on Aska Island. The scenery here is pleasant, with lakes, dense forests, mountains, rivers, and beautiful ecology. As a tourist attraction, this island is a good choice. When Mel took Hancock to visit, Darina followed them closely, introducing them to the various landscapes and ecology on the island. This time, the island's reserve which Darlena volunteered to be the accompanying tour guide. Although this behavior made Hancock very unhappy. Why did Darlena, a woman, come to be the light bulb in her and her brother's happy time? This is where the 7-star sword is stored. After playing, Darlena also brought Mel and the others to a stone house. Inside, you can see a coffin. In the coffin there are 3 beautiful jades around the coffin. The cursed holy sword 7-star sword is stored inside. According to the legend, the 3 princes of Asuka met a beautiful witch for the first time and fell in love with her at the same time. In order to win the love of the witch, the 3 princes took out the 7-star sword that proved the throne and started a war. The land and the sea also cried because they absorbed the sorrow and resentment of countless innocent victims. Then, the 7-star sword, which absorbed the resentment and blood of countless people, attracted killing and destruction, and turned into a cursed demon sword, which completely destroyed Asuka. The witch family has been carrying the fate of preventing the resurrection of the 7-star sword for generations. This time, Mel's goal is the 7-star sword. He did not hide it. Originally, the witch would find it difficult to agree, but she was hindered by Mel's powerful strength. And the clear-headed look he showed after controlling the equally terrifying demon sword. Plus the temptation to let the witch escape the heavy fate, etc. She really couldn't refuse. Now, the leisure time has passed. It's time for Mel to come to achieve his goal. Mel, is it really okay? The 7-star sword has a strong power to control people. At this time, Darlena looked at Mel worriedly. After just a few hours with Mel, Darlena had an inexplicable feeling about him. Mysterious, gentle, powerful, handsome, and ready to indirectly help her escape the heavy fate of the witch. With the blessing of many factors, how could she not feel it? It's just that the childishness on his face made her feel that he was younger than her. Don't worry, Darlena. It can't affect me. Mel smiled at the worried Darlena. To be honest, let alone controlling it, even if the 7-star sword can affect him a little, Mel would be surprised. Well, I believe you. Hearing Mel's comfort, Darlena also nodded and then smiled gently. This made Hancock next to her look a little wary. This woman had ill intentions towards my brother. I had wanted to see more of the scenery with my brother here, but now it seemed that I had to leave with my brother quickly. While Hancock was thinking about it, Mare looked at the coffin in front of him, and under Darlene's slightly worried gaze. He opened the coffin. As the coffin was opened, a sword that looked a little weird came into view. The long-sealed 7-star sword came out. The mottled sword body seemed to be a petrified sword. Yes, it was a special sword. At this time, Mel looked at the 7-star sword in front of him, and he could sense that the sword was reviving. An inexplicable force was being stimulated, and the resentful force in the air was slowly flowing into the 7-star sword. But the speed was very slow. But if you persist, the sword will eventually show its true face. At this time, a bewitching force also emanated from the 7-star sword. Darlene and Hancock were attracted involuntarily. Mel watched the 7-star sword perform hard. Yes, it was a hard worker. It was just a little disobedient. Mel reached out and held the 7-star sword. Feeling that it was held, the 7-star sword worked even harder and began to target Mel with all its strength. However, a force that seemed to shake the heaven and earth enveloped the 7-star sword. That was Mel's domineering aura. The originally active evil aura immediately trembled like a cat with its fur standing on end. And Mel also murmured slightly. Be obedient, let me see. Then Mel began to take the 7-star sword and began to examine it carefully. The strange power scanned and explored the structure of the 7-star sword. Mel, are you okay? At this time, when Mel was exploring, Darlena looked at him with concern. Mel's domineering aura was well controlled, and Darlena did not notice anything. Just watching Mel's silence, she couldn't help but worry again. Hearing Darlena's concern, Mel did not explore the 7-star sword anymore. It was not appropriate to stay here to explore. Sorry, I made you worry. There is nothing wrong. I am just a little curious. Darlena blushed when she heard Mel's reply. She looked at Mel's deep and peaceful eyes. There was indeed no problem. He did not look like he was being controlled. However, she soon felt that her actions were a little bold. It seemed not good to look directly into someone's eyes. She shyly shifted her sight. But she thought silently in her heart that his eyes were really beautiful. Looking at Darlena's slightly red cheeks thinking about something, Hancock next to her felt that the crisis was great. Sure enough, she had to leave the island with her brother quickly. Then let's go. Mel raised the 7-star sword, and a strip of cloth appeared out of thin air to bind the entire 7-star sword. Then he put the sword into the sacrificial space. Darlena was just a little curious about this, but she did not delve into it. There are too many strange abilities in this world. Recently, there are even rumors that the sun was created by humans. Besides, there was a case of the magical bird disappearing before, so Darlena could accept it. Several people left the stone house and came outside. Watching the sunset. Lena was a little absent-minded and silent for a while. She secretly glanced at Mel, then looked at Mel with some expectation and said, "Mel, are you leaving? It's getting a little dark now, let's stay here for a while." "Well, sorry to bother you, I just want to wait for someone here." Mel's words made Darlena's face put on a beautiful smile. And Hancock, who was 0.5 next to her, stared at Darlena with a puffed face. Hundreds of kilometers away, a ship was heading towards Aska Island. In a room on the ship, Crocodile was sitting on a leather chair reading a newspaper. It showed that a bird-shaped mythical beast appeared in a certain area, like the legendary phoenix. Now Crocodile was also attracted by this mythical beast. There was a mythical beast ability user on the Whitebeard ship, Marco of the first team, with the ability of the phoenix. It's just that the mythical beast in this photo looks much better than the phoenix incarnated by Marco. And the color of the light is also different. Crocodile was a little curious, and this area happened to be within the route. He planned to go over and take a look. P.S. The new book is setting sail, please collect, and ask for free tickets and flowers. Chapter 112 The Power of the Witch, Welcome to Aska Island. The next day. Grand Line, Aska Island. Mare, Darlena, and Hancock walked quietly by the lake. Fresh air, emerald green forests, high mountains, birds playing music, insects singing, and fish playing. The surrounding scenery is beautiful. After walking for a distance, Darlena stopped, looked at the person next to her and said with courage, "Mare, I want to go to your country to see, okay?" Hancock was very dissatisfied before Mel spoke when he heard her words. This woman is too much, it's okay to come and pester her brother to be a big light bulb next to her. Now it seems that she wants to follow all the time, this time she finally got the time to be alone. How can I let her succeed? No, I don't agree. Daughter Island doesn't welcome outsiders. You'd better give up on this idea. After hearing Hancock's words, Darlene felt lost. Why did this girl seem to be so hostile to her, as if she was very resistant to her? She obviously didn't do anything. But she still looked at Mel with hope. Day. Mel flicked Hancock's forehead with his fingers. It hurts. How can my brother help outsiders bully me? Woo woo woo. At this time, Hancock covered his forehead with his little hand, looking like he was about to cry, ready to win sympathy. Mel was speechless, seeing that he didn't use any strength. What a little drama queen, he acted hard when he got the chance. He reached out and touched Hancock's head, and the soft hair felt good. And Hancock also looked like he was enjoying it with his eyes slightly narrowed. Sorry, Hancock didn't mean it. As soon as Mel's words came out, Hancock immediately came back to her senses. She wanted to say that she did it on purpose. But after thinking about it, she didn't say it. What else can she do now that her brother has said so? If she goes to refute, she will be upset if her brother accidentally dislikes her. Anyway, she will stick to her brother in the future, and no one can compete with her. Those who want to come must pass her first. If you want to go to Daughter Island to visit, it's fine, but I have something to do at the moment, so I can only take you there on the way back. Hearing Mel's later words, Darlena and Hancock both showed happy expressions. Darlena was because he agreed, and Hancock was because Darlena didn't have to come over to be a light bulb in the future, which was great. Well, I'll trouble you then. Mel. Darlena looked at Mel shyly. She remembered that Mel came here riding the flying bird fantasy beast. When she came down, she was holding Hancock. Would she be held by him at that time? She was still a little shy. Time passed quietly, and they walked a distance. Mare stopped and looked at Darlene and said, "The person I'm waiting for is coming soon. Let's do this for now." "Well, I'll wait for you to come back." Darlene felt a little disappointed about the separation, but she should be able to meet again soon. She now knew that Mel didn't plan to stay away for a long time, and would return to the legendary Daughter Island in a short time. Looking at her lost expression, Mel smiled slightly and took off the saber from his waist. "Darlene, this knife will be kept with you for now. You can take it out and use it when you are in danger. Just call it with your heart, it will respond to you." How can it be? Such a valuable thing, and can I really control it? Darlene looked at the saber that Mel handed to her, a little surprised but a little terrified. This knife seems to be a demon sword. Is she really okay? It's okay, don't worry, if it's you, there's no problem. After hearing what Mel said, Darlene hesitated for a moment and reached out to take the saber. She felt the warmth on the saber, which was where Mel had just touched. This counts as it a token of love? Darlene thought absent-mindedly, and then quickly shook her head. Merle said that it was temporarily stored with her, and he left the saber to protect her. How could she be so greedy? But he left the saber with her, does it mean something? Then goodbye. Darlene. Looking at the girl who was a little crazy, Mel smiled and said goodbye. He took Hancock's hand and left in one direction. The power of the witch is really strange. Maybe we can study it together, maybe through the reversal of the spell. Merle thought slowly, and his figure was gradually fading away. And Darlene looked at Mel's figure going away and tightened the scabbard in her hand. I really hope to meet again soon. Mel. In the dense forest of the mountains. Crocodile walked slowly while smoking a cigar. He has confirmed the news. A boy and a girl came here riding a fantasy beast. They haven't left yet. The phantom beast disappeared after it came. Is this an ability? Or is it the ability of the phantom beast itself? He didn't know, but he was going to look for it inside now. He would find out if he found someone and ask directly. His men had already entered the mountain to explore. As long as the boy hadn't left, they should be able to find him. Hey! Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke. Then he continued to move forward. Soon, he passed through the dense forest. Then he saw a clearing at the foot of the mountain with a young man and a girl. Is it them 143? When he saw them, this thought came to Crocodile's mind. Although he didn't have the appearance of the person he wanted to find. But it is said that they all look very good. Especially the boy, you will never forget him after seeing him. He has a special temperament. It must be them. Crocodile walked towards them. I didn't expect to find him without much effort. Day. Hey, kid, are you the one who is said to be able to summon phantom beasts? As Crocodile approached, he asked the boy in front of him in a deep voice. As for the girl next to him, he ignored her. Although she looked cute, Crocodile was not the kind of person who looked at appearance. Brother, is this the person you are waiting for? He is so rude. The girl said to the boy, it was Hancock. Waiting for someone? Did he sense me coming through the sight of the color? It seems that this person is indeed a bit unusual. Crocodile thought silently at this time. Mel touched Hancock's head and then said to Crocodile. Welcome here, Crocodile. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please give me free tickets and flowers. Chapter 113 Domain Expansion Phaseless Tide, because you are weak then, Crocodile, come and play. Hearing the person in front of him say so. Playing? Goo-ha-ha-ha. Crocodile took the cigar off his mouth and laughed. After laughing for a while, his face darkened. Boy, it seems that you know my name. Do you want to challenge me to become famous? But... do you think this is just playing house? Ah. In Crocodile's opinion, the man in front of him looked a little magical and might have some good strength. After all, he had just eliminated a group of pirates with tens of millions of berries. But it would be too naive to compare him with those small fish pirates. Although his bounty is not high now. The Navy has not increased his bounty in time. But if you think that his strength is really worth tens of millions of berries just based on the bounty, you will be shocked. Hearing Crocodile's words, Hancock, who was originally a little annoyed by his laughter, became angry now. This guy is so rude. Mel's fingers gently soothed Hancock, otherwise the little guy might jump over and punch Crocodile. Playing house. People with power can do nothing wrong, right? Humph. How dare you say that? Then come and try it. Let me see what kind of guy you are. Mel's words reminded Crocodile of those two people. One was collecting suns every day, and the other was running to give people trials every day. They were all joking. How could he lose to people like them who were playing house? Crocodile's reply made Mel smile. After soothing Hancock, he walked towards Crocodile. 1 step, 2 steps. Tick. It was as if a drop of water fell into the lake. The black ripples under Mel's feet swept towards the surroundings. The originally beautiful environment around was suddenly removed like a canvas. The whole world seemed to fall into a dark blue space, and there was silence. The field unfolds the formless tide. Mel, who had already come to Crocodile, muttered in his heart. As he silently recited, the entire space was fully expanded. The outside world could not see the boundaries of Moer's domain. Because they were now in a special alien space. Moer's domain boundaries were in reality. The outside world cannot be found. In the field. What is this? At this time, Crocodile's face changed drastically as he watched the surrounding environment change drastically. What ability is this? The whole world seemed to have changed. Looking at the surrounding environment, Crocodile's face suddenly became ugly. This situation does not seem to be that simple. How magical! Hancock was also curious when he looked at the surrounding scene. This strange space has never been shown by Mel. Now Hancock looked at everything around. The sky was dark blue and black, and the ground was pitch black, with no edge in sight. Day. Hancock stepped on the ground twice and found that circles of ripples with light would splash on the ground. It looked very beautiful. Where is this? Crocodile asked the person in front of him with some fear. Well, a somewhat special space, don't worry about it. Really? It seems that you want to fight me here. Then, let me test your strength. It's worth your arrogance. After hearing Mel's perfunctory answer, Crocodile didn't ask any more questions. But he saw the little girl followed in. He was also angry. She even brought a burden in when she was about to fight him. How much did she not take him seriously? Seeing that, Crocodile glanced at Hancock. Mel's bad taste also came up a little. Don't worry about her. Because. As Crocodile's pupils shrank slightly, the boy said something that didn't match his appearance. You are very weak. Wow. Brother is so handsome. I like him so much. Hearing Mel's words, Hancock behind him suddenly held her cheeks with both hands, and her eyes were like red hearts. Is what brother said just now a confession? This is to protect her for a lifetime, and be with her forever. As her imagination progressed, she finally tilted to another place. Should I be more reserved? No, it's better to be bold. Otherwise, all the opportunities will be gone. While Hancock was imagining, Crocodile laughed. Goo ha 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 ha. Then his face completely darkened. Very good, kid, you succeeded in irritating me. Tell me your name. Mare. Mare, right. Go to hell with this arrogance. Before Crocodile finished speaking, the golden hook in his left hand smashed towards Mare. It was so fast that Hancock, who was not far away, had no reaction at all. Dang! A black barrier rose directly from the ground and blocked it directly in front. Crocodile's smash on it caused ripples, and the barrier was unscathed. Don't worry, take your time. As the barrier in front of him fell, Mare also smiled slightly. The reason why he was waiting here was because he wanted someone to test his domain. And Crocodile happened to be nearby. The domain of the phaseless tide was the result of Mel's research on the demon-subduing chef. This domain is exactly his own domain, and it can be regarded as the embodiment of his inner world. Of course, his power is multifaceted now, and this domain only represents a part of his power. After possessing this domain, Mel wanted to find someone to try it, just as he said, just to play around and try the effect. Although he wanted to try it, he had to find someone with decent strength. The crocodile who came in front of him was a suitable candidate. World Transformation Desert. As Mel silently chanted in his heart, the whole world also changed under Crocodile's shocked eyes. Sand, golden sand began to appear from the dark ground to the horizon. The sky also turned into blue sky and white clouds, and there was sunshine. The whole world seemed to have come to the desert, with hot air and twisted airflow. Crocodile looked at everything around him and felt a little dreamy. Has he been teleported to the desert? What kind of ability is this? Spatial ability? Goo. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please vote and flowers. Chapter 114 The ability to create a domain, the Sandman hurt by the sand. Crocodile, please show me. Mare smiled slightly. Then he turned and walked towards the curious Hancock. Performance? This guy. At this time, Crocodile heard what Mare said, his face darkened. No longer entangled with Mare's ability. Sent him to this desert area, and dared to give him the back. Then he gave him death as he wished. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Crocodile suddenly rushed towards Mare's back. After the arm was enlarged, it turned into a crescent-shaped sand blade and slashed towards Mare. Danger! Suddenly, a sense of danger came from behind him. Crocodile forced to turn around and dodge to the side. I saw a sand blade slashing past where he was just now. What is this? He turned around and looked. His pupils shrank slightly, and he saw a guy who looked exactly like him appear in front of him. Before Crocodile could continue to be shocked, the imitator in front of him had already spun a small tornado in his hand. Sandstorm. The imitator swung it towards Crocodile's position 470. Whoosh! Whoosh! A tornado of more than 20 meters began to sweep. This feeling. This fake can actually use his ability. At this time, Crocodile had turned into sand and gathered again to the side. He looked at the fake in front of him and his face became gloomy. What kind of ability is this? He can actually use his ability and pose a threat to him. Crocodile looked at the fake in front of him with some fear. No matter what. Get rid of this guy first. A fake is a fake, even if he can really use his power. He didn't think he couldn't even beat a fake. When Crocodile and his replica were confronting each other, Mare had returned to Hancock's side. Watching Mel come back, Hancock held her red face and glanced at him secretly. Then she said, "I do." Day. Hancock, who was originally a little cute, suddenly returned to normal. She covered her forehead and looked at Mel tenderly. "Brother, don't always flick my forehead, I'm not smart anymore." "It's because you're too smart. You're so young, don't always think about it," Mare said lightly. Hee. Then can I think about it when I grow up?" He didn't reply. The ground on which the two of them were standing began to rise towards the sky. Then it turned into white stone. Soon, the inverted cone-shaped white stone several meters wide rose into the air. From here, you can clearly see the duel between the two figures below. "It's so high, I'm scared." Hancock looked at the surrounding scene below, with a cunning look in her eyes. While speaking, she jumped up and hung directly on Mel like a koala. Mare ignored her. A white jade chair appeared directly on the white stone. Then he sat on it directly, and Hancock also lay in his arms. Mare looked at the two fighting figures below. The figure opposite Crocodile that looked like him was a simulation of Crocodile by Mare. The essence of his domain is creation. It can be imaginative or close to reality. Obviously, the consumption of the two is completely different. How to reasonably distribute power is exactly what this domain needs. Of course, the most valuable thing in this domain is creation. If you can deeply understand the essence of creation, then there are too many things you can do. This is not an easy thing. But you can take it slowly. Now, have fun with Crocodile first. Sandstorm. Sandstorm. The two sandstorms collided directly, and the collision of the two sandstorms caused the strong wind to collapse, and then rushed towards the surroundings. Hoo! 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 And Crocodile also rushed forward and collided with the other party. Bang! Crocodile jumped back, his forehead wrinkled. He had discovered that the other party was gradually imitating his combat experience. The originally unfamiliar fighting style became fluent later. He looked up at a suspended stone cone in the sky, his eyes full of fascinating eyes. That guy. Is he playing a trick on him? What a joke. He was having fun with the puppet here. And that guy was watching leisurely from above. After being angry, Crocodile forced himself to calm down. Because from the current point of view, he is currently at a disadvantage, and he doesn't want to be an incompetent and angry weakling. Now all he has to do is to defeat the puppet in front of him, and then go over to show that guy a good lesson. Desert Diamond Sword. While Crocodile was thinking, the puppet also turned into sand and rushed over. Facing the puppet that turned into sand, Crocodile directly turned his hands into 4 large sand blades and attacked him. Hey! The puppet directly turned part of its body into sand in advance to avoid Crocodile's attack. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Then he adjusted his body shape and swung the crescent blade at Crocodile. Crocodile also turned into sand and didn't dare to take it head-on. Facing such an attack, he either dodges or attacks back. If he wants to resist, he probably needs Haki, but his Haki is still very weak and can't withstand such an attack. After fighting here for a while, he has discovered the weirdness of the desert and the puppet in front of him. Although he has never used haki, the sand blade and other attacks swung by this guy can hurt him. You know, he is a sandman with the ability of the sand fruit, and he can be hurt by sand. Isn't this a joke? But this is the situation now. Fortunately, his attack can also work on the guy in front of him. Otherwise, there is no need to fight. Desert Great Sword. Desert Great Sword. The two huge killing blades collided directly. After cutting each other, the two figures turned directly into gravel and floated back to the two side. Crocodile saw a bloodstain on his chest. And the other party was the same. It's really hard to deal with this guy. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please vote and flowers. Chapter 115 Shamojian, he won't lose again. Crocodile, I'll make it a little harder for you. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Crocodile's ears. Crocodile looked towards the location of the voice. I saw a somewhat illusory image appear there, it was Mel. At this time, Crocodile no longer bothered about Mel's ability. He asked back. Increase the difficulty? Humph. Use whatever skills you have. Don't think that hiding on it will be fine. I feel relieved when you say that. I hope you can still be so energetic next time. As Mel's words fell, the puppet opposite Crocodile's eyes glowed with gold. Now he will become an upgraded version of Crocodile. In Mel's opinion, Crocodile's fruit ability has now awakened. Currently, his physical fitness is only A, and physical fitness or vitality accounts for the largest proportion. Although he has a lot of physical fitness, it is undoubtedly much worse than those monsters. And it doesn't mean that everything will be fine after awakening. Even if he awakens, he can develop more powerful moves. Of course, this and physical fitness are always complementary. Quicksand Hell. With the upgrade of the puppet, it starts with a big move. The yellow sand is rising, and the ground where Crocodile is located is collapsing towards the ground within a radius of 10 meters. Crocodile feels the quicksand falling under his feet, and then looks at the quicksand rising upwards around the pit. Directly sandification wants to rise with the rising quicksand. Sand Shadow Sword. Sand swords are shot directly from top to bottom towards the position where Crocodile wants to rise. The dense blades force Crocodile to appear directly. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Crocodile directly enlarged his arm and turned it into a crescent-shaped sand blade to smash all the sharp blades shot at him. However, when he appeared and smashed the sharp blades, the impact also flowed down with the sand pit below. Because the direction of the sand pit changed, the quicksand that was originally rising around him suddenly flowed downward. If Crocodile went up, he could see that there were rising sand flows on both sides of the pit where he was more than 10 meters apart. These two sand flows were drawn from the pit where Crocodile was 30 meters underground. Sandland Coffin. The rising sand flow buried Crocodile under the pit like a wave. Underground, looking at the sinking quicksand around him and the sand waves burying him above his head, Crocodile's face was gloomy. It was really bold to bury him in the desert. But he didn't dare to neglect it, and the sand roll surged directly from his hand. Before the sand waves above his head fell. Heavy sandstorm. Boom. The quicksand on the ground seemed to explode. The sand waves above Crocodile's head also exploded and swept up to the sky. He rushed up with the sand. When he came out, his eyeballs shrank slightly. Swoosh. A rotating sand gun was shooting at him. Sandstorm Spear. A trivial trick. Looking at the gun flying over, Crocodile turned the place where it was about to shoot into sand, prepared to dodge with it. But when he thought he could survive this disaster, the entire sand gun dispersed and shot directly at Crocodile with the rotation force. Wow! Crocodile turned into sand and dodged to the side. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect this gun to be so insidious. He was caught off guard and suffered a hidden loss. Sandstorm. When Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face suddenly changed and he turned around. I saw his copy had come behind him. This guy was so fast. When this thought flashed through Crocodile's mind, the copy in front of him showed an evil smile. Sand Dance of Erosion. The wind blew, and the surging sand flow moved with the wind. A tornado rose where Crocodile and the other man were fighting. The moisture in the air was quickly eroded, and the sand on the ground swept by the tornado was directly sandified more thoroughly and turned into powder. After a while, The tornado ended. Crocodile had also been sand-iffied to the side. At this time, he saw that his arms had become a little dry and there were many scars on his body. Cough. Cough. He coughed lightly and felt the dryness in his throat and his face was very dry. At this time, Crocodile's face was full of disbelief. As a user of the sand fruit, he was actually drained of a lot of water by a fake during the fight. This is really annoying. He silently absorbed the water from the surrounding air to replenish his own water. At this time, he looked up at the sky, and the guy was hovering in the air like a sandstorm. Shamojian. For several kilometers in radius, water gathered towards the sky. The desert was drying up, breaking, and turning into powder. That was a move that eroded life. Time passed. On Aska Island, in an open space under a mountain, Crocodile lay quietly on the ground. His body looked very dry and full of scars. And Crocodile stared blankly at the sky. The blue sky, floating clouds, breeze, everything around was good, but his mood was not beautiful. He was defeated again, and was defeated by a puppet. Unlike before, it was a more tragic defeat. Defeated in the field he was good at. It really makes people feel powerless. Crocodile got up with some effort, and the water began to recover a little. He got up and staggered towards a certain location. Mare? It seems that there is one more guy to defeat. Next time, he will not lose again. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 116 Two-Faced Sukuna arrives in Wano country, Kurozumi Orikai's card. When Crocodile made up his mind. Grand Line. Wano country. The flower capital, Shogun's mansion. Cherry blossoms are in full bloom, and there is a scene of singing and dancing around. In a room in the Shogun's mansion. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. A man with a burly figure, a big head and mouth, a square face, and a crown on the left side of his head sat on the tatami. He looked at the secret guard in front of him in shock. Even though the wine bowl in his hand fell and the wine spilled on his yellow collar, he didn't care at all. You said the King of Terror is here, and that legendary pirate actually came to Wano country. How is it possible? How did he get up here? This person is the current general of Wano country, Kurozumi Orikai. But now he looks at a loss. Because that man has arrived. Although Orikai doesn't pay much attention to overseas intelligence, he doesn't know much about other pirates in the New World. But there is one pirate he knows more clearly, and that is the King of Terror Ryomen Sukuna, who has already made a name for himself in the New World. Because of what that man said after defeating the Big Mom pirates. The entire New World is his territory. In everyone's eyes, it is undoubtedly a declaration of war on the entire New World. If someone else said this, it would only make people feel wishful thinking and become a joke. But the man who defeated the Big Mom pirates, one of the overlords of the New World pirates, single-handedly. With the strength of that man, no one would think he was joking. It is precisely because he is so dangerous that the man's route is also watched by various countries and pirate bigwigs in the New World. At the same time, because of the seriousness of the matter, Kurozumi Murasaki, as the wise man behind Orikai, told Orikai about the danger of the situation. And Orikai also knew the existence of the King of Fear Ryomen Sukuna. He didn't know how powerful this man was. But he knew that Kurozumi Murasaki said that Big Mom in the New World was a more powerful pirate than Kaido. But he still lost the war, so you know how monstrous that man is. Now that this man has come to Wano country, he feels that Kaido can't even protect himself. Not to mention himself. Ahem, calm down. Lord Orikai. Looking at Orikai's panic, an old cough came from behind him. An old woman with a hooked nose and loose white hair reminded Orikai. Now that the secret guards are still in front of him, Orikai has lost all his dignity. Although his dignity is not much. Yes, Grandmamuchan, what should I do now? Kaido seems to be unable to beat that big pirate. At this time, Orikai turned his head to Kurozumi-muchan behind him. Ask anxiously. Kurozumi-muchan shook her head and motioned the secret guards to retreat first. After the secret guards left, she smiled grimly. Doesn't that man want the entire New World as his territory? Then we can make contact first, pretend to surrender, and if Kaido is defeated, we can also take advantage of the situation to have a bigger backer. Hearing what Kurozumi-muchan said, Kurozumi Orikai's face was a little uncertain. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the idea of surrender, although Kaido, who is now entrenched in Wano country, is indeed his backer. But at least on the surface, it is in the name of cooperation, not just a relationship of superiors and subordinates. Looking at Kurozumi Orikai's expression, Kurozumi Muchin also knew that his self-esteem was at work. The reason why she didn't say cooperation directly was that she had a certain understanding of the man nicknamed the King of Fear. That man is absolutely the only one in the world. Going up and saying cooperation directly is simply a suicidal act. So it's better to prepare Kurozumi Orikai in advance, so as not to be confused and cause trouble. Lord Orikai, this is only temporary. That man is alone. Even if we really surrender to him, you will still be in charge of Wano country. And Kaido may not necessarily be defeated. After hearing what Kurozumi Murasaki said, Orikai finally nodded. Then this matter is free from Murasaki. If it were usual, Orikai would not be so respectful. But every time it comes to a critical moment, it is Kurozumi Murasaki who helping and giving advice. It is the same now. At this time, Orikai's attitude will be much better. And Kurozumi Mushin doesn't care about Orikai's attitude. She just wants the Kurozumi family to prosper again. Then let me, an old woman, go to negotiate. And we have a card. If it doesn't go well this time, we can also use it. Hearing Kurozumi Mushin's words, Orikai was a little confused. The King of Terror is so powerful, he doesn't remember what cards he has except Kaido. Is it possible to resist with Kurozumi Mushin's magic? Looking at Kurozumi Orikai's puzzled eyes, Kurozumi Mushin was also a little disappointed. Kojiki Oden of the Kojiki family and his 9 retainers. Hearing Kurozumi Mushin's words, Kurozumi Orikai immediately came back to his senses. Kojiki Oden, yes, and Kojiki Oden, gu he he he. Let's do it. When Oden was mentioned, the 1.6 bad points in Kurozumi Orikai's brain popped up all at once. It would be much easier for Orikai to control that guy. After all, that idiot has been dancing for several years. If he can do such a thing, it is not difficult to control him. Seeing Orikai wake up, Kurozumi Mushin nodded. At least Orikai's brain is still quite smart when it comes to Kojiki Oden. She nodded to Kurozumi Orikai and walked out. Following her was Kurozumi Chanmaru, who is known as the Biwa Master. This trip may be dangerous, and Kurozumi Mushin also needs to take some insurance. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 117 Kojiki Oden sets off, Jin's indulgence. Wano country, Rabbit Bowl. Day. A figure walked in the wilderness, two-faced Sukuna. He walked and looked at the scene in the distance leisurely. Here you can see some buildings of weapons factories, and some smoke drifting far into the sky, which looks a bit depressing with the gloomy sky. But this does not prevent Ryomen Sukuna from moving forward leisurely. The journey along the way is just a scenery for him. No matter what the scenery is, it doesn't matter if you enjoy it casually. This time, Ryomen Sukuna still spent a lot of effort to come to Wano country. There are many chaotic currents around Wano country, and it is quite troublesome to cross those currents. After all, Ryomen Sukuna himself will not drive a boat. When he came to the new world, the boat was changed more frequently than clothes. Whether it was due to weather reasons, pirate artillery fire, or the reasons of the boatman himself. Due to Ryomen Sukuna's indifference, the boat was changed again and again, and this time was the same. When he came to the waterfall outside the border of Wano country. 08. The people on the boat used the usual method, directly catching those carps and taking the boat upstream to the waterfall. Then fortunately, the boat capsized halfway. As for the capsized boat, Ryomen Sukuna was too lazy to care. He rushed up directly with Moon Step. Ryomen Sukuna didn't care about the burden of using Moon Step for a long time, and he could recover through Reversal Magician. As for endurance, it goes without saying, and this country has been included in Ryomen Sukuna's ability. Nowadays, Wano country, with a population of millions, can provide negative energy for Ryomen Sukuna. Most of the people in this country are not living well under the governance of Kurozumi Orikai, and there is still a lot of negative energy. Boom! 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 With a roar, an animal that looks like a giant lizard and is more than 20 meters long ran to not far from Ryomen Sukuna. Finally, under Ryomen Sukuna's gaze, an old woman and an old man walked down from the giant lizard. Sir, welcome to Wano country. Looking at the old woman in front of him introducing herself. Ryomen Sukuna felt a little bored. He had no interest in the old woman in front of him. Kurozumi Mushin kept watching Ryomen Sukuna's expression and saw that he was not uninterested. He didn't waste time and went straight to the point. I represent General Orakai of the Kurozumi family in Wano country and am willing to join your army. Don't you want the entire New World as your territory? Our General Orakai can help you manage Wano country very well. Ryomen Sukuna didn't care at all about what the old woman said. He didn't stop and continued walking. Seeing Ryomen Sukuna's reaction, Kurozumi Mushin was stunned for a moment. Your Excellency, Your Excellency! Puff! After Kurozumi Mushin shouted twice, a stream of blood spurted out. Kurozumi Mushin looked down at her shoulder and saw that her right hand was directly cut off. You are so noisy. Let me make one thing clear, old woman. I don't need your consent to have a territory. As Ryomen Sukuna's voice came over, Kurozumi Mushin finally reacted. Kurozumi Chanmaru beside her also widened his eyes. He had no idea what happened just now. If the magic just now was their heads, they would probably be beheaded now. Watching Kurozumi Chanmaru beside him raise his hands, Kurozumi Mushin endured the piercing pain and gestured to him with his left hand. Stop. Yes, sir, I was reckless, so I'll take my leave first. Kurozumi Mushin lowered his head tremblingly. Then he left without even picking up the broken arm under his feet. And Ryomen Sukuna was still walking leisurely. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the enemy came. He just needed to wait. No need to worry about anything else. On the other side, in the Shogun's mansion, Kurozumi Orakai soon learned the news. He didn't expect that he would be ignored even after he surrendered. What a shame. But now is not the time to be angry. He began to summon Kojiki Oden through the unique communication tool of Wano country, Tianluo. An hour later, Kojiki Oden came to the Shogun's mansion. Kurozumi Mushin and Kurozumi Chanmaru had also returned to the Shogun's mansion. Orakai, are you telling the truth? At this time, Kojiki Oden looked at Orakai with some surprise. That's right, Oden, this country is being invaded by foreign pirates. As long as you can defeat him with your retainers, I can release all the hostages. Hearing Orakai's affirmative answer, Kojiki Oden agreed without much thought. In addition to the hostages, the invading pirates also touched his heart. Kaido, the beast, is one of them. It's just that this country has long been in his clutches. Now, I don't know what will happen if other vicious pirates invade. As Oden walked out of the door, Kurozumi Orakai's rampant laughter came from the house. He thought it would be best if Oden and that guy were both defeated, and then Kaido would be notified to pick up the leak. This is undoubtedly the best way. As Oden returned, he began to summon his retainers. As he stated, the 9 retainers also looked solemn. Among them, Kinemon was even more opposed. Lord Oden, Orakai definitely has bad intentions. We know nothing about that pirate. It's too dangerous to go up rashly. Maybe we can join forces with him to overthrow Kaido's rule. Hearing Kinemon's words, the others nodded. They didn't know about Ryomen Sukuna or didn't know much about him. As early as knowing the danger of Ryomen Sukuna, Kurozumi Musashi had forbidden Kojiki Oden to disclose the newspaper information about him. In this blockaded country, Oden has very limited channels for information. Sometimes he still needs to rely on Orakai. Although everyone opposed it, Kojiki Oden still insisted on going. Because he had an agreement with Orakai, and he still believed in that agreement. When Kaido was about to be attacked by a big pirate, he was still indifferent. This already shows what kind of person he is. He also wanted to go alone to face the pirate this time, but the retainers headed by the Jinyue obviously would not agree. After leaving a letter at home, Kojiki Oden and his retainers set off in a mighty procession. On the other side, on the island of ghosts, King saw the movements of Ryomen Sukuna and Oden's actions. He turned his head and looked at Kaido, who was a little drunk and sleeping soundly. He had no intention of waking him up. That man was too dangerous, and he hoped that Kaido could eliminate the potential threat when fighting him. It is obvious that the biggest threat to Kaido's rule in Wano country is Kojiki Oden. Now just wait for a while. P.S. The new book is launched, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 118 Kinemon with a broken arm, because he is very noisy. Ryomen Sukuna walked aimlessly in the wilderness. Sometimes he stopped to look at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking, and sometimes he sat on a boulder and stared blankly when passing by a stream. There was no special purpose for all this, just doing whatever he wanted. Day. 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 A burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Ryomen Sukuna looked over casually, seeing a tall figure followed by 9 figures running quickly. The figures behind were wearing uniform clothing, hats, and outer robes, and many of them were carrying swords. Looked quite oppressive. As they got closer and closer to Ryomen Sukuna, their speed slowly decreased, and finally they came in front of Ryomen Sukuna. They were Kojiki Oden and his retainers. Looking at the man sitting on the boulder in front of them, some of them began to think that this man was really a ferocious invader. It didn't look like Kaido's oppression at all. Does such a pirate need Lord Oden to take action? But when they thought of his information, they didn't dare to underestimate him too much. They didn't know Ryomen Sukuna's current bounty. Their understanding of him was limited to the fact that he had kidnapped celestial dragons in his name, and they didn't reveal much about other snakes. The celestial dragons do not have that much authority in this blockaded country. In their impression, they are equivalent to the power class like daimyo. Only Kojiki Oden, who has been to sea, and 2 fur tribes, Inuarashi and Nekogami, know the weight of the celestial dragons. But they look at the man in front of them at this moment. At this moment, the 2 Ryomen Sukuna does not fit the description of a vicious pirate. Looking at the man in front of him, Kinemon began to volunteer to negotiate with Oden after whispering with him. Seeing such an enemy in front of him, he immediately smelled an opportunity from Oden's hesitant eyes. Sir, what is your purpose in coming to Wano country? Is it to defeat Kaido? Some big pirates have always come here to challenge Kaido. And the pirates who can come to challenge Kaido are not too weak. The man in front of him may not be the vicious person who seizes the country. In this case, there is no conflict with them, and maybe they can cooperate. The Jinyue thought so. I think we can have some cooperation. The person next to me is Lord Oden. He should have been the general of Wano country, but the despicable Orokai used despicable means to seize the position of general. We can help you resist Kaido's men. This Isa. Kinemon suddenly screamed as he spoke. Tick. Tick-tock. His right hand broke directly, and blood began to gush and fall to the ground. Ryomen Sukuna sat on a boulder and looked down at them, one hand on his chin. He looked at the group of people in front of him indifferently, and Kinemon's chattering made him a little annoyed. Shut up, you idiot who talks to yourself. At this time, Oden and his retainers all put their hands on the hilt of the knife, with a look of shock and anger on their faces. The anger of Oden's retainers began to burn. Kinemon's hand was broken. What kind of sorcery is this? And Oden blamed himself. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? He actually slashed at people directly. He had noticed some strange fluctuations just now, but he had no time to stop it. This man is really vicious and was deceived by his appearance. Everyone's thoughts gradually tended to be consistent. This kind of person who fights when there is a disagreement, especially when Kinemon did not say anything bad, is simply a vicious pirate. Oden had already pulled out the 2 swords from his waist. Clang! Clang! The sound of the swords being unsheathed was clear and audible. 2 of the great swords, the 21 works of the great swords, second only to the supreme large sword, are Aim no Habibage and Inma. Aim no Habibage is known as the famous sword that can cut down even the sky, and Inma is known as the famous sword that can conquer even hell. When Kojiki Oden used these 2 famous swords, he was so powerful that it was unimaginable when using the 2-sword style. You are really too much, why did you do this to Kinemon? Looking at the guy holding 2 swords in front of him, he asked angrily. Ryomen Sukuna showed a wanton evil smile. Because he is noisy. At this time, Ryomen Sukuna began to stand up, looking down at Kojiki Oden and his retainers. You look good, just in time to play with me. Hearing Ryomen Sukuna's answer and invitation to fight, Kojiki Oden's anger also began to rise, and it turned out to be such a reason. He waved his hand and asked his retainers to take the Jinyue and the broken arm on the ground and retreat first. Kanjuro, you take Kinemon back first and see if you can connect the arm. No need, Lord Oden, how can I go back to heal while you are fighting here? This is really not what a qualified retainer would do. Hearing Kojiki Oden's words, Kinemon, who was in pain at the beginning and now endured the pain, began to reject Oden's kindness. Kinemon, this is my order. Lord Oden. Hearing Oden's words, Kinemon began to cry. And Ryomen Sukuna next to him was speechless when he saw the 2 people interacting affectionately there. Is he too tolerant? Swoosh! In an instant, Ryomen Sukuna came in front of Kojiki Odin. Hands were wrapped with domineering power that shook the sky. Just a moment. When Kojiki Odin's pupils shrank sharply and he was extremely shocked. Boom! Kojiki Odin flew out directly like a cannonball. Bang! 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 Where his figure passed, trees were pierced and boulders were smashed. Finally, Odin smashed directly into a stone wall, and the stone wall was directly smashed with dense cracks in the center where Odin was. Wow! Kojiki Odin, who came back to his senses, spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped the corner of his mouth. Raising his head, he looked at Ryomen Sukuna in the distance with a complicated expression. In that moment just now, he seemed to see Roger's figure. That was the first time he met Roger. This guy is so powerful. Lord Odin. On Ryomen Sukuna's side, Odin's retainers all looked stiffly at Kojiki Odin who flew far away. Then they looked at the man in front of them in shock. This man is so powerful. Even Kaido couldn't have knocked Lord Odin away like this. Minister. P.S. New book is launched, please collect, please vote and flowers. Chapter 119 The small fish should have the awareness of small fish, and score twice. Crack. Crack. In the distance, Kojiki Odin pressed his sword hand on the stone wall, and with a force, he broke free from the concave stone wall. Then he jumped off the stone wall and rushed towards the two Sukuna in the distance. Go. Because Kinemon and the others are in danger. At this time, in front of Ryomen Sukuna, the 9 retainers of Kojiki Odin have all drawn their weapons. No matter how powerful the man in front of them is, as retainers, they must strive for victory for Lord Odin. Foxfire style. Duplicate technique. Destroy Nanmu River. At this time, the 9 people used their own skills. Even Kinemon held the knife in his left hand and chopped at Ryomen Sukuna. Facing the many retainers of Kojiki Odin who attacked him with determination, Ryomen Sukuna's face was very calm. Swish! In just a moment, he turned into an invisible shadow and escaped from the coverage of their joint attack. Then he came to the side of Kinemon. Bang! There was a loud noise. Wow! Kinemon shot out directly, and the red blood drops spit out from Kinemon's mouth were still floating in the air, which was enchanting and beautiful. Kinemon. Kanjuro, who was next to Kinemon, watched Kinemon burst out and rushed towards Ryomen Sukuna. Facing Kanjuro, he attacked with a big pen. Bang! Ryomen Sukuna's fist hit Kanjuro's stomach firmly. He also vomited blood and burst directly towards Kinemon. Kinemon. Kanjuro. At this time, Ashuraduji, Reizo, and others were all shocked and angry. They didn't expect that the 9 of them would besiege, but 2 people were directly hammered away in just one encounter. They didn't know whether their injuries were serious. But before they could continue to worry, Ryomen Sukuna had already appeared behind the 2 fur tribes, Inuarashi and Nikobelly Snake. Snap! The heads of the 2 were directly grabbed by Ryomen Sukuna. Bang! Bang! A loud noise came directly from the sky. The 2 heads collided directly, and at the same time, the shock wave of the armed color surged out of the hands of Ryomen Sukuna. The shock wave collided directly at the point where the 2 heads collided. A huge explosion sounded. The eyes of Inuarashi and Nikobelly Snake turned white, and the hair on their heads turned black and smoked. Inuarashi. Nikobelly Snake. In the anger of Ashuraduji and Reizo, Ryomen Sukuna threw the 2 unconscious fur tribes to the back like throwing garbage. He, who was of normal height, formed a strong contrast with the tall Inuarashi and Nikobelly Snake in his hands. You bastard! How dare you wah! Seeing the miserable state of Inuarashi and others, Denjiro couldn't help but say angrily. But before Denjiro finished speaking, one of his arms fell. Others were shocked and angry when they saw that Denjiro's arm was suddenly broken, and at the same time they were a little scared. How could this man be so powerful? Who on earth is he? Looking at Odin shooting from a distance, Ryomen Sukuna looked at the guys who were beginning to be afraid to act rashly, and his mouth opened with an evil smile. You should be aware of being a small fry. Hearing Ryomen Sukuna's ridicule and Lord Odin rushing over, a few looked at each other and gritted their teeth to continue attacking. Stop it! Looking at the retainers who were almost killed in just a few rounds, and Ashuraduji was still trying to continue, Kojiki Odin couldn't help but blame himself and his anger value exploded. Don't even think about hurting them in front of me. Kojiki Odin said as his speed suddenly increased. The armed color domineering was wrapped around the double swords in his hands, and he swung them at Ryomen Sukuna at high speed. Odin 2 sword style Daowen Shirataki. A flash of sword light appeared. Ryomen Sukuna jumped up directly. The sword light spun and passed by. Boom! 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 All the rocks and trees that blocked the sword were cut off. The powerful slashing caused a strong vibration in the surrounding area, which was the sound of rocks sliding and trees falling. What a powerful slashing, worthy of Lord Odin. Looking at the powerful slashing displayed by Kojiki Odin, the remaining few people couldn't help but regain their confidence. Their lord was also not weak. It was still unknown whether they would win against the powerful enemy in front of them. Not bad, your swordsmanship is not bad. The swordsmanship displayed by Kojiki Odin made Ryomen Sukuna slightly interested. Ryomen Sukuna's praise did not cause a response from Kojiki Odin. He turned around and looked at Reizo, Ashuraduji, and others. Reizo, send the wounded to the hospital as soon as possible, leave this to me. Lord Odin, no, we have to stay and help you. Kojiki Odin's words made Reizo and the others shake their heads. The enemy was so strong, how could they abandon their lord and leave by themselves? Be obedient, the enemy is too strong now, I can't concentrate all my strength here. Seeing Reizo and the others shaking their heads, Odin was a little anxious. The enemy is a little too strong now. And he still has that kind of elusive slash, now it's just slashing on the arm, if it's slashing on the neck, it will be fatal. He doesn't know whether Reizo and the others can use the armed color domineering protection in time, nor does he know whether their domineering strength can defend against those weird slashes. Lord Odin. Hearing Odin's words, Reizo and the others gritted their teeth. They can't be a burden to Lord Odin here. Hey hey hey. After Odin and his retainers once again when he scored twice. Ryomen Sukuna felt a little funny for some reason. Is he really too tolerant? They were able to interact twice in front of him. They really don't take him seriously. The guy in front of him happened to use swordsmanship to slash, so let's have some fun. Thinking about the domain that had just been upgraded not long ago. Ryomen Sukuna made a seal casually on his hand. Domain expansion. It seemed as if water drops fell on the ground. The surrounding environment also began to dim, and the surrounding world seemed to have changed. The ground was black and grey, and the sky was dark red. Feeling the sudden change in the environment, Odin not far away and Reizo who had just made up his mind were all startled. They cast their eyes on Ryomen Sukuna. Then, they seemed to feel that there was a bloody monster behind the man in front of them looking at them. Demon subduing chef. As Ryomen Sukuna's last spell fell, a strange red door and a pile of skeletons underneath appeared, and the ground turned into a strange blue-green reflection. What is this? P.S. A new book is launched, please collect, please vote and flowers. Chapter 120. Do you really think I'm a dead person? The miserable defeat of Kojiki Odin. Looking at the strange space around. At this time, Odin and Reizo were shocked. At the same time, a creepy feeling surged in their bodies. Where is this? What kind of witchcraft is it? It looks very strange and powerful. Looking at everything around, Reizo couldn't help but exclaimed. And Kojiki Odin was also surprised to see the surrounding scenes. His senses told him that this place was very dangerous and he needed to evacuate here quickly, looking at the light at the end of the field. So he said to Reizo and the others. You leave quickly, don't delay any longer. Looking at the anxious look on Kojiki Odin's face, Reizo and the others also felt something was wrong. Then he nodded seriously. Lord Odin, we are waiting for your triumphant return. No problem Reizo. When Odin answered that it was no problem, his pupils shrank sharply. Reizo was cut in half. He felt that he was falling to the ground, looking at Kojiki Odin's shocked and angry look. Reizo said the last sentence. Lord Odin. Bang. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded, and bright red blood rushed out. Then it slowly penetrated the field and seeped into the ground. I say, are you done yet? Do you really think I'm a dead person? At this time, the voice of Ryomen Sukuna also came over. But Kojiki Odin could no longer hear anything. He listened to Reizo's last shout of Lord Odin, and felt anger rising to his head, and his pupils dilated like a beast. Ryomen Sukuna. Facing Ryomen Sukuna, Kojiki Odin began to shout his name. He held the two famous swords tightly in his hands. Bang! Kojiki Odin stepped hard on the ground and rushed towards Ryomen Sukuna. The air seemed to be blown away by him. Mogen Shirataki. Facing the weapon that was slashing at him. Ryomen Sukuna's mouth corners slightly raised. Countless slashes appeared directly on Kojiki Oden's weapon. Dang! 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 The crisp sound kept colliding with Kojiki Oden's blade. And Kojiki Oden's attack also ended. But he had already arrived in front of Ryomen Sukuna. And Ryomen Sukuna also stretched out his hand to grab Kojiki Oden's face. Looking at the person in front of him, he was so bold. Kojiki Oden was not polite either. Prepared to swing the knife in his hand to cut off his arm. Chi! The sound of slashing through the flesh sounded. Kojiki Oden's arms were directly cut with several wounds that penetrated deep into his bone marrow. What is this? The appearance of the wounds immediately woke Kojiki Oden up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He could no longer catch the trace of the invisible slash just now, and his arm did not have time to harden the armament haki. At this time, he began to notice a difference between the slash in the domain of Ryomen Sukuna and the slash without using the domain. He was ready to activate the armament haki of the whole body. But when he wanted to defend, his head had been grabbed by Ryomen Sukuna. Bang! Kojiki Oden was directly pressed to the ground by Ryomen Sukuna. At the same time, the impact of armament haki blasted out from Ryomen Sukuna's hands. Wow! Oden in Ryomen Sukuna's hands felt a splitting headache and screamed. But his strong physical fitness prevented him from dizziness. He gritted his teeth and used the double swords. As soon as Ryomen Sukuna let go, Oden successfully got rid of Ryomen Sukuna's right hand that was like an iron clamp. Looking at Kojiki Oden who had escaped from his control, Ryomen Sukuna laughed evilly. Try your best. Let me have some fun. Otherwise, they will die. Looking at the man in front of him pointing his finger at Ashuraduji and the others, Kojiki Oden couldn't help but get angry. He rushed towards the man in front of him with all his strength. The blade in his hand seemed to be surrounded by lightning. That was the top realm of the top swordsman's breathing of all things. Its essence is the derivative of will. It has the same effect as the entanglement of the domineering color domineering. Oden's two-sword style Daowen 10 fists. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took. Ryomen Sukuna's domain was withdrawn. Around him, it seemed that there were corpses with scars all over the ground. He didn't pay attention to so much and began to walk leisurely. After a while, a big lizard rumbled to the scene. Kurozumi Orakai, Kurozumi Mushin, and some ninja warriors walked down from above. At this time, they looked at the scene that looked like a corpse on the ground. They couldn't help but shudder. Then Kurozumi Orakai, Kurozumi Mushin, and others quickly came to the fallen Kojiki Oden. Looking at his scars all over his body, he even lost one of his left hands. His miserable condition shocked Kurozumi Mushin. This man who once made Kaido, the beast of all beasts, was defeated by Sukuna so quickly and ended up in such a miserable state. That man is indeed terrifying. It is no wonder that he defeated the great pirate Big Mom who was known as the Steel Balloon and never hurt. Fortunately, he was not angered before, otherwise. Is that man the king of fear? It's so terrible. Even Kojiki Oden was defeated like this. At this time, Kurozumi Orakai couldn't help but feel palpitations, but soon a smile appeared on his face again. Guhi, no matter what, Kojiki Oden is now in my hands. I must torture him well. While Kurozumi Orakai said this, the people behind also brought some sea stone handcuffs and other shackles to put on the fallen people. This time, Kurozumi Mushin used a telescope to observe the movements here from a distance. She didn't expect the battle to end in a short time. Although it didn't achieve the effect of both sides being injured. But at least Kojiki Oden of the Kojiki family was picked up by them. Lord Orakai, the others may be left for later disposal. But it's best to deal with Kojiki Oden as soon as possible. That man hasn't left the country yet. What changes are unpredictable later. Be prepared. Kurozumi Murasaki heard that Orakai still wanted to torture Kojiki Oden and immediately advised this. After hearing Kurozumi Murasaki's advice, Kurozumi Orakai hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind. He finally chose to listen to Kurozumi Murasaki's advice. So he took out a pistol from his arms. Then he pointed it at Kojiki Oden's head on the ground. When he was about to shoot, Kojiki Oden's eyes suddenly opened. A strong sense of crisis made him sober again. Orakai. A ghost-like voice sounded. Kurozumi Orakai was frightened by Kojiki Oden's suddenly opened eyes, and the gun in his hand almost flew out. P.S. The new book is set sail, please collect, please vote and flowers. Chapter 121 Odin's Fall, looks good. Odin. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Kojiki Odin opened his eyes wide and stared at him. Kurozumi Orakai couldn't help but scream. At the same time, he began to tremble with fear. Calm down, Lord Orakai, he is just a spent force now, don't be scared by him. Hearing what Kurozumi Mushin said, and looking at Kojiki Odin on the ground, he just stared at him and didn't seem to get up. He calmed down all of a sudden, and now he remembered that there was Kurozumi Chanmaru next to him. Even if Kojiki Odin was not injured, he couldn't do anything to him, not to mention that he looked like he was struggling to move now. Moreover, Kurozumi Orakai set his sights on several figures who had been arrested by his men with sea stone shackles. These are Kojiki Odin's retainers. As soon as his eyes turned, bad water came out. Odin, you lost the battle. It's a shame for Wano country. Now you should take this shame to the underworld to atone for your sins. Hearing Orakai's words in a hurry. At the same time, he started to point the pistol at his forehead. Kojiki Odin on the ground opened his eyes wider and began to burn with anger. Seeing that Kojiki Odin seemed to be ready to get up at any time, Kurozumi Orakai said hurriedly. Odin, look at the retainers next to you, they look seriously injured. You'd better not resist. So I can help them treat it later. But if you resist, even if you can run away. But they will die. Hearing Orakai's words, Odin on the ground turned his head with some effort to look at Denjiro and others around him. The flames in his eyes gradually extinguished. Guhahaha, that's right, Odin, I can even let them go, so don't move. Orakai's laughter began to spread, and his eyes were very big. He didn't wait for Odin to reply, just gave a warning and pulled the trigger anxiously. Bang! Blood began to flow from Kojiki Odin's forehead. Bang! 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 Kurozumi Orakai held the gun with both hands and kept shooting, as if he was worried that Odin on the ground could not be killed. Hey! 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 After a while, Kurozumi Orakai finally put down arms, began to pant heavily, sweat flowed out from his back, soaking his back. Dead, dead! Guhahaha! Kojiki Odin is finally dead, guhahaha! Looking at Kojiki Odin lying motionless on the ground, Kurozumi Orakai began to laugh wildly. So far, the savior and guardian god that Wano country once believed in, now the foolish prince, fell silently in a corner of rabbit bowl. On the other side, Jin of Inagashima also began to learn about Kojiki Odin's defeat and Kurozumi Orakai's running to pick up the leak. He was not happy in his heart, but sank. It's not that Kojiki Odin's defeat was bad. It's that he lost too quickly. It's just that now he can't do it. The man came to Wano country most likely for Kaido. Unless Kaido is willing to hide, there will be a fight after all. Jin looked at Kaido who was still sleeping soundly, and finally began to wake him up. Mr. Kaido! With Jin's shout, Kaido began to wake up. After a while. You said Kojiki Odin is dead. The deafening sound shook Inagashima. Kaido, who was starting to sober up, couldn't believe the information Jin told him. How long had he slept? When he woke up, Kojiki Odin was gone. It was quite sudden. Hearing this news, Kaido, who had always regarded Kojiki Odin as a thorn in his side, was not happy, but had a complicated look on his face. That man was a hurdle for him to cross the country of Wano. Even if Kojiki Odin was not very smart and too naive, his strength was unquestionable. He had been accumulating strength in Wano country all along, and he longed to defeat Kojiki Odin in a dignified manner one day. But now, that guy is dead. He was killed by the stupid gun of Orakai. It was such a coincidence and such a cowardly death. Kaido picked up a bowl of wine and drank it all. His hesitant expression only lasted for a short while. Then he became serious again. The dead are the past. He is now facing an opponent who is more powerful and terrifying than Kojiki Odin. That man, Ryomen Sukuna. He defeated Linlin and then Odin. Let him see how strong he is. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning rose, and the wind gradually rose. With the flash of thunder, the huge roar of thunder began to resound through the sky. Boom! Boom! Roar! Roar! A huge dragon roar began to cover the thunder in the sky. I saw a huge blue dragon riding on the clouds roaring towards the sky. The deafening sound resonated with the roar of thunder, and the air seemed to explode. The movement in the sky began to weaken. All we could see was the blue dragon gradually flying away in one direction. Beside it, there was a small figure with black wings following, with flames surrounding the back of its head, which looked very strange. Wano country, flower capital. Ryomen Sukuna began to walk in this scenic area. He passed the bridge from Rabbit Bowl to flower capital. The journey was smooth. Even if there were some small fish, he dealt with them easily. Looking at the high mountains, green forests, clusters of buildings and small pink cherry trees in the distance, it looked different. He walked casually, enjoying the scenery, which made him look less like a vicious person. I don't know how long it took. Ryomen Sukuna began to gradually approach the edge of the building complex. Roar! Roar! A deafening sound came from the sky. People in the building complex, streets, and mountains looked up at the sky. I saw a huge blue dragon in the sky approaching this side. It's Kaido. Kaido, the beast, is here. Lord Kaido. That monster. 2.5 people in the flower capital had different reactions when they saw the blue dragon in the sky. Some were respectful, some were afraid, and some gnashed their teeth. It was Kaido who gave Kurozumi Orokai a backer, so Orokai could act recklessly and issue some harsh laws, and some villages also polluted the land and water because of weapons factories. People in Wano country mostly fear Kaido, and his existence is like a mountain pressing on the hearts of the civilians in Wano country. Of course, most people in the flower capital who have a better life are resigned to their fate. Is that Kaido, the beast? This looks good. It's really interesting. Looking at the huge blue dragon in the distant sky, Ryomen Sukuna, who was walking on the road, also felt fresh. This was the first time he had seen such a big dragon. P.S. The new book is starting, please collect, please give free tickets and flowers. Chapter 122, Kaido, the natural disaster, the new savior? Somewhere far away from Ryomen Sukuna. After watching the huge blue dragon appear in the sky. Brother is finally here, what's wrong with that pervert Jin? He's so slow. I'm almost scared to death. I saw a fat, round man with a golden braid on his head and sunglasses complaining. It was Quinn, the big boss of the Beast's pirates. He looked at the sky and saw Kaido's head. He also had some complaints. Today he happened to be in Rabbit Bowl, after all, he usually stayed here a lot. He had discovered the traces of Ryomen Sukuna through his men when Ryomen Sukuna appeared in Rabbit Bowl. But he was almost scared to death when he saw Ryomen Sukuna. He hurried to report to his elder brother. But he was answered by Jin. Later he observed Ryomen Sukuna from a distance step by step, and did not dare to approach at all. That guy was very scary, even the scary mother was knocked down. It was not a sneak attack, not a trick, but he beat 08 for a day and a night and knocked her down directly. Such a guy is too dangerous. Quinn felt that he still had self-knowledge, and he should be more timid. Later his guess was confirmed. At the instigation of Kurozumi Orokai, Kojiki Oden and his retainers went to attack Ryomen Sukuna. Quinn also witnessed the man's powerful fighting power more directly. Kojiki Oden was hammered away, and his retainers also flew and lay down. The two sides fought a big battle in that strange space, and Kojiki Oden and his group were finally defeated. In the end, Kojiki Oden was even shot and killed by Orokai. All these shocking things made Quinn reaffirm his decision not to send him off. Now that the eldest brother is here, he finally feels a little safe. Of course not much. But he thinks that the reason why Oden was defeated so quickly must be because of that strange space. I have read a little about it in the newspaper before. It seems to be a space that can be used to slash people or objects. Such a space will restrain Kojiki Oden more, and his body must not be as strong as the eldest brother. Otherwise, he would not be defeated so quickly. You should know that the previous Big Ant was defeated in a day and a night. Compared to Big Mom, Oden is far inferior. Anyway, Ryomen Sukuna must have consumed a lot of energy after the battle with Kojiki Oden. Add to that the big brother's strong body that seems indestructible. There is still some chance of winning. However, Quinn did not step forward. This battle doesn't matter if he is one more or one less. He just watched quietly and kept steady. On the other side, Kaido flew across the boundless sky. At a glance, he saw a man who was looking at him with interest outside the flower capital building complex. That man, there is no mistake, the bounty of 3.98 billion Baileys, the king of fear Ryomen Sukuna. Come on! This is my opponent this time. It's really exciting. The air is heating up. The hot flames are flickering. Kaido's dragon mouth opened. Dragon breath. A huge fiery red-hot dragon breath suddenly sprayed towards the leisurely figure on the ground. Everyone who looked at the dragon shadow in the sky was stunned, and a series of questions flashed through their minds in an instant. What happened? Who was it? Dare to anger Kaido? Boom! Boom! The earth was evaporating, and trees, boulders, buildings, everything that was swept by the dragon's breath evaporated. The strong wind followed the impact. The dazzling light made it impossible for people who were close to open their eyes. The strong roar was trembling. For a while, the movement gradually stopped. The sky and the earth were originally eclipsed and the earth returned to peace. But the earth was left with a scar of more than 1,000 meters. Looking at this scene that seemed like a natural disaster, many people in the Flower City woke up as if from a dream, screaming and running away, wanting to find a safe place to hide. Some people at the edge of the Flower City building saw a pink-haired man walking out of the smoke next to the dragon's breath. It looked like he was here for a trip. Who was that man? Did he anger Kaido? No matter who it is. Dare to anger that monster Kaido. Dead. Soon people had no time to care about anything else. Because Kaido the beast flew over here. Except for some samurai or those who were curious and courageous. Everyone else fled to the inner part of the building. That was the core of the Flower City and the most prosperous area. Even if Kaido fought like crazy, he would not destroy it. Ryomen Sukuna, welcome to Wano country. Looking at the huge blue dragon in front of him, he said so. As he walked, Ryomen Sukuna also showed a wanton smile on his face. Kaido the beast? You are very good, I like the gift. This body looks very durable. But I don't like people flying over my head. So. Swoosh. It was just a moment. Ryomen Sukuna, who was originally walking on the road, came to Kaido's head. The fist of his right hand carried the will to shake the sky. Boom! Kaido's dragon head was hammered off instantly. Bang! The ground was broken into 2 pieces by the dragon head. Kaido's long dragon body also twisted in the air due to the inertia of the dragon head falling violently and fell. The strong wind spread and raged in all directions. Those who stayed not far away were all stunned. Kaido. Kaido the beast was actually smashed down. Looking at the man who landed on the top of the building next to the dragon head. That who is this man? He actually possesses such a powerful force. Is Wano country saved? Has a new savior appeared after Lord Odin? Some of the warriors hiding in the dark began to flicker uncertainly. Odin's dancing behavior for several years disappointed people. They also hoped that a savior would appear to help Wano country get rid of Kaido, the beast, and get rid of the control of Kurozumi Orokai. Now, has a new savior appeared? Kaido, who fell to the ground, was a little dizzy, and even some blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and laughed loudly. Oh! He is worthy of being the man who defeated Linlin and Odin. What incredible power! I have been looking forward to such a man appearing. Come on! Ryomen Sukuna. Looking at the strong fighting spirit bursting out of the azure dragon in front of him, Ryomen Sukuna also laughed. Good fighting spirit, let's have some fun. Kaido. A huge roar began to play, and a battle that touched the hearts of the people in the Flower City began to break out. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 123 Morgan's shocking remarks, Shanks set off. 2 days later. A new newspaper spread. The great pirate Kaido was defeated. The great pirate Kaido was defeated, and another loser in the new world was added. The uncrowned road of the king of fear Ryomen Sukuna. This newspaper was explained by Morgans. The king of fear Ryomen Sukuna defeated another great pirate in the new world, as long as the Whitebeard of the new world defeated him. Then the pattern of the new world will change. Because the most famous pirates in the new world were defeated one after another. That man finally ascended to the uncrowned king of pirates under the attention of the public. Even if he didn't find One Piece, he was still the new pirate king of the sea. Because he conquered the new world with his own force, he was the freest in the world and the most powerful king among pirates. Compared to the way that Pirate King Roger obtained the great treasure by reaching the final island. Isn't this another kind of purity, another kind of extreme romance? The defeated will become the jewels of his throne to set off his achievements, and the new world will become his territory. With Morgan's amazing remarks in the newspaper, the hearts of people all over the world began to fluctuate violently with this newspaper. People began to pay close attention to the King of Fear, Ryomen Sukuna. Want to see if he can defeat Whitebeard and his pirate group, and the extremely coveted title of Pirate King. Defeat all the big pirates by one's own strength and finally obtain the title of Pirate King. The pirate with the greatest wealth, fame, and power will be the Pirate King. If that man turns the new world into his territory by his own strength. So is this the Pirate King? People began to think about this possibility. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago, Syaki Drumstick Bar. Rayleigh looked at Morgan's shocking remarks in the newspaper. He drank a glass of wine in silence, and then laughed. Morgan's is really bold. The new Pirate King. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoqi was silent beside him, silently smoking. After a while, Xiaoqi said, Morgan's is afraid of chaos in the world. Is he trying to open a second path to the Pirate King? It's really ridiculous. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Rayleigh also picked up the newspaper and looked at the few lines on it. Another extreme romance. Morgan's words are really provocative. He is pulling the pirates to the path of personal ultimate force. The same is true for Ryomen Sukuna. If it weren't for what he said before, it wouldn't be like this. It's really a headache. Rayleigh said he had a headache, but his mouth was still grinning. He is now just a witness of an era. The great pirate era created by Roger will happen, and he just needs to witness it. Whitebeard is probably uncomfortable. I don't know if he will be defeated by Ryomen Sukuna. Now Ryomen Sukuna can defeat Big Mom and Kaido one after another, which is enough to pose a strong threat to Whitebeard. I really want to know what Whitebeard's expression is now. Looking at Rayleigh's expectant look, Xiaoqi was a little speechless. You really have a bad taste. Rayleigh. Grand Line, New World, Cake Island. In the newly built Pink Castle. Kaido, has Kaido also been defeated? At this time, Big Mom stared at the newspaper with her tiger eyes, and her eyes seemed to be shining with a fascinating light. She couldn't help but clench the newspaper in her hand. The newspaper was squeezed into a creaking sound by the huge force. Mama, Ryomen Sukuna is really something. Big Mom threw the newspaper in her hand directly. She grabbed all the dancing cakes on the table with both hands. Mom. Mom. Beiji. Beiji. Gurgle. As the cake in the giant mouth was swallowed into the stomach, the weird cry of the cake stopped abruptly. Sparrow. As Big Mom's gloomy voice came out. Sparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, he quickly agreed. Yes, Mom, what do you want me to do? Sweat soaked his back. Now Sparrow only felt that the aura around his mother was so gloomy and terrifying. Prepare the boat, I want to go to Wano country. Hearing what Big Mom said, Sparrow's forehead also sweated. Mom, don't you want to take advantage of the situation? There is not enough time. Yes, Mom. Anyway, at this time, Sparrow didn't dare to refute his mother. Katakuri in the corner was full of worry. Mom, don't you want to? New World. An island with a volcanic group as the main body. A warship was docked next to the island. On a volcano in the volcanic group. Akainu took the newspaper handed over by his adjutant Konoha. After a while, lava began to emerge from his arm. The newspaper was instantly ignited and turned into ashes. Black debris drifted with the wind. Sweat was pouring down Konoha's forehead. Akainu's somewhat gloomy voice sounded. Ryomen Sukuna, if you want to be the Pirate King, you have to get past me first. Whether it's Ryomen Sukuna or that sudden Hisoka, I will destroy them all. Then Akainu ignored Konoha and turned around and started walking. Behind him, Konoha's pupils shrank slightly. Akainu jumped into the crater in front of Konoha. Looking at this scene, Konoha couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is so scary now. A certain sea area in the East China Sea. On a ship. A red-haired man looked at the newspaper in his hand, his expression was a little dazed, and then he said lightly. To obtain the position of Pirate King by personal force? I don't recognize such a Pirate King. Captain Roger is not waiting for such a person. Ha ha ha. Shanks, you are not famous yet. How can the big pirate need your recognition? A fat man wearing green and white striped clothes and small tinted sunglasses next to Shanks bit a big chicken leg. Then he laughed and laughed. Ha ha ha. Logi, you are right. I am not qualified now. Hearing Logi's words, Shanks's originally cold expression disappeared and suddenly became unreliable. And the crew members next to him also laughed. After a while, Shanks stopped smiling. Everyone, the times are beginning to surge, so let's go to the Grand Line for a walk. Oh oh oh. With the cheers of the crowd, the ship began to deviate from the route and set off for the Grand Line. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 124 Justice Will Not Fail, King's Mission. The first half of the Grand Line, Marine Headquarters Marineford. Conference Room. Bang. A newspaper was slammed on the table by Sengoku. His forehead was a little wrinkled. Morgans is getting bolder and bolder, he can even say such words. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, that guy is being hunted by the world government, do you still expect him to say anything good? Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp next to him was still eating senbei with a crunch, and then said casually. Garp is right, the world government's agents are now hunting Morgans. It's impossible to expect him to listen to the world government. Tsuru was also speaking calmly next to him. Now Morgan's remarks have begun to touch the hearts of the pirates. If that man really defeats Whitebeard, he may become a banner for the pirates to follow. Sora sat on the main seat, and Tsuru's analysis gave him a headache. The King of Terror, Ryomen Sukuna, has defeated 4 pirate groups now. So scary. Day. On a chair, Kizaru was seen cutting his fingernails while talking slowly. The expression on his face looked like he deserved a beating. Yet. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido the Beast, Battle Axe Jorad 643, Badcock Badger. He named several big pirates. These are the most powerful pirates Ryomen Sukuna encountered in the New World. The New World has not yet been completely divided into territories, and there are still many active big pirates. On this way, Ryomen Sukuna went to the territories of Big Mom and Kaido. There are also big pirates occupying other places. Of course, the big pirates that Ryomen Sukuna fought are still Big Mom and Kaido. As for Battle Axe Jorad and Badcock Badger, their bounties are 1.03 billion and 910 million respectively. Except for the evil cockroach Badger, the other pirates are still alive. He shook his head when he said this. In the past, if the victory or defeat of most pirate battles was decided, the other party would either surrender or die. The road of pirates is very cruel. But now Ryomen Sukuna did not kill them all. This is not good news for the navy. Now it depends on whether Ryomen Sukuna can defeat Whitebeard. Even if he defeats Whitebeard, he still needs to face the counterattack of the entire New World. Sora took a sip of tea and continued. Even if it is really the worst consequence, we still have a trump card. As he said this, his eyes looked at a figure sitting on a seat. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. A man with neat blonde hair, 3 scars, and a solemn face crossed his hands. His eyes seemed to be full of compelling gazes. This man was King. At this time, King felt something was wrong when he saw everyone suddenly focusing their attention on him. Will they not notice his daze just now? King, what do you think of the King of Terror, Ryomen Sukuna? At this time, Sengoku looked at the solemn King and asked directly. Hearing Sengoku's question, everyone in the conference room stared at King. There is no doubt that the man's opinion is crucial, because he has unimaginable power, and it is this power that makes Sora believe that he is the ultimate trump card of the navy. Athes. Seeing everyone looking at him, King was a little confused, but he still answered. Opinion? Justice will not lose. King didn't learn anything else in the navy, but he still knew the universal word justice. As expected of King. He is so confident. Of course, he is the man who can create the sun. Sure enough, this man's justice is very dazzling. With King's brief answer, some generals began to discuss. For those who witnessed King directly creating the second sun in the sky, that kind of power makes people feel terrified but at ease. Because he is now a member of the navy. Very good, King, then I will assign you a task next. Then Kong assigned him a task while King was confused. It was a pirate group composed of prisoners who escaped from the infinite hell, and now it is still wreaking havoc in the first half of the Grand Line. Kong felt that it was time for King to brush up his merits. If possible, Kong hoped that King could take the vacant rank of general. But that requires certain merits, achievements, and reputation. In the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, a sea area ruled by Whitebeard. in a huge ship that looks like a white whale. Gulala, didn't expect that Kaido has been defeated. At this time, Whitebeard sat on a chair with great force. The captains and team members around him were also looking at the newspaper. Dad, that man has defeated Big Mom and Kaido, his next target must be here. At this time, Marco said with some worry. Gulala, don't worry, Marco, I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard began to comfort him. And the captains and team members beside him also cheered up. Before they really fought, they believed more in the strength of their father. Even the Pirate King Roger could only tie with his father. He has the title of the strongest man in the world, and at the same time has the power to destroy the world. No matter what, he can't be defeated by a newcomer who has just become famous for a few months. After laughing, Whitebeard began to think. Wano country? I don't know what happened to Odin. While Whitebeard was thinking. Among the many Whitebeard crew members, a man with thick hair and a burly figure was yearning in his heart. It was Teach. Defeat all the pirates in the New World by himself? Teach was yearning in his heart. He looked at Whitebeard. Can Dad really defeat that man? An island in the first half of the Grand Line. A tall and strong man with eyes like a ghost looked at the newspaper in his hand. It was Douglas Barrett who escaped from the infinite hell. Conquer the New World by himself and become the Pirate King? That's great. Barrett looked at the man in the photo with a fascinating look in his eyes. Let me go and take a look. At this time, Barrett felt that he might not have to wait that long. Then, let's go to the New World and take a look. That man, maybe he can defeat him to prove that he is the strongest. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 125 Robin's Call for Help, The Legendary Phoenix. The next day. It was near dusk. A mysterious island in the first half of the Grand Line. Under the setting sun. In the center of the island, in the bare gravel. A huge black object was shaking, and its appearance seemed to be cut directly by a knife with only roots left, and it looked like a huge iron wire. It was chilling. Hundreds of figures were fleeing frantically. But countless iron wire-like tentacles stretched out from the cross-section of the huge black object. These tentacles entangled and rolled up the figures, and finally merged into the strange cross-section. No. I don't want to participate in the trial. Help. Damn bastard, what kind of monster is this? The pirates caught by the strange tentacles changed their faces and were terrified. The curses, screams, and cries for help continued. But in the end, they were all transferred into that section and merged into that huge and strange object. Others, I wish I had more legs. In the running crowd, there is a short figure. It is a little girl who looks about 10 years old. She has black hair and wears some worn clothes. Her name is Nico Robin. She is a member of the fleeing pirate group. To be precise, she is a crew member who was forced to join. Because the captain of this pirate group valued her ability to interpret the historical text. Under the stimulation of a series of major events. Her captain also led the pirate group from the West Sea to the Grand Line with great difficulty. And Nico Robin also followed this ambitious captain here. But now it seems that everything is about to end. The captain of this pirate group has been killed by the strange island owner on this island with one arrow. Now they have been integrated into the strange huge object and are unknown. Ah, help me. Save me. Ha ha ha, let's die together. Under the intense life and death crisis, the pirate group began to fall apart, and the fleeing people began to trip others, just to increase their chances of survival. Listening to the screams that kept coming from her ears, Robin covered her ears and ran frantically. Everything here was a nightmare, the strange island, the strange black giant, the oppressive atmosphere, and the companions who began to show their ugliness. She was really scared. But no matter how scared she was, she couldn't stop. She still had to live, and live well. Stinky brat! Get out of the way! While Robin was running in fear, a pirate behind her passed her and pushed her down. As long as this brat fell, he could delay the strange tentacles behind him and increase his survival rate. Everything here was seen by the owner of this island, the Carnival Baron. He looked at it all indifferently. The original companions, now began to show ugly behavior. This was what he wanted to see. There was a lovely flower on his shoulder, but it looked a little weird in the current atmosphere. The weird tentacles extended in the void like vines. Finally, they wrapped around Robin's ankles under her blank brain. She was lifted up all of a sudden. As the tentacles retracted, Robin also saw the cross-section of this huge black line, which was like a big mouth. There were countless figures mixed in it, as if they were eating. Robin, hanging upside down, watched herself being slowly moved above the cross-section. Tick. Tick. Her tears began to flow. How terrible. Really terrible. I felt so uncomfortable. Robin only felt a huge emptiness in her heart and began to be unable to breathe. Is she going to die? Who can come to save her? Is there really anyone who can save her? Who will come to save her? Feeling her ankle being released, Robin flashed a last thought and closed her eyes. Perhaps, she should have died a long time ago. Chee. A loud bird cry sounded. A bird with a golden glow like a phoenix suddenly flew over from the sky. It was so fast that it flashed past. Robin felt like she fell into a warm embrace. What is this? She opened her eyes. What came into view was a pair of deep and peaceful eyes. It seems that I came in time, which is lucky. The person who came was Mel, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart at this time. If he hadn't arrived in time, the little girl in front of him might have really died. This appearance is Nico Robin, there is no doubt about it. I didn't expect to meet her here. Mel stretched out a hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Robin's eyes. He said in a gentle voice. Are you okay? Little girl. Looking at his face and gentle movements, Robin's originally stunned face turned red. No, it's okay. Thank you for saving me. Brother. She didn't know how to call him, but calling him brother should be okay. Well, it's okay. When Mel said this, Xiao Huang had already flown to the ground. Mel hugged Robin and jumped directly to the ground. Beside him, Hancock also followed. Hancock still has some strength now, and this height is nothing to her. But at this time, Hancock looked at Robin in Mel's arms with a little jealousy. Why is this guy staring at his brother? He also occupied her position, so angry. But thinking that she had just been rescued, he didn't care for the time being. Who are you? At this time, the carnival baron looked at a guy riding a strange flying bird not far away and rescued a girl. He felt something was wrong. Is that flying bird a fantasy beast? Looking at its slightly glowing appearance, the carnival baron couldn't help thinking. Because the flower of rebirth and death on his shoulder is an alien. So he pays more attention to this strange creature. Not to mention that the fantasy beast is a powerful existence in the legend. The flying bird in front of him must look strong. Moer heard the questioning of the carnival baron not far away. Ask. He didn't answer. Instead, he put Robin back to the ground. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, Robin was reluctant to leave. But she was soon attracted by the glowing bird in front of her. What kind of bird is this? It can actually glow. It looks a bit like the legendary phoenix. At this time, some of the interesting things Robin had seen before came in handy. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please die. Chapter 126 Curse of the Evil Clan, Withered Flower. Xiao Huang, I'll leave it to you next. Moer touched the head of the bird in front of him. Chi. Xiao Huang also responded crisply after hearing this. As a thought beast created by Moer, it has an IQ no lower than that of ordinary people. Under the solemn gaze of the carnival baron not far away, the fantasy beast in front of him began to flap its wings and leaped up, then flew towards the huge black object not far away. The golden and fiery red light was spreading. The sky, which had been gradually fading with dusk, showed overwhelming light again. The people who remained on the island felt as if a new sun had appeared in the sky. The world that was about to darken was illuminated as if it were daytime. Scorching sunstorm. In the shadows that were difficult to see, the huge wings were waving. The blazing light was like the waves of a storm, sweeping towards the huge, curved, strange black object on the island. Under the disbelief of the carnival baron, it was as if ice met the sun. The huge black object melted directly and disappeared completely. Some pirates who fell into it and had not yet transferred to its body also fell to the ground. The lovely flowers on the shoulders of the carnival baron made a piercing cry, screaming in pain. Looking at the spectacular scene, the carnival baron's face was extremely ugly. The fantasy beast seemed to be very restrained by carnations. If it attacked the body of the flower of rebirth and death, the carnation might die. He would never allow such a thing. His companion must not disappear just like that. He would not fall into loneliness again. Thoughts kept surging in the mind of the carnival baron, and although the carnation on his shoulder screamed, it had no intention of showing its ugly face. The flying bird that looked like a phoenix made it dare not act rashly at all. There is still a way. Just subdue the boy. Just subdue him. This fantasy beast will collapse by itself. On the other side, Hancock looked at the sacred light and shadow in the sky and clenched her fists excitedly. So powerful! Xiao Huang is so powerful! She didn't expect that Xiao Huang, who usually led them on the road, was so powerful. But it turned out that her brother was the most powerful. After all, Xiao Huang still listened to her brother. Robin, who was next to Hancock, stared blankly at the light and shadow in the sky. So beautiful! Is this the legendary phoenix? So warm! Robin felt that the fatigue that had accumulated in his heart for a long time seemed to be dissipating. She secretly looked at Mel next to her. What is that? Is it a god? Hey! Am I not dead? Great! That huge monster is dead! Ha ha ha! We are favored by the gods! What a powerful power, if we can get it! At this time, some pirates hugged and cried, while some pirates had flickering eyes. Then he looked at the boy in the distance and Robin next to him. And the carnival baron was ready to take action. He took out the bow and arrow. It was the bow and arrow that Carnival had made for him, made of negative emotions such as despair and pain. As long as he was shot, he would be powerless and weak, and there would be a certain illusion. At this time, he began to raise the bow and arrow and aim at Mel. Chi! But it was too late. The birds in the sky flew at an unimaginable speed. The huge claws pressed the head of the carnival baron. Boom! A deafening sound came from the ground. The gravel broke. The carnival baron only felt a buzzing in his head, and his eyes rolled up. The body was twitching and struggling. The carnation on the carnival baron's shoulder was motionless, afraid that the giant bird next to him would notice it. Xiao Huang looked at the stiff flower slightly, and then did nothing else, but stood aside. Mare also came over with Hancock and the others. Really reliable. Xiao Huang. Hearing Mel's praise, Xiao Huang chirped and raised her head slightly. Looking very proud. Mare laughed a little. However, he did not pay much attention to these, but focused his eyes on the cute little flower lying on the shoulder of the carnival baron on the ground. In Mel's eyes, this little flower was continuously transmitting negative energy to the carnival baron on the ground, and the carnival baron began to show signs of waking up. When the carnival baron wakes up, he may explode again. What a beautiful little flower! Hearing Mel's praise, Hancock next to him also echoed. This flower looks very cute, but a little weird. A flower growing on a person's shoulder looks quite weird, and it was just scream, the sound is too unpleasant. Mare couldn't help laughing when he heard Hancock's words. The beautiful he said was not its current appearance nor its true appearance. In Mel's eyes, this flower is a life form carefully constructed by countless negative energies, a life form with negative energy as the main body. It is very valuable for reference. After some research, it will be handed over to Ryomen Sukuna, and let that guy pay attention. The clan that created this world with negative energy as a collection may be called the Curse Clan. Since they said that they regard the new world as a territory, they should have a few reliable guys at hand. Of course, this is just a prelude. The current Ryomen Sukuna's hard conditions cannot do this. He needs to take the curse evil feeding to a higher level to do it. And it involves life and the nature of the power of the field as a reference. It is not a simple thing to succeed, and requires a lot of knowledge. Then, I will collect this interesting little flower. In the eyes of everyone, Mel just picked the little flower on the shoulder of the carnival baron. Some figures also appeared out of thin air beside the carnival baron. These were the pirates who had not been digested by carnation. These pirates woke up quickly, and they were still frightened. The companions who gathered around them quickly understood what happened. The captain of this pirate group looked at the phantom beast not far away. He set his eyes on the boy next to him. Perhaps Robin. At this time, the captain winked at Robin. The ability of this demon child could just solve this problem. As long as the boy was held hostage, the phantom beast would belong to them. From beginning to end, Mel did not show any obvious strength in their eyes, and they were lucky. And Mel's age was also somewhat confusing. Seeing the captain wink at her before, how could the precocious Robin not understand what he meant? She looked at Mel's back. He saved her, how could she betray this time? Mel felt that the strong malice of the people around him was not a concern. His mood would not fluctuate because of these. Looking at Robin's hesitation, the captain named Asa laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This little brother is really a great benefactor of our pirate group. We will definitely thank you. Asa said as he approached Mel. He didn't dare to move before he was a certain distance away, and the fantasy beast was watching next to him. Brother. Seeing Asa approaching, Robin also wanted to remind him. Shut up. Asa's loud voice directly covered Robin's words, and then he walked quickly to Mel's side, saying as he walked. This little guy on our ship has caused you trouble. I will teach her a lesson later. Succeeded. Seeing Mel in front of him at this time, Asa screamed in his heart, as long as he thought of getting the fantasy beast next to him that looked very powerful and beautiful. His desire began to stir. The malice is too obvious. What? Hearing the boy in front of him say, Asa subconsciously asked back. 0.3. Nothing. Sleep well. What is this? Asa was shocked. In the eyes of Hancock and Robin, Asa really came over and said thank you and left with other pirates. Even Robin didn't care about it anymore. It made Robin feel a little incredible. Hello, my name is Mel. Oh. Brother, my name is Robin. So, Robin, do you have a place to go now? Hearing Mel's words, Robin shook his head sadly. No. So, are you willing to come to Daughter Island? There is a beautiful country there. Brother, is it your country? Robin looked at Mel with some expectation. It is. I want to go. With Robin's answer, Phoenix began to set sail again. Behind them, the wind raised the drifting ashes, which were the withered flowers of those who overestimated their own abilities. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 127. The shell is about to hit your face, but you still don't do anything. Are you acting? A few days later. A certain sea area in the first half of the Grand Line. A naval fleet is heading towards an island. That's the Navy is coming. A member of the pirate group stationed on the island looked at the fleet of warships coming from afar with a telescope. He was also panicked for a moment. But he soon calmed down. They are occupied by the pirate group called Infinite Sin. That is a pirate group formed by many pirates from the infinite hell of the Impel Down. Ordinary navy can only deliver food here. And the warships in front of them are no match for the well-known admirals and vice-admirals of the navy. I don't know which navy dared to come here to die. Although the pirates on duty thought so, they still didn't dare to neglect it. Quickly pass on the information they saw to the pirates on the island. No, after a long time. In a building on the island, several pirates dressed in different costumes gathered together. Horror! The navy has sent a fleet this time. What do you think? A man wearing red clothes, with some gaps in his teeth, fluffy hair, and a rough appearance laughed. 10. He is the great pirate Hammer Kirakis who escaped from the infinite hell in Impel Down. His current bounty is 680 million berries. After laughing, Kirakis asked the other pirates on the seats. What do you think? Just kill them. There's nothing to discuss. Some harsh voices sounded, like the sound of glass being scratched. A big man with a full beard and dressed in some fancy clothes was cutting his nails and said nonchalantly. Yoken Hang, one of the leaders of the Infinite Sin, currently has a bounty of 10,000 berries. It's not that simple. The Navy knows our strength and won't send the Navy fleet to die. A thin man with a knife tied around his waist said seriously. One of the leaders of Infinite Sin, the swordsman Mezzaluo, currently offers a reward of 380 million berries. Hearing Mezzaluo's words, the others nodded. Well, even so, we still have to go up and fight. Who knows if they are bluffing? We are not scared. But Hang still retorted. Hororororo. What Hang said makes sense, but if it's not those generals and monster vice-generals coming, we are fearless. Kirakis also finalized the conclusion. After that war, they knew the strength of those powerful forces. So they were more cautious. If the other side really sent those generals or monster vice-generals, they might run away. After all, they didn't want this stronghold very much. They still had to go to the New World. Of course, they were not afraid even if the generals came. They also have a trump card, well, a trump card for escaping. A person who joins them as a prisoner of the extreme cold hell has the ability of the spray fruit, and can spray out a super large-scale violent gust from his mouth at once. Standing at the stern is enough to speed up the ship's escape. Even the Navy's warships can't catch up. Time passed slowly. The Navy's fleet gradually came to the coast of the island. When the Navy fleet came, the pirates on the island began to enter the pirate ship and then started to move. After all, they were a target in the original place, and the probability of being hit by the warship was too high. More than a dozen pirate ships began to move and disperse, aiming the guns on the ship at the Navy fleet. And the first ship on the other side of the Navy fleet. I saw a capable blonde man with 3 scars standing on the deck. It was King. Behind him was a group of Navy, including the other 3 heroes of the Big Four, Iron Knight Megadu, Deligana, and Waterfall Sword Master Jock. There are also 2 veteran rear admirals from the Navy. They both have their own warships and have joined King. They have formed a faction headed by King. The Navy that has joined the conscription has a stronger sense of belonging to generals like King who have been promoted through the conscription. What's more, King is now the strongest Navy, and the top leaders of the Navy headquarters have not directly opposed this. So some rear admirals and even vice admirals in the Navy are very optimistic about King. Therefore, this emerging faction is also growing rapidly. In addition to the 4 heroes on the deck, there are also Adjutant Ethan Leopard Claw and other subordinates of King. At this time, King looked at the pirate ship in the distance and began to aim his guns at this side. He was also a little panicked. Should he avoid it? If possible, he wanted to try to pass this level without using the Emperor engine. Eating alone takes up a lot of his time every day, and he really doesn't want to waste his energy. Fire! Fire! Following the order. Whether it is the warship or the pirate ship, the red fire from both sides began to flash at each other. Boom! Boom! The shells of the warship flew directly from the barrel and flew towards the other pirate ship. The shells of the pirate ships on the other side also attacked the warship. It's just that in terms of density, the Navy warships have more artillery fire. Even if this warship fleet only has a few warships now, the amount of artillery fire can even suppress the other side. Hey! 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 A strong wind suddenly appeared. A large part of the 350 shells originally aimed at the other pirate ship were blown away directly. What is that? When King was confused. The shells from the pirate ship also came in front of the warship. One of them had a trajectory right where King was standing. The generals behind King saw that King still looked calm. They all admired him. He was worthy of being king. He remained calm even when the shells were about to hit his face. But the Emperor's engine is actually beating. Is King starting to feel like fighting now? Even if the opponent compared to King, King is so weak, but King is still full of fighting spirit. This pure fighting spirit is worthy of King. While the generals behind King were imagining. The fact is that King was roaring in his heart. Are all these guys behind him acting? The shell is about to hit his face, but he still doesn't fight? It's over. Didn't expect that after eating for more than 10 days, he would be destroyed because of a shell? At this time, the speed of his vision shell was a little slow. Because his Emperor engine is starting, this shell is not a big deal after the start. It's just that he will have to eat again. This is too sad. King wailed in his heart. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 128. The weak are not qualified to approach, the secret of water cutting flow cold light. Swish. Clang. 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 Countless sword lights passed by. All the shells that were about to hit the warship were directly split into 2 and exploded in mid-air. The wind and waves caused by the explosion were whistling. The corners of clothes and hair of everyone on the deck were blown up. How can you let the ace appear at the beginning? At this time, the waterfall-cutting swordsman Jock was wearing a dark green long gown and holding a large sword called Han Guang. After saying this, he handsomely put the large sword in his hand back into the scabbard. It was Major General Jock who took action. So powerful, he actually cut all these shells in half in an instant. Ha ha ha. Major General Jock has the nickname of the waterfall-cutting swordsman in the New World, and this operation is far from his ability. It's so safe to follow Lord King, even his subordinates feel at ease. Of course, that's Lord Yuri King, who can create the sun. Seeing Jock take action, the Navy on the deck also began to discuss. While they were discussing, King's originally roaring heartbeat began to calm down and finally dissipated in everyone's ears. He crossed his arms, looked up at Jock, and said briefly, "Well done." Hearing King's praise, Jock also showed a hearty smile. Dalijanna bit the corner of her clothes beside her. She didn't make a move in time. If she had made a move, she would have been praised by King. Others nodded when they heard Jock's words. That's right. If King made a move, the battle would probably end soon. What's the point of them following here? Now it's time to show their strength. Not only for King to see, but also for those navy officers. Bang! 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 On several other warships, most of the shells from the pirates that attacked the warships were also dealt with by the personnel on the warships. As navy officers directly under the navy headquarters, their strength is very good. Some brigadiers on warships are newly recruited. Although he is a brigadier general, his strength is as high as that of a rear admiral. They came this time. They also came with King to gain merit. With King there will be no danger. It is time to show strength. The other pirate group should not be underestimated this time. It is a large pirate group composed of many criminals from the infinite hell. Among them are some strong men from the extreme cold hell. Relying on the prestige of these people, this pirate group has been recruiting people in a very short time. Now the size has soared to nearly 10,000. Of course, although there are many people, it is not very useful, because many of them are ordinary people or small fish with a little strength. If they engage in hand-to-hand combat, they will definitely be chopped to tears. The gap in strength is too big. Of course, it is still quite intimidating if all members have guns. After all, even if the Navy generals have armed color on the battlefield, they have to prevent others from shooting cold guns, and armed color cannot be turned on all day. As for the observation color, it is also easy to be disturbed in the chaotic battlefield. However, the Infinite Sin pirates cannot get so many guns in a short time. Fire! Fire! With the Navy and the pirates giving orders again, the artillery fire continued to roar. Boom! Boom! Each warship also used its own skills to avoid the shells. As this situation continued, the ships of both sides were getting closer and closer, preparing to enter a boarding battle. On the warship where King was, Jock watched the pirate ship in front of him slowly approach, and the artillery fire of both sides began to stop. He could already see the pirates on the deck of the opposite pirate ship who were ready to move. Weaklings are not qualified to approach King, Jock said with his head down slightly, and the saber at his waist was drawn again. A strong aura rose from him, and the navy on the warship deck was also attracted by Jock's strong presence. Water cutting flow secret cold light. A cold light flashed. Both the navy on this side and the pirates on the opposite side felt a flash of light. Boom! Boom! A pirate from the extreme cold hell on the opposite ship had no time to react. The ship under his feet suddenly broke from head to tail and split into two halves. Some pirates were unfortunately cut off and died. The sea water began to the water poured in from the bottom of the broken ship, and the ship began to embrace and sink towards the sea. The sinking of the ship also caused a small whirlpool in the sea. What is this? The ship was cut off. How terrible! Is that man a monster? Help! Some pirates on other ships were attracted by the movement here, and they were shocked when they saw the ship being cut in half. And hundreds of pirates on the broken ship began to call for help. And a big pirate on the broken ship also had an ugly face. He didn't know how to do the moon step, but he could jump to other pirate ships not far away, but the distance was too large. It was undoubtedly suicide to make a big jump in the air in front of the swordsman in front of him. So, he could only jump towards the ship in front of him. Boom! In just a moment, the big pirate crossed the distance and came to King's warship. Who are you? Until he came to the warship, he found a familiar blonde man. This is Hell Day King. Since the bow of the warship was in a dark red winding shape, it was difficult for the pirates in front to see the king clearly with a telescope. At this time, the pirate saw the man. Cold sweat began to break out. Damn it! It was the king. What are those lookouts for? It's over. I was so close. I'm dead. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Although many people think that the king who just joined the navy was deified, he must have a monster-like strength. Otherwise, he would not have been awarded that title by the navy. Some people saw the new sun in the sky, while others did not. And this pirate was one of them. Although he saw only a moon-like or even smaller sun, he could still feel the terrifying power. He could see it so big from an unknown distance in the sky. It's hard to imagine how big the sun is. P.S. Dear friends, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 129. Pull the boat over to me, who does he think we are? While the pirate was sweating coldly, Deliljana behind King began to act impatiently. This time, no one can compete with her for King's praise. In just a moment, the weight that Deliljana usually put in her body dissipated. Boom! The pirate on the warship felt a giant hand holding his head. Die! Deliljana flew over and directly held the pirate's head and pressed it hard against the deck. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire warship seemed to sink directly and then rise again. The navy on the warship was caught off guard and stumbled and almost fell. They looked over in response. They saw Deliljana pressing the pirate's head with one hand. The deck was directly sunken, and the pirate's entire head had sunk in. Looking at the pirate's body twitching slightly, all the navy shuddered violently. Gulp! A navy swallowed his saliva while watching this scene. Said in shock. Major General Deliljana is so powerful. The pirate under her seems to be the muscle man Mile, with a bounty of 140 million, but he was killed instantly by Major General Deliljana. What a fast speed, I couldn't react just now. Is this the strength of Major General Deliljana? As one of the 4 great heroes, it really lives up to its reputation. The impact in the arena before was far less than this time. As the navy praised one after another, Deliljana also raised her head and released her hand. Then looked at King. Looking at Deliljana's expectant eyes, King's mouth twitched slightly. He wailed in his heart. This woman! So violent! So scary! Well done! The brief praise made Deliljana smile immediately. And everyone admired her. As expected of King, only a man like King can subdue this female Tyrannosaurus. On the other side, the broken ship here also attracted the attention of other ships. Some big pirates on the pirate ships called the younger ones to stay away from the ship. After all, it seems that the warship is a tough bone to chew. Let the leaders of Infinite Sin solve it. The reason why they joined Infinite Sin is to enjoy the good life, not to fight hard. Hororo. It seems that the warship is a tough bone. Pull the ship over. Who does he think we are? How can we be scared of this level? Hearing the words of the leader Kirakis, the crew members next to him hurried over to pass on the order. The ship also began to approach King's warship. Is there any problem? If there are tricky characters on it, it will be troublesome to retreat. Mesro said with some concern. Hearing Mesro's words, Kirakis laughed. Hororo. No problem, at this distance if the opponent is those monsters have been here for a long time, so there must be no problem above. Mezaluo was a little embarrassed by the conclusion drawn by Kirakis. How arrogant! This conclusion is full of loopholes. But seeing the indifference of others, he could only swallow his words. They were once high-spirited pirates. If it was in the past, they might even go up and touch the admiral's ship. Although now after being beaten, they have restrained themselves a little. But it is difficult to change one's nature, and it is good to achieve this level now. How can a pirate think of escaping before fighting? The cruelty engraved in the bones is not so easy to change. As Kirakis' ship began to approach King's warship, Jock swung a huge slash again. He ran straight towards the ship not far away. Swordsman! I can't let you do whatever you want this time. Looking at the slash coming straight at him, the swordsman Mezaluo also drew his sword and rushed forward. The armed color domineering wrapped around the blade, and then directly blocked this huge slash. What a strong and fierce will! While blocking the slash, Mezaluo also felt the will that was like flowing water, like a huge wave, endless and surging. Bang! The powerful slash was directly deflected to the other side by Mezaluo. Swish! The sea water was directly cut into a gap of dozens of meters, and then gradually weakened and dissipated. Horororo! You are worthy of being the swordsman Mezaluo, you did a good job this time. It's not so easy for that guy to stop us from getting close. Little guys, bring the boat over to me, and then kill us. Kirakis laughed wildly and ordered loudly. Yes, Chief Kirakis. The densely packed pirates on the deck were sharpening their knives and shouting excitedly. Their leaders were all great pirates from the infinite hell. There were also many great pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions of berries joining them. Even if the other side could cut off the warship, they would still be intercepted by one of the leaders. Leader Mesro was not the most powerful leader. What could they lose? The warships not far away watched the ship with powerful pirates approaching Admiral King's warship. They sneered, "These pirates are looking for death. They will all be crushed to death by Lord King's finger." Jock on the warship watched the pirate ship approaching without knowing whether to live or die. He no longer stopped it. These guys will all regret their arrogance in a moment. Soon the warship and the ship were directly close to each other. The violent collision made the warship shake a little. Kirakis took the brunt and jumped over, laughing wildly as he jumped. "Horororo! Navy, your end, hey!" Kirakis let out a horrified cry, and his eyes popped out. His face trembled as he looked at the figure blocked by the bow. You hey! Kirakis took a deep breath and exhaled. Calm down the waves in his heart. Other pirates and subordinates have also jumped over. At this time, they also looked in the direction where Kirakis was looking with some confusion. Then his mind went blank. Cold sweat began to flow on his back. It's over. Hell King! This guy is actually here. Is this a joke? Today, I'm so unlucky. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 130 Not lucky at all, and you still say you are not a pervert. When the other pirates were shocked, Kirakis had calmed down. Now they were trapped. They were so close, if King really had the legendary power. Then they could not run away. They couldn't even run. If they ran far and he threw a sun at them, they would all die on the spot. At this distance, the man should not dare to attack casually. At least he couldn't use that scary power. Then at least their lives were guaranteed. As long as they were alive, the worst case scenario was to enter the city of Impel Down. If there is a chance, he can even escape from prison. At this time, Kirakis has already started to think about how to save his life, and he doesn't even have the luxury of escaping. As long as he is alive, everything is possible. After all, even the impregnable Impel Down was directly escaped by all prisoners. If it weren't for the plan of that adult that started the war, more than half of the prisoners in Impel Down would have escaped. In Kirakis's mind, even if he enters Impel Down, he has a chance to get out. The pirates are no longer as afraid of Impel Down as before, and this is the influence of the man named Hisoka. This makes many pirates more brutal. Horororo! It's the famous Prison Day King. I didn't expect to meet him here. I want to see if you are so powerful. Kirakis's heroic laughter made the pirates come back to their senses. They couldn't help but admire this man Kirakis. When they met the Monster King, they didn't think about escaping but wanted to fight. It is true that Kirakis's ability to become the leader is not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. Seeing Kirakis's appearance, he also lifted his spirits. At this point, he can't just sit and wait for death. He can only give it a try. Looking at the group of pirates in front of him, they suddenly became morale inexplicably. King, who was not far away, was also speechless. He still hoped that these pirates in front of him would surrender directly because of his reputation. King now knows a little about his reputation. After all, he also reads newspapers. Although Ethan always spreads some rumors about him that look bluffing. But it is undeniable that he himself feels that the rumored self seems to be very difficult to mess with. But he didn't expect that the leader in front of him seemed to be very stubborn. This made him a little difficult. Why can't things develop in a simple direction? This is not lucky at all. After speaking, Kirakis in front of him suddenly swung a grey-black giant hammer and rushed towards King. The admiring eyes of the people around him made him feel like he was floating in the sky. Today, even if the general came, he couldn't stop him from showing off. The others were also frightened by Kirakis's boldness. This guy is really bold, he dares to say and do. Seeing that the leader is so bold, the morale of the others also rose. Today, they will even have a chance to fight the strongest Navy King. Bang bang! A loud noise shook the warship. Kirakis's giant hammer hit the side of a knight's gun directly. I can't let you touch Mr. King like this. It was the Iron Knight Megado who blocked Kirakis's giant hammer. Seeing Megado in front of him blocking him, Kirakis was a little sober. Just now, he was too arrogant. Fortunately, this guy came to stop him. At this time, Kirakis's slightly grateful eyes made Megado on the opposite side a little puzzled. But no matter what, the two began to fight. King on the side looked calm and composed. But he was devastated in his heart. Because he felt tinnitus. The metal hammers and knight lances of the two were very heavy weapons. The fighting was too loud. But he didn't dare to move, because many people's eyes were on him. If he moved, others would think he was going to attack. In the public eye, he had no power to fight back before the other party made a move. It would be very embarrassing if they stared at each other. He. Today, this guy Kirakis has been in the limelight. Let me join in the fun. Then a big man with a stubble on his mouth and dressed in some flashy clothes laughed shrilly. Then he walked towards King. Seeing the big man who looked very perverted walking over, King was a little panicked. He didn't want to fight with such a guy. Zero, ask for flowers. Get out of here, you pervert. Don't even think about attacking King. I saw Dialgiana standing in front of King. For the first time, King felt that Dialgiana's voice was pleasant and looked quite pleasing to the eye. Wait. King shook his head. Don't be led astray. Yao Chuanhang looked at the fat and strong female man in front of him who ran out to say this to him, and his face became a little gloomy. I am a transvestite, not a pervert. Hearing the big man in front of him say this, King behind Dialgiana felt a chill. You dare to say that you are not a pervert? You are obviously the best of the perverts. You are obviously a pervert, but you say you are not. No matter. You die first. Dialgiana complained when she heard the big man in front of her and then rushed up directly. Tomboy, you are the one who will die. Seeing Dialgiana rushing up, Yao Chuanhang was not to be outdone. The enchanting posture of the demon boxing. Hanka dodged the attack of Dialgiana in an extremely enchanting posture. The enchanting posture almost made many people vomit their overnight meals. Even King felt a chill. Sure enough, he really didn't want to fight with this pervert. While Dialgiana and the demon fist hang were fighting, the slasher Mesro also started fighting with Jock. As for Ethan, he also faced one of the big pirates of the infinite hell. Soon, the originally wide deck of the warship began to be crowded. Because fighting requires space. On this small battlefield, only King's side still maintained a little pure land. However, he looked at the navy who started to kill around him. After a while, he couldn't help but sigh. Being a navy is really hard. Now he seems unable to really stand by and watch. After all, he eats the navy's food, so he still has to contribute some efforts. King sighed and started to move. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 131 King's Chastity Crisis, Back View in the Lake in Summer. Day. As soon as King moved, all the people fighting on the warship stopped. The navy looked at King with burning eyes, while the pirates were mostly filled with fear. However, there were also some who were not afraid of tigers. They stared at King's figure. The scene began to be silent. Their eyes were focused on King, moving with his movements. The man stood still in the field and said coldly, "Go ahead. I'll give you one chance." His eyes seemed to be filled with a cold sense of oppression, making everyone who looked at him involuntarily shift their gaze. Hearing his words, many navy couldn't help but think of the rumors about King. It is said that King's power is too strong, so that the battle is over as soon as he makes a move, so for greater fun, he will let the enemy make a move first, let the enemy show his strength, so as to get the fun of fighting. Now it seems to be true. Horororo, it's really oppressive. The strongest navy king. A wild laugh broke the silent atmosphere of the warship. Kirakis swung a giant hammer that was as tall as his 2-meter height and walked towards the king. Mekadu beside him did not stop him, because this was the king's decision. Well, let's do it together and let this strongest navy see that we are not just for nothing. The king in front of him has already said this. They can no longer escape, so they need to try their best to show their style. Don't let this new navy look down on them. The other leaders of the Infinite Sins also heard what Kirakis said. They walked past the crowd and walked towards the king, and no navy stopped them. They were full of confidence in the king. They believed that the battle was already decided, and with the king's action, these pirates would be defeated. King is a man who is said to be able to destroy the world. With his action, the difficult pirates will be wiped out. At that time, other pirates will not need King to take action, they can do it. This mission will be successfully completed. Many navy officers looked at King, the focus of everyone, with confidence. King also felt that all eyes were on him. The most important thing is that there are several big men standing around him, and there is also a thin swordsman, But no matter what, his current situation is that he is surrounded by big men, men on top of men. If the Emperor engine gives him a problem, he will die too ugly. At this time, he felt sympathetic and prayed that nothing would go wrong. Especially when he saw the flamboyant man standing in front of him, looking at his eyes that were very interested in him. King was even more worried that this guy would suddenly rush up and do something strange to him. For example, kiss him, hug him, and touch his face. As King's thoughts deepened, at this moment, King suddenly felt a huge crisis, the crisis of losing his chastity. He just felt very insecure. It turned out that his power had loopholes. If he met an opponent who had no intention to kill him and only wanted to take advantage of him, with his small body, he probably couldn't resist. If someone accidentally found that he couldn't resist and thought he liked it, then he was finished. Thinking of this, King wailed in his heart. Hey, hey, hey! This is too dangerous. This situation must not happen. We have to think about how to avoid it. While King's heart was turbulent, the pirates who were already standing around him only felt the powerful aura fluctuating. Combined with King's oppressive eyes and the 3 scars on his left eye, the pirates around him sighed in their hearts. Is this the strongest navy king? It's obviously not the conqueror's haki, but there is such a strong sense of oppression. Sure enough, the man who can possess those rumors is really scary. Hororororo, even though we are standing so close, you are still indifferent. You are so confident. You really live up to your reputation. King Kirakis praised with a twinkling eye. While praising, he winked at the other pirates around. It was just a moment. He raised his giant hammer fiercely and smashed it towards King. At the same time, a hurried voice also rang out. Do it! Others had already understood and started at the same time. 0. Big shock. Barbaric impact. The back of the demon boxing in the summer lake. The secret of the sword is cut in 2. Following Kirakis' hint, the siege suddenly activated their killer moves. At such a close distance, even King and the others would have to touch him and let him eat a pot. Maybe they won if he was careless. After these big pirates took action, several thoughts flashed through the minds of other naval generals around. How despicable! King had already asked them to take action, but he still launched a sneak attack. How shameless! Feeling the siege from all sides, King's heart calmed down. The world seemed to be silence. Bang! 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 The roar of the heart suddenly rose, and the restrictions began to be removed. The prelude to unlocking the power began to appear. King was also looking at the slow-motion pirates in front of him. Fortunately, no accidents happened after all. Can he finally take out that power again now? A little excited. When King began to remove the restrictions, the surrounding pirates also felt something unusual. This sound. The sound of a beating heart. The legendary Emperor engine? The sound that can only be heard when King starts to fight seriously. Without waiting for the pirates to continue to wonder. 5.1 Then they saw a shadow behind King looking down at them from above. A huge human-shaped shadow resembling King, with huge dark red eyes. Like a god. What is this? So strong. So scary. Can they really defeat this guy? King's powerful aura seemed to fill the void, condensing into an illusion. Even the nearby navy pirates could see the shocking scene. They were all shocked. This is the legendary Emperor engine. This close-up view is really terrifying. It is worthy of being king. This is the power that can destroy the world. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote, and give me data. Chapter 132 King is like the return of the god of war, Hisoka's arrival. Hey! Time seemed to be pulled back to normal senses. The sound of the pirates' attacks was surrounding. The roar of the Emperor engine also stopped suddenly, but King's danger was raised to an unimaginable level. Facing the pirates attacking him, King's heart was not affected at all, and he even wanted to laugh. Because, at this moment, he was invincible. Without hesitation, his power suddenly broke out. In just a moment, he avoided their siege and came to Kirakis' side. Boom! King's left hand, with the power to smash mountains, drew a graceful arc from bottom to top and hammered hard on Kirakis' belly. Then the shock wave of the armed color burst directly through his belly and rushed to the sky. Wow! Kirakis' body bent and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't even hold the giant hammer in his hand and it fell off. Without waiting for Kiraki's to fly out directly, King's right hand punched him in the face and forced him to change his trajectory to the deck of the warship. The 10 up and 10 down impact force made Kiraki's spit out a large mouthful of blood again. The whole person hit the deck hard, but the impact force on the deck was not that great. The deck just sank a little. Kiraki's. At this time, the surrounding pirates also got rid of the failed attack, but it was only a blink of an eye. Kiraki's actually fell down. This guy is a pirate with a bounty of more than 600 million Baileys. He was killed so easily. Before the other pirates could think about it, King had already started to walk around them. Boom! 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 The warship shook several times. The pirates watching felt that it was just a few blinks. Almost all the pirates fell on the deck. Only Hang was still standing. At this time, Hang was terrified when he saw all the pirates falling around him. Looking at King walking slowly beside him, Hanger swallowed his saliva with a gurgling sound in his throat. Sure enough, this guy in front of him was a complete monster. It is impossible to win. Hanger wailed in his heart. The navy beside him looked at King like a god of war, and almost defeated the pirate leaders with just a few moves, killing them instantly. Seeing this scene, they also began to cheer. As expected, King's power was too strong. Once he attacked, these ordinary pirates had no power to fight back. It felt so safe. While the navy cheered. On the contrary, the pirates were depressed and decadent. The defeat of the leaders almost meant the failure of this war. Next, they would be in trouble. At this time, some pirates had already started to think about retreating. King sighed. At this time, he looked at Hang in front of him. He beat him up. He punched him more than 10 times, and each move was aimed at his face. This was the secret skill he learned from his boss, the beautiful fist. And Hang fell down. Hanga's moves just now made him a little disgusted. He was still a mortal after all, and he couldn't ignore this scene. We have been defeated. All the leaders of the Infinite Sin have been defeated. The pirates will be defeated next. Yes, we have won this war. This is all thanks to Lord King. Ha ha ha. Now is the time to capture the pirates. With the Infinite Sin, the leaders of the warship were defeated. The pirates on King's warship lost their will to fight. They began to flee. The navy also began to chase them, and the quality of the navy itself was much higher than that of the pirates. Now the pirates were still unwilling to fight, and the battle was one-sided. When the pirates fled back to their pirate ship, a figure was stared at by Megadu. He was wearing a pirate hat, with a somewhat rugged face and a mouth that looked like the mouth of a round pot. He was the great pirate of Infinite Sin, Crazy Spray-ass guy, and also one of the escapees from the extreme cold hell of Impel Down. The ability was the spray fruit, which could spray wind and waves from his mouth. The navy generals who attacked this time also received the task of keeping an eye on this great pirate. After all, this person existed. Those pirate leaders of Infinite Sin would slip away if they were not careful. But now all the pirate leaders of Infinite Sin have been defeated. The great pirate in front of him was not to be feared. But it is a merit after all, so we can't let him run away. Seeing that guy sneaking away, Mekadu picked up the steel gun and rushed up directly. When Asjo was about to jump back to the pirate ship, he also found a navy in steel armor rushing up with a steel gun. He felt that his soul was about to burst. Because the navy rushing over had fought with the great leader Kirakis before. How could this small body withstand such a blow now? In a hurry, he put his hands on his mouth. Hey! 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 The violent wind turned into a cylindrical shock wave and rushed towards Asju. He wanted to repel this navy. As long as he returned to the ship, he could still escape. He never wanted to go back to the city of Push, especially the extreme cold hell. That place was not a place for people to stay. Want to run? Dream on. Facing the shock wave cast by Asju, Mecha showed disdain on his face, and quickly accumulated power, and threw it towards the gun with armed color domineering. He threw it violently, piercing the victor's spear. Swish! The gun was like a cannonball, counterflowing the shock wave exerted by Asju. It suddenly pierced Asju's stomach. Wow! In an instant, Asju vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his body was driven by the gun and was directly nailed to the side of the warship. The people around him could only see the after-image. Amazing! That crazy sprayer Asju was killed instantly by Mecha, and he is worthy of being the only one among the 4 heroes after King. That's right, the bounty of the crazy sprayer Asju is now as high as 250 million Baileys, with the bounty second only to the leaders of the Infinite Sin. Now he has fallen to the ground, and now the Infinite Sin is not to be feared. As the crazy sprayer fell, many Navy officers became more excited. They launched a more violent attack on the pirates. The changes here were soon seen by the lookouts of other pirate ships. Some even saw King's figure, and they were terrified. The news of the leader's defeat began to spread frantically among the pirate ships. All the pirate ships began to want to escape from the range of the warships. The whole sea area began to be in chaos. And King's side began to calm down gradually. He shouldn't have to take action next. When King stood there waiting for other navy to clean up the mess. Chi! Suddenly a loud birdsong sounded in the sky. What is that? Some navy and pirates looked up at the sky. Some pirates saw that the giant eagle was familiar, and just thought about it, their faces began to be ecstatic. It's Master Hisoka, the legendary worst pirate in history. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 133 I want to test your strength, it seems that you are just a name in vain. Hisoka. Could it be that man? Hisoka, the most evil pirate in history, he is here. Lord Hisoka is here? There is hope, he must be here to save the leaders of the infinite sins. We haven't lost yet. When some pirate ships began to rejoice. The generals of other warships also looked solemn, and some ordinary navy officers were even more panicked. They were all familiar with the giant eagle in the sky, because Hisoka frequently used it to move. Therefore, the navy even included this giant eagle in the bounty. The bounty for Hisoka's giant eagle is 100 million Baileys. As long as someone takes off the head of this eagle, they can get 100 million Baileys. This is a huge sum of money, and many pirates are jealous. This is one of the means used by the navy or the world government to contain Hisoka. As long as the giant eagle is alone, it may be torn into pieces by the jealous pirates. By then, Hisoka will not be able to move freely like he does now, and the possibility of arresting him will be greatly increased. As the eagle approaches, the warship where King is can even clearly see the figure standing on it. The worst pirate in history, Hisoka, bounty of 3.78 billion. He dared to come here, because he didn't know King was here. No matter, even if he comes, everything will be fine with King. As the generals of the warship began to discuss, they finally reached a unanimous approval. Only by witnessing it with your own eyes can you. Only those who have seen King create the sun will understand how powerful it is. Even if the one who came was the famous and evil pirate Hisoka, they would not be afraid. Even Garp, the navy hero who could chase the pirate King Roger, admitted that he was defeated. There is no doubt that King is powerful. And King was also subtle as he watched the giant eagle approaching in the sky. Of course he knew about Hisoka. After all, he was his predecessor. Every time Mel created a clone, the name of the new clone would be known to all clones through the contact node. Even as long as he saw the face, he would understand. This was an automatic reminder from the node on Mel's side. So, the clones knew each other's identities. It was not surprising that King knew Hisoka's identity at this time. Hisoka, the most evil pirate in history. Does he have any purpose for coming here this time? It's not like he really came to save these guys. King had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was still relatively stable. Because Hisoka arrived in time, his Emperor engine had not been shut down. King was naturally more stable with strength. Whatever this guy came here for. Let's fight as long as there is a conflict. King thought leisurely. Whether it is King, Hisoka, or Ryomen Sukuna, they all have their own joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. Unless Mel gives orders to them to cooperate. Otherwise, they will act according to their own principles. And the facts do not require Mel to order. What should happen will happen naturally, just wait. After all, improving reputation is their common need. Chi. As the bird sounds became louder and louder, Hisoka also jumped into the warship where King was in full view of everyone. He stood directly on the deck not far from King. Seeing Hisoka coming down, the navy also gathered around King to confront him. And some pirates also spontaneously gathered behind Hisoka's golden thigh. When the two were about to fight, Hisoka fixed his eyes on King in the navy, and then grinned. He. The strongest navy prison king, I have heard of your name for a long time. Hisoka's greeting made all the navy on the warship tense. Because the person in front of him was the initiator of the largest riot in the history of Impel Down, and the most evil person who caused the most evil war for his own delusion. The top war called the most evil war was the masterpiece of the person in front of him. The bounty is also terrifyingly high. Due to the acts of robbing Tian Shangjin, his bounty has been rising since the most evil war. It can be said that he is the most terrifying pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if King is there, this pirate may lose. But it does not mean that they are safe. It is rumored that he has a terrifying illusion ability, and they are too close now. I don't know what will happen next. Apple Hunter Hisoka, what's the matter with you? King said coldly. And Hisoka looked at King's indifferent face and smiled again. Eyes seemed to bend into crescents. Me. But I came here just for you. King. Your reputation is very attractive now. As a senior, I want to test your strength. Hearing Hisoka's words, the navy around King were all angry. They had also heard the rumors about Hisoka's trial. Unexpectedly, he came to find Lord King this time. Such a condescending attitude. Who did he think Lord King was? When the crowd was angry, Iron Knight Megadu took action. He wanted to test Hisoka's strength. Although Hisoka's bounty was high, there was always controversy about Hisoka's strength. It was rumored that Hisoka defeated the former 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile, but the newspaper said that Crocodile attacked the navy and gave up the position of 7 warlords of the sea. So the rumors in reality are true or false. It is still unknown how powerful this man is, so mysterious. Then, let him help King test this man's power. Boom. Under the disbelief of many navy officers, Megadu rushed to Hisoka's side and stabbed the air several times, and then a shock wave pierced out from his knight's gun. The huge impact made a hole in a side plate of the warship. Ha ha ha. What a vicious pirate, it seems that he is just a name for nothing. Looking at Hisoka standing next to him. And the usually calm Megadu laughed at an empty space, showing an arrogant attitude. Both the navy and the pirates swallowed their saliva. Is this Hisoka's ability? It's really weird and terrifying. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 134. Is he the only normal person? As sticky as a dogskin plaster. Enough. Hisoka. Watching his men being played by Hisoka, King said lightly. But King felt something was wrong. Hisoka's power seemed to restrain him. I wonder how much his ability to make people hallucinate can work on him. On the other side, Hisoka heard King's words. He also teased slightly. It seems that this navy who is trying to get ahead is nothing. Then, I'll give him back to you. As he said that, Hisoka punched Megadu in the stomach, who was still in the illusion next to him. Boom. Megadu flew directly to King's feet. Then he fell to the ground. Wow. Megadu, who was originally immersed in illusions and stirred up by emotions, immediately woke up. At the same time, sticky blood spit out of his mouth. In the previous punch, Hisoka used the technique of crushing the inside of the armed color. In addition, Megadu did not take the initiative to defend at all. Or the defense was just the layer of steel armor on his body. In this case, even if Megadu himself was thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, he couldn't stand it at this time. Lying dead on the ground, he needed some time to recover. All the navy pirates on the warship were shocked to see the scene. Sure enough, Hisoka is the most evil pirate in history. How could such a man be weak? Iron Knight Megadu, the strength of this man just now is obvious to all. He fought against the leader of the Infinite Sin with a bounty of more than 600 million Baileys, and killed the one with a bounty of 250 million Baileys in seconds. And now this man was also killed by Hisoka in seconds. Looking at Megadu on the ground, King waved and asked someone to carry him away. Next, he wanted to fight with Hisoka to see how powerful this senior was. And everyone retreated when they saw King's posture. Although the deck of the warship is quite large. But the two people in front of them are both legendary navy or pirates. This place must be small for them. They must prevent being killed directly by the aftermath. Ah! King, you must use your strength. I'm looking forward to it. Looking at the shameful posture and facial expression of Hisoka in front of him, King's heart was also a little bit overwhelmed. Is the other guy also such a pervert? Is he the only normal person? Although King was complaining in his heart, but his face was still expressionless, as if nothing could move him. Then, I'm here. Hisoka said the last sentence. Then he started to rush towards King. Boom. The two fists collided directly. A deafening sound began to resound through the sky. The shock wave also rushed towards the surroundings. Some pirates were even blown away and transferred into the sea. The surrounding decks were directly broken. So strong. The two just punched each other, but there was such a big impact. All the spectators were secretly shocked. Swish! A figure flew out. It was Hisoka. After King activated the Emperor engine, all his attributes soared to the limit of the S range. Plus the shock wave of S-class armament haki. It was understandable that Hisoka flew backwards. After all, except for the Spirit S, all other attributes of Hisoka were A+. King felt something was wrong when he saw Hisoka flying backwards. But he didn't pay much attention. Hisoka used the internal crushing technique of armament haki on him just now, and now his arm was a little sore. Now is the right time to learn this technique. He couldn't practice it at ordinary times, after all, he couldn't use his strength and couldn't practice it. When King was trying to figure out the technique Hisoka showed just now, he suddenly felt that his body was tilted forward by his arm. What is this? King looked at the direction where his arm was tilted, which was exactly where Hisoka was. He saw Hisoka reflected from a distance in the air like a rubber band. As he reflected, King also felt his arm loosen. There was no longer the feeling of being dragged. Boom! As Hisoka flew over, the two men's arms collided fiercely again. The shock wave spread to the surroundings again. This time Hisoka did not fly backwards again, but instead stalemated with King. King even took a half step back at the moment of collision. In Hisoka's eyes, his power of thought had already entangled King's arm. Under normal circumstances, King would not be able to get rid of him. Not only that, his thought extended to the entire warship. It was as if spider webs began to be woven on the warship. Boom! After a short stalemate, King repelled Hisoka again. King! Use more strength. Is this all you have? Looking at Hisoka in front of him rebounding again, with a perverted expression on his face. King was speechless. What kind of ability is this? It's as sticky as dogskin plaster. What a trouble! King could only hammer Hisoka away again and again, and Hisoka also reflexively come and fight with King. The stalemate and then he was blown away. The shock wave kept hitting the surroundings. The navy and the pirates retreated to the edge and used their hands to block the strong wind and shock wave. Then they watched the duel between the two sides in amazement. King really deserves to be called the strongest navy. Even this big pirate with a bounty of more than 3 billion berries can be hammered away continuously. But that Hisoka is also worthy of being a big pirate with a bounty of more than 3 billion berries. He was obviously hammered away by King so many times. But he can keep returning to attack, just like an indestructible cockroach. Wouldn't he be hurt? The center of the battle. King didn't have any extra thoughts, just kept hammering Hisoka away. Then he felt Hisoka's armament haki technique, he could feel that he was close, and he almost learned it. Ha ha ha! What a good power! King, as a senior, I was actually suppressed by you. At this time, Hisoka laughed while fighting back. P.S. Guys, please add to favorites, votes, flowers, and data. Chapter 135 The World's Top Duel, Take His Face-Breaking Punch. Even though Hisoka was constantly being hammered away, he didn't look frustrated at all. And he didn't suffer any injuries. Today, Hisoka has S-level love that can be stretched and retracted freely. This power can already replace the operation of his body. Simply put, even if he is injured, as long as his telekinesis is still there, he can paste and simulate the function of that part. Even if his heart is broken, he can use telekinesis to simulate a heart running in his body. As for the brain, it's a bit impossible, unless his consciousness is clear and can be replaced. Otherwise, there is no way. And there is another disadvantage that it can only be used by himself. Because it requires a certain degree of control, the human body is precise after all, and under Hisoka's control, he can maintain this minimum precision. But if you simulate body parts for others to treat them, you can't last too long. Because it can't run precisely without Hisoka's control. But even with these shortcomings, however, it does not prevent Hisoka's ability from becoming a healing skill. As for the replaced position, you only need to eat food after the battle to replace the position replaced by telekinesis little by little. It's so boring, are you a dull person? Seeing that King did not respond, Hisoka was also a little bored. And King's eyes began to shine brightly at this time. Because he has already learned the crushing technique of armed color domineering. It's just that Hisoka's evaluation of him just now made him feel a little broken. In a sense, it is true, but others say more pleasant words such as aloof, cold, solemn, etc. This guy Hisoka is really direct. Bang! As the two of them fought again. Hisoka's arm suffered more severe damage than before. But it was immediately forcibly attached by telekinesis. Now Hisoka no longer cares much about his body. He can control his body like a puppet. Injury is no longer an important problem for him. I've learned it. Then, let me see your real ability. King. He didn't care about King learning his armament haki techniques. He even cultivated the green apples. He would not be stingy with these guys who were destined to fight with him. Hearing Hisoka's words, King began to take it seriously. Since he had learned the armament haki techniques, he should go all out. Looking at Hisoka who was shooting again. This time, King's fist was wrapped with the power that shook the sky. He swung it directly at Hisoka. Boom! A stronger shock wave than before also hit the surroundings. Hisoka smashed it out at a faster speed than before, and then embedded it into the side plate of the warship. The surrounding navy felt the terrifying fluctuations. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was King. Was he finally going to use his real power? Sure enough, the previous display was just him holding back. Now Hisoka's constant attack obviously angered him. Now King finally stopped hiding and was ready to use his true power. Bang! Pa! While the navy was rejoicing, Hisoka had already broken away from the embedded side panel. Day! 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 He walked slowly, laughing as he walked. But the people around him began to feel uneasy, as if the man was brewing something. He. Not bad, really good will. King. Then, try this. As Hisoka stood in front of King. He raised his head slightly. His eyes seemed to flash with light. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from him. Then it swept around. Attracted by him. King also burst out with the same aura. This is the domineering haki. Such a powerful domineering haki. Looking at the people around him, a special lithe pirates began to fall to the ground one after another. Lightning flashed around the two men. King's adjutant Leopard Claw Ethan began to be shocked. I didn't expect that man also possessed Conqueror's haki. And it was so powerful. Sure enough, the worst pirate in history couldn't be without this qualification. As for King's having this qualification, it was natural in Ethan's heart. The atmosphere seemed to shake. The light flashed in the air like flowing water. Lightning flashed around King and Hisoka. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It's so powerful. Is this the world's top duel? He. Come on. King, more. I'm very excited. Hisoka just awakened Conqueror's haki through King's haki, and his Conqueror's haki is extremely powerful. Please give me flowers. Now he wants to go one step further. Boom! The collision of the Conqueror's haki shattered. King also looked at Hisoka who began to laugh wildly in front of him. He was a little speechless. Since he was so excited, he might as well take a punch to his face. King moved silently in his heart. Then he hit Hisoka's laughing face hard with the force of thunder. Then Hisoka flew out again. The laughter stopped abruptly. After a while, Hisoka walked over from the ruins. His face was a little dark. I didn't expect that this serious-looking king would sneak attack. If it weren't for his thoughts, his face would have been disfigured. However, Hisoka raised his palm. A will that shook the sky was wrapped around his palm. What a powerful force! This feeling is really good. King, let me try a new move. Hisoka said, turning into a shadow and rushing directly towards King. King looked at Hisoka and responded. Bang! The fists of the two began to collide in the air. The atmosphere began to tremble. Lightning flashed outward at the intersection. The shock wave caused the atmospheric particles to vibrate. The light was flowing in the void like water. The huge shock wave swept around, directly penetrating the entire warship and radiating to the surrounding warships and pirate ships. All the warships were swaying as if they were in a storm. All the people on King's warship who were not dizzy were horrified. The impact of their collision was too great. If it continued like this, the warship would almost disintegrate. In the center of the battle, Hisoka laughed wildly and punched harder, and King did not retreat. The two fists were getting closer and closer. Boom! 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 The deck of the warship rolled up in large areas. The entire warship seemed to be shaking and about to disintegrate. The sky is cracked! As someone shouted loudly. All the Navy pirates looked at the sky in horror. At the intersection of King and Hisoka's fists, the sky above them. The sky above it was directly broken by this boundary. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote, and flowers, and please enter the data. Chapter 136 The Legendary Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. This is to kill them. Other warships and pirate ships in the sea area kept shaking. The wind was blowing hard, and the sea surface also swept out circles of ripples and played violently. But even so, they did not care about the danger of falling into the sea. Instead, they looked up at the sky. The sky is split in half. Is that the battle between the most evil pirates and the strongest navy in history? It's too scary. The ship feels like it's going to flip over. The impact is too strong. Hold on to the ship. Looking at the scene in the sky, the navy of the entire naval fleet and the pirates on the pirate ship were horrified. This spectacular scene will be sincerely sighed whether you have witnessed it or not. Is this scene really something that can be caused by human power? For ordinary people, that is an unreachable distance. Enough to make them in awe for the rest of their lives. The center of the battle. With a bang. Hisoka retreated again, but this time he only retreated a few steps. As he comprehended the domineering entanglement, coupled with the woven thoughts on the ground. Even if there is a difference in basic attributes. But the overall difference is not that big. The two stopped fighting and stood opposite each other. The turbulent atmosphere around them also began to calm down. The people around them began to hold their breath as they watched them. Swoosh! Just a moment. The two turned into streams of light and began to collide at high speed on the deck. Boom! Boom! The violent collision sounded continuously. The whole warship began to shake again due to the violent collision. All the people on the warship spontaneously looked for a stable grip. Staring at the confrontation between the two. In the battle, Hisoka did not rely on brute force to fight King. Instead, he used the ability of a magician. Now his magician level has risen to S not long ago level. The operability is greatly increased. It is easy to confuse the enemy's senses. Coupled with his difficult thoughts and the explosion effect of the hunter, his fighting style is very strange. Now he has also comprehended the entanglement of the conqueror's haki. Now King is really limited when fighting him. But King also has the ability of intuition. Although the level is only A, the prevention of its own dangers has been improved to a very high level. So that even if the magician can confuse King's senses, but King can always attack back at the critical moment. And Hisoka's thoughts can also be destroyed. The attack of the conqueror's haki entanglement can destroy Hisoka's thoughts entangled on King. The two forces are intertwined, either coexisting or repelling. Obviously, the entanglement of the conqueror's haki is a kind of repulsion. In fact, the armament haki can also be entangled to wear away Hisoka's thoughts. But the strength of the wear is much weaker. And the premise of wear is that there must be awareness. Now Hisoka's mind has reached S level, so it is still difficult to detect. Under Hisoka's personal control, A-level observation haki is difficult to detect. Unless it is out of Hisoka's control. Boom! Boom! King attacked Hisoka again, but hit the afterimage. Danger came from the side, and he stretched out his hand to block it. Boom! The huge force made King retreat. Hisoka also reappeared in front of him. Looking at Hisoka with a happy smile in front of him, King couldn't help thinking in his heart. What a trouble! King looked at the complicated things around him and felt that he couldn't keep fighting like this. Otherwise, his freshly made warship might sink. Hisoka, stop! Looking at Hisoka's face with a wanton smile, King said in a deep voice. In King's mind, it would be disadvantageous for him to continue this battle. Generally, he would not release his ultimate move against Hisoka. It's not just because of his identity. His ultimate move was too powerful. If he let it go carelessly, the warships and personnel around would be turned into ashes. The price was too high. Hearing King's words, Hisoka did not continue to attack. The personnel on the warship were relieved to see the two stop. The warship was already in tatters at this time. There were holes and broken marks everywhere. The buildings on the warship also disintegrated and collapsed due to the shock wave, and even the main mast broke and fell down. It looked terrible. The personnel on the warship were also covered in dust. The leaders of the Infinite Sin had also woken up, but they had been shackled by the Navy. Even so, they still looked at Hisoka on the battlefield with burning eyes. That man was the man who liberated the prisoners in the Impel Down. His strength was not clearly shown before. But now it seems that he is indeed very powerful. If Lord Hisoka can defeat King, then they will be saved. Day. Stop? Of course. Hiso walked to the opposite side of King and smiled strangely. King was relieved to see Hisoka agree, but Hisoka's smile looked a bit annoying. King complained in his heart. But... okay. King was sure that this smile was really annoying. Let me see. Your strongest power, the legendary Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. I am very interested. Hisoka's smiling proposal made King speechless. If he dared to use it, he would directly hit Hisoka in the face with his ultimate move, letting him know what it means to not die if you don't commit suicide. But to be honest, Hisoka's ability also made him unpredictable about his position. 1.9 can't strike accurately at all. It's very uncomfortable to use the ultimate move to fight alone. Unless he really attacks indiscriminately, attacks this sea area, and conducts a range-covering attack. Well, you also need to consider the state after using the attack. Otherwise it would be funny to be killed by his own ultimate move. Some naval commanders saw the two men start to cease fire and walked closer to listen to their conversation. Just heard the last sentence. Their faces changed drastically. This guy Xisuo wants them to die. How can King use his power casually? If he uses it, won't all the people on the surrounding warships die? P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 137. Is this your no difficulty? The power to make the ground fall into purgatory. Looking at King's silence. Xisuo continued, pointing his finger at a location. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you, look. Hearing Xisuo's words, King also looked at the location he pointed to. I saw a stream of fluid like a spider web began to appear, connecting from the ground to the side panels, the ruins of the building on the warship, the mast, and other locations. All the people on the warship only felt that they suddenly came from a huge force, and then was bound in those dense spider webs. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, it was the same. It was like an insect struggling in a spider web. What's going on? I can't move my body. What are these? Sticky. We've been caught. Is he trying to threaten Lord King? Lord Hisoka, I'm a pirate on your side. You caught the wrong one. At this time, everyone felt panicked because of the sudden appearance of the spider web and being trapped. In addition to here, all the warships and pirate ships around the warship where King was located were also caught by several giant fluid spider webs like insects entering a spider web. As for the personnel on other warships, they were not bound. After all, it was still quite energy consuming, and Hisoka felt it was unnecessary. What is this? 11. The ship looks like it has been captured. What kind of ability is this? This is the power of Lord Hisoka. Only Lord Hisoka can meet the requirements of this scale of power in this battlefield. It's amazing. Are all the ships trapped? What exactly does Lord Hisoka want to do? Isn't Hisoka's ability an illusion? Are these things that look like spider webs also illusions? The surrounding warships and ships were also amazed when they saw the surrounding scenes. At the same time, a navy was curious whether it was an illusion and reached out to touch it. Then his hand stuck to it and couldn't move away. When he started to exert force, he was pulled and then the whole person was elastically rebounded to the fluid. The whole person stuck to it. The surrounding navy was frightened and didn't dare to die again. On the King's warship, looking at the people who were bound around, there was an endless stream of cries for help and other complicated words. King looked at Hisoka speechlessly. He was madly complaining in his heart. This is your no embarrassment. Do you have any misunderstanding about no embarrassment? Now, there is a best target. I saw Hisoka pointing to an island in the distance. That was the island where the pirates were stationed before. Originally it was an uninhabited island, but because of the beautiful scenery and suitable geographical location, it was used as a temporary base by the Infinite Sin pirates. Let me see. The legendary power that can create the sun. Otherwise, these guys will cry. This is a threat. This is a threat. How shameless. Hisoka. Looking at Hisoka's expression as if he wanted to see fireworks, King felt that Hisoka was a tricky guy. Shameless people are the most tricky. Asshole. How dare you threaten Lord King? So despicable. He is really an extremely evil person. We are too weak. We were caught by Hisoka so casually. Damn it. Lord King, don't worry about us. Defeat Hisoka. When King hesitated, the navy on the warship shouted one after another. Looking at those guys, King was speechless. Don't make it seem like we're parting forever. Leave after using it. Hearing King's words, Hisoka smiled and nodded. Of course. I'm a man of my word. I'd never trust you. King was silent after hearing Hisoka's words. But this is the only way for now. I hope this power can shock this guy. Let him stop messing around. King closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had become more oppressive. Then watch carefully. Wait and see. Hearing King's serious reply, Hisoka also answered with a smile. With Hisoka's response, the hot breath spread from King's body to the surrounding atmosphere. King was able to control some details the second time he used it. If he exploded at will, he would probably fall into the sea. Under Hisoka's gaze, the air around King seemed to be twisting. Hisoka also began to retreat, allowing King to perform. The atmosphere is heating up, and the water vapor from the surrounding sea is gathering towards the sky. The air seems to be able to burn people. The people on the warship only feel like they are in a furnace. Bang! 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 The roar of the heart began to play. This sound, this scene, this is the power of Lord King. Is Lord King ready to use that move? Hey! This is not a joke. Everyone will die if you use it here. Shut up. The boss used that power for us. As the prelude of King's power appeared, many Navy officers on King's warship panicked. Using that power at such a close distance, they don't know whether Lord King is okay, but they themselves are likely to sacrifice themselves. When many Navy officers were panicking and complicated, some generals had better hearing and knew that King used this power because of them. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Sure enough, the boss is still too gentle. Leopard Claw Ethan thought silently in his heart. When the Navy was in a state of intense emotion, the leaders of the Infinite Sin were also hanging on a spider web. They felt the hot air around them and looked at each other in disbelief. Could this be the legendary move that could create the sun? It was said that the accompanying with King's heart beating at high speed, he will gain the power to plunge the earth into a purgatory world. Is this for real? Does this power really exist? Their thoughts began to churn. They were more uncertain about King's legendary ability to create the sun. Before they really saw him use it, they were more incredulous. And now they are really going to see such power. Looking at the reactions of the surrounding navy, this thing doesn't seem to be a joke. They won't die so hastily. No matter how other people's thoughts turned. It can't affect the decision of the two. Come on. King, let me see this dazzling power. Looking at King's increasingly dazzling, Hisoka murmured. And King began to do as he wished. Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. This time King didn't recite the moves, but just silently recalled them in his heart. The heat was like a purgatory-like force, and King waved his hand. The terrifying force gushed out towards the distant island under the horrified eyes of the crowd, and the dark red light was overwhelming. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 138 The sun has set. I am willing to admit your title of the strongest navy. The huge dark red pillar of fire fell on the island that was several kilometers in size, and its landing point was placed by King on the edge of the other end of the island. King calmed down and tried his best to control this force so that it would not affect the warship. But a hot shock wave still formed around him and pushed towards the surroundings. Those on the warship who had armed color quickly used armed color to harden, and those who didn't had to bear it. The body was directly scalded and blistered. But no one cared about these, and instead focused their eyes on the direction of the distant island. Boom boom boom. The huge sound was deafening. Resounding through the sky. The overwhelming dark red flames came into view, forming a huge fireball connected to the ground. It was hundreds of meters high, thousands of meters high, as if there was no end in sight. The temperature around it also rose suddenly. The huge light emitted by the hemispherical fireball directly refracted huge light and shadows around it. Looking at the unimaginable scene, the people on the warship were horrified. What is this? This is the power of the Hell Sun King. The power to destroy the world. So scary. This is the power to create the sun. Close your eyes. You're going blind. The islands in the sea around this island, from the windless belt to the more distant seas. The people on each island and the pirate ships, merchant ships, naval warships, etc. on the route in the surrounding seas. They looked in a certain direction at the same time. There, they saw the dark red light and shadow like the setting sun. What is that? The sun has set. Hey! Are you kidding me? The sun is still hanging in the sky. This color? This is the power of Lord King. On King's warship. Looking at the huge fireball and the endless light and shadow in front of him, Hisoka couldn't help laughing. He. King, you are really good. You actually have such power. Really. It's great and dazzling. Laughing in the red light, Hisoka looked like a devil at this moment. And King had stopped putting in power at this time. After having the experience once, he still kept a little power and didn't put it all in this time. Therefore, the Emperor engine was not shut down. But the remaining power couldn't last long. Boom! Boom! Due to the direct collision with the island on the ground. The fireball didn't last long and dissipated. There were only shadows, dark clouds in the sky, and a huge bottomless hole where the island was originally. The island disappeared. The island disappeared directly. Is this the power of King? So scary. It's over. What a huge hole. The sea is pouring over there. The people on the warships and pirate ships had not yet had time to be thankful that the sun did not fall on them. Their faces changed drastically. Because the next huge crisis is also coming. The sea is tilting, and the sea is flowing towards the bottomless hole. The warships and pirate ships on the sea surface are inevitably affected, and flow towards the big hole with the current. With their distance, they will inevitably fall into the hole before it is filled with seawater. The warships and pirate ships may be directly shattered. If the people on it fall into the turbulent current, people with ordinary strength are afraid that they will be killed on the spot. At this time, King was speechless looking at the big hole in the distance. I didn't expect that his move would create a big hole in the island. If this wave went straight down, the navy would probably suffer heavy casualties. The reason was still caused by him. He. As the laughter sounded, the fluid spider webs that bound the warships, whether they were navy or pirates, were all broken. Everyone was free to move. The navy hurried to King's side. The pirates were a little confused, but they still walked tremblingly behind Hisoka. King! What a magnificent power! I am willing to admit your title of the strongest navy. Everyone was shocked when they heard Hisoka's words. Even though the crisis was coming, it still did not prevent them from being shocked. Because the one who said this was the worst pirate in history, Hisoka, and his words represented the pirate group to a great extent. Chi! With a long cry. A giant eagle also flew towards this side. Then, under the cannibalistic eyes of the navy, Hisoka laughed and stuck several leaders of the infinite sin with strange power. Then he pulled them to jump on the back of the giant eagle. Only the last sentence was left. Then, goodbye. King, I hope you can bring me a bigger surprise next time. As the giant eagle flew high, the pirates who were not taken away were also looking forward to it, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Lord Hisoka, we are still here. Don't abandon us. It's over, it's completely over. As Hisoka gradually went away, King also retracted his gaze. Lord King, why did that guy let him go? Some people had some doubts at this time. Having seen the power just now, they had no doubt that King could defeat Hisoka. But before King could answer, the generals next to him had already spontaneously imagined it. Idiot! It's because we are the burden here. Otherwise, how could Hisoka escape? We are too weak. It's all because of us, Lord King. Looking at the navy generals who were still complaining about themselves around him, King was a little hesitant to speak. Ethan next to him keenly caught King's hesitant look this time. Stop, boss, King has something to say. After hearing Ethan's words, everyone turned their eyes to King. And King also said something shocking under everyone's expectant eyes. Don't you want to look at the surrounding situation? After hearing King's words, Everyone was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly looked at the big hole in the distance. Yes. The ship is almost gone. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 139 Leap. My warship. At this time, they suddenly realized and immediately began to command the warship to sail away from the deep pit through the Den Mushi. In fact, they didn't need to give orders, the surrounding warships and pirate ships spontaneously fled from the deep pit. After all, everyone still cherishes their lives. However, the atmosphere that originally expanded to the surrounding due to the high temperature was swept towards the deep pit due to the cooling airflow of the deep pit. The ocean current flows towards the deep pit because of the existence of the deep pit. Thunder flashed continuously between the dark clouds in the sky. The rumbling sound continued to resound through the sky, and it seemed that a thunderstorm was about to come. The low dark clouds and thunder, the remaining huge light and shadow, the impending storm, the huge deep pit, and the sweeping sea current. It formed a strange landscape. It was as if the world was in doomsday. It's too late, there's no way to escape like this. At this time, everyone on the warship was as busy as ants on a hot Kong. The speed at which they were moving away from the deep pit could not keep up with the speed of the sea current and the headwind. And the main mast of the warship where King was broken. It almost fell directly at the end of the entire team. If it fell into the deep pit, this warship would be the first to bear the brunt. Looking at the anxious navy and desperate pirates around, King couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he still had some strength left. Otherwise, he would really be dead this time. Day. As King moved, everyone suddenly stopped. Did Lord King ask 867 to take action? I knew Lord King would never sit idly by and watch this situation. Seeing the people around him start to cheer, King was a little speechless. To be honest, he had no idea what he could do. He could only try his best. Put up all the sails. You can raise the sails later. Hearing King's words, everyone on the warship was stunned for a moment, and then immediately began to make arrangements. There could be no worse results at this stage. And they also trusted King's power. Soon, except for the damaged main mast, all other canvases were put up. The speed slowed down a lot, and it flowed backwards with the countercurrent. Hold on. Seeing the canvas put up, King left only one sentence, and without waiting for everyone to wonder, he used the moon step to run out directly. He had learned the skill of the moon step before he went to sea. After all, it was not difficult to learn for people with high strength and agility. As long as the body weight is not too large, then this technique is really useful. Swoosh! 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 King seemed to be running at high speed on the sea. The speed was getting faster and faster. Compared to air, which has a very low density, stepping directly on the sea surface can obviously save more energy, and the speed can be even faster if the technique is used properly. Bang! 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 The roar of the heart was beating, the Emperor engine started, and the remaining power was burning faster. The increase ratio of basic attributes was also changing. Using the Emperor engine again, King began to master some higher application skills. For example, the increase ratio of attribute ratio was more flexibly allocated. At this time, his speed and strength began to soar to the maximum. Speed and strength complement each other. The airwaves in front of King kept spraying towards the surroundings. King circled some distance on the sea and rushed towards his warship suddenly, under the unbelievable eyes of everyone. His fist hit the stern of the warship fiercely. Fly over! My warship! The shock wave of armament haki spread over the entire warship in an instant. Under normal circumstances, the entire warship would be shattered in such an attack. However, under that exquisite control, the entire warship seemed to become a whole and began to move. Boom! Like a bird taking off, the entire warship soared directly, not flying very high. Instead, it shot out in a gentle parabola at a low altitude towards the distance. Fly! The warship is flying! What a powerful force! This is the power of Lord King. Hold on tight, don't get thrown out. Everyone on the warship was horrified, and at the same time they held on to the stable position of the warship tightly. If they were thrown out at this time, they would be finished. And King was also satisfied after seeing that the warship could indeed fly out safely. Sure enough, as long as he was serious, he could do this kind of thing. Look! Lord King's warship is flying. What is this? Can Lord King's warship fly? Idiot! Don't you see King is still in the sea behind? This must be Lord King's power. What a powerful power! Does this mean we are saved? Witnessing King's warship directly from the back of the fleeing team and directly leaving them far behind. They were all excited. After seeing the warship without raising the sail, they also spontaneously followed suit. Because they believed that Lord King would not abandon them. Only the pirates on the pirate ship were a little nervous. Because from the speed of their ship's current sailing speed must not escape the sea pit behind. Even if the sea pit is filled with seawater, it will form a huge whirlpool in a certain period of time. In this case, they have no confidence in escaping. If that man doesn't save them. Most of them are afraid that they will be buried in the sea. When everyone's thoughts were surging, King did not stand idly by, but launched the warships one by one. Watching the warships fly out directly. Some pirate ships also lowered their sails. They wanted to take a gamble, otherwise they would be buried in the sea at this speed. Finally, the pirates on the pirate ship looked forward to it. King still saved them. If there is no choice, King will naturally not care too much. But if there are conditions, King does not want too many lives to die. Even if this may bring some bad consequences. But King will not care too much whether the result is good or bad. He only follows his current thoughts. As a pirate ship flew away, other pirate ships saw this and spontaneously lowered their sails. In this way, the last batch of ships also flew out. King also shot out. After flying a distance, the warships and pirate ships fell on the sea, just like stones skipping on the river, and bounced on the sea several times before landing steadily on the sea. King did not return to the warship directly after catching up with the ship. Instead, he went back and forth between the pirate ships and killed all the pirate leaders who felt stronger in the fastest speed. After all, it would be troublesome if they organized a resistance later. He tried to deal with the aftermath as much as possible. After doing this last thing, King finally returned to his warship. The warship had already raised the sails. At this distance, the big whirlpool behind would not be a big threat. Lord King is so great. Lord King really saved my life this time. It should be 2 lives. If it weren't for Lord King, how could that Hisoka let us go? No matter. My life belongs to Lord King from now on. As the navy cheered, the pirates were bleak. Their fate was determined after losing their leaders, but most of them would not invest in the city of Impel Down. But they would in other prisons. After all, those without a bounty or with a low bounty cannot enter the Impel Downs. This is also good news for them. King didn't care much about the cheers of the crowd. Since the navy provides food and accommodation, he will try his best to take care of them. Under the admiring eyes of the crowd, he folded his arms and looked at the sky. The solemn face and powerful aura accompanied by the lightning are shocking. The dark clouds in the sky have been suppressed to the limit. The thunderstorm began to fall. King felt the power fade away and couldn't help sighing. It's really a storm. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 140 Let that man fight to the death with the strongest navy king, the king facing the sun god. The next day, a new newspaper began to be transmitted to the world with the news bird. Super shocking. The most evil pirate in history, Hisoka, and the terrifying duel with the strongest navy prison king. The setting of the sun. The great pirate Hisoka's retreat approved. After getting the newspaper, people were speechless just by seeing the title. Now people all over the world have been shocked. Major events that might not have happened in the past few months or even years are breaking out frequently. The tide of the times is coming. They are somewhat used to it, but this time after reading the content of the newspaper, they still can't help being shocked. Not only in the text, but also in the photos in the newspaper. This time, the strongest navy king led the navy fleet to attack the recently famous Infinite Sin. The Infinite Sin pirate group was solved with a crushing momentum. If it weren't for the appearance of the great pirate Hisoka, this incident would also become a good story. However, these are not so important compared to the later ones. Because the most evil pirate in history, Hisoka, appeared and launched a shocking duel with the navy prison king. Looking at the picture of the sky cracking in the newspaper, people can't help but sigh. Because such photos appear frequently, it has become the benchmark for people's understanding of top strong people. In the past, even if there was such a confrontation, the world government would mostly cover up and block such horrifying pictures in newspapers. At the same time, it would guide public opinion to a certain extent. Because they don't want ordinary people to know too much about the top strength. The huge difference in strength will prompt people to yearn for and admire. Therefore, people are more willing to go out to sea to pursue power. This is an unstable factor for the world government to rule the world. Even if Morgans, a big man in the news industry, appears later, Morgans will give face to the world government. For example, newspapers published in the 4 Seas and the first half of the Grand Line will be deleted to a certain extent. The huge rewards and pictures describing the strength of the New World will be deleted to a certain extent. Even if Morgans sometimes releases some real information. But the world government is relatively calm in dealing with this situation. Occasional truth is not important. Because people are only willing to believe what they want to believe. Information that is too exaggerated and beyond their psychological range will inevitably be rationalized. And this is what the agents of the world government are proficient in. So far, it has been relatively smooth. However, due to the frequent outbreak of major events, the world government even sent agents to chase Morgans. Morgans has become completely stubborn. Now he doesn't even act anymore. It's not just that his desire to make big news keeps burning. At the same time, there is also the influence of someone. The power called luck begins to cover Morgan's head and tilt, so that he doesn't die easily. The island where the Infinite Sin pirates are stationed has disappeared directly from the map. Are you kidding? Yesterday's sunset-like sunset turned out to be the power of this prison-day king. This power is actually real. Too powerful. Is this the strength of the strongest navy? I want to join the navy. Even the most evil pirate in history can only admit that prison-day king is the strongest. It's really exciting. People from all over the world began to talk about it. Some are ready to join the navy because of king's power. And civilians also feel at ease because of king's power. The power that seemed to create the sun has now appeared again, making many people yearn for it. At the same time, it also made many pirates wary and worried. The pirates in the New World originally had a great dislike for Ryomen Sukuna, who regarded the New World as his territory. There was a tendency to want to unite. As long as that man really defeated Whitebeard, they could unite. But now, looking at the picture in the newspaper, the huge scorching sun and the even bigger light and shadow, and the contrasting scenes before and after the island disappeared, they felt a great sense of crisis. It seems that the strongest navy is not in vain. He has become recognized by the most evil pirate in history, Hisoka. That extremely evil man, Hisoka, personally wove the top war between the navy and the prisoners of Impel Down. Countless monsters gathered in that war and fought to the death. In addition to the strength he showed this time with the King of Prison Sunday. The thieves have reason to believe that such a man must have extremely high vision. Even he recognized the title of the strongest king of Hell Day. Please give me flowers 0. With these photos, all the pirates were silent. Perhaps it should be that man who fights the strongest navy king to death. If he really defeats Whitebeard. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago, Syaki Drum Bar. Rayleigh was silent when he looked at the photos in the newspaper. He started to drink one glass of wine after another. What? Are you shocked by this kind of power? Xiaoqi next to him said with some amusement. Ha ha ha. No, I'm just sighing. Rayleigh put down the wine glass. If this man had appeared and joined the navy earlier, maybe Roger wouldn't have been able to become the pirate king. What a terrible power. The navy really got a good chess this time. Hearing Rayleigh say so, Xiaoqi also exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled slightly. His power is really terrifying. I'm afraid that the ancient weapon Pluto, which is said to have the name of God, is no more than this. Just one move turned this island into a deep pit. What a terrifying power. Xiaoqi words made Rayleigh a little dazed. His title is Pluto. It's just that it doesn't mean the same as the ancient weapon Pluto. Ha ha ha. To be honest, King's power reminds me of the ability of a devil fruit. Oh? What ability? After hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaoqi also felt a little curious. Not many people discussed the fruit ability of Hell Day King before, but after this period, it will probably arouse everyone's curiosity. After all, the power that seems to create the sun is really terrifying. No one would not be curious about what ability such power comes from. The human fruit fantasy beast species Nikiform has the legend of being called the sun god. Rayleigh's words shocked Xiaoqi. Because she has heard some of that legend. If I didn't know a little about the fruit, I would have thought King had eaten it. Sun God. Will this man who seems to be able to create the sun face? I'm really curious. Rayleigh looked at the sky outside the window. Perhaps this possibility will become a reality in the future. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please give me data. Chapter 141 The Attributes of the Clones, the New Abilities of the Clone Mall. A few days later. The Windless Belt, Ruskana Island full of beasts. Mare walked in the wilderness. Finally came to a stone house. After entering the stone house, he sat cross-legged on a seat. There was a flower pot on a windowsill in the stone house, and a lovely flower was planted in the pot. Mare stretched out his hand casually. The flower pot on the windowsill seemed to fly into his hand out of thin air. This lovely little flower is a unique life form formed by the strange combination of negative energy. Lily Carnation, the flower of rebirth and death. At this time, Carnation trembled when she saw Mel coming. In her eyes, the human in front of her was no doubt a demon. Little flower, it's time for the experiment. Looking at the boy in front of her with a harmless smile, Carnation trembled even more. Mole ignored Carnation's fear. In his field of vision. In the flower pot, countless grey-black tiny chains connected the flower pot on one side, and penetrated this strange life form on the other side. A grey-black gem was cast at the bottom of the flower pot. Negative energy was slowly being transmitted, and the energy flowed to the wall of the flower pot and into the chain. Finally, it was transmitted into this strange life form through the chain to maintain Carnation's existence. The gem was the harvest of Mel's outing this time. After making this item that can store negative energy and was named Curse Gem by him. During this trip, all the negative energy within a radius of 1000 kilometers from him was sealed in this gem. This is an extremely huge negative energy. Now he temporarily placed it in the flower pot. Let's start. Mare's eyes seemed to glow with a deep dark blue light. He saw the essence of the carnation more carefully. Click. Click. The tiny chain that was originally fixed on the carnation began to slowly stretch and rotate in its body. A strange sound was made on the spiritual level. Mare's senses also entered a more subtle but macro perspective. It was as if countless strange crystals were displayed in front of him. And he began to use negative energy to simulate these crystals. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took. The chain began to stop rotating. The glimmer in Mel's eyes also disappeared, and the carnation in the flower pot had fainted, and the negative energy began to be transmitted and restored. He reached out and placed the flower pot back in front of the windowsill. The breeze on the stone railings of the windowsill blew gently, and the flowers fluttered in the wind. The small flowers were still lovely. Mower stretched with a gentle smile. Next, it was time to start a new division. A few days ago, Hisoka and King had a duel. This duel was basically guided by Hisoka, and King was just passively coping. But the effect was still good. Hisoka showed his strength, and his reputation increased a lot by comparing with King. And King also gained a stronger reputation because of the second release of the destructive power and Hisoka's recognition. The two can be said to have achieved each other's reputation. In this major event, Hisoka gained 1.21 million reputation, while King gained 1.86 million reputation. Obviously, King's power is more noticeable. Mare has also added these reputations to their panels, except that King has at least 1 million left. The same is true for Ryomen Sukuna. After defeating Kaido and Morgans, he helped One Piece to take the second path. As a result, Ryomen Sukuna gained 1.42 million reputation in that event, plus the remaining reputation, he had more than 1.5 million reputation. After being placed on the limit balance by Melgar and having his physical attribute added once, Ryomen Sukuna's observation haki also entered the S level due to the blessing of his spiritual attribute and other abilities. However, his S level observation haki, in addition to having a wider range, is not manifested in a form that predicts the future, but is similar to mind reading, and is combined with the ability of curse eating to produce a mutation. Just like the combination of observation haki and the electromagnetic of the thunder fruit has a wider diffusion range, and the combination with the gravity field of the gravity fruit can sense meteorites in the sky. Ryomen Sukuna's observation haki is more inclined to sense life, or life with negative emotions. Life generally has negative emotions, but the amount and ability to self-regulate are the only differences. In other words, Ryomen Sukuna's observation haki can sense life in a large range. This range is about thousands of kilometers with him as the center. Ryomen Sukuna's panel is now very rich. Avatar, Ryomen Sukuna. Strength, A+. Constitution, S. Agility, A+. Spirit, S+. Abilities, Cursed Evil Sucker, S level, Demon Subduing Chef, S level, Ultimate Balance, S level, Son of the Wind, A, Reversal, A. Skills, Overlord Haki, S level, Observation Haki, S level, Armament Haki, A, Taijutsu, A. Reputation, 162,561. Note, D is the current world's ordinary person attribute. As for the panels of Hisoka and King, the same is true. Avatar, Hisoka. Strength, A+. Constitution, S. Agility, A+. Spirit, S. Abilities, Flexible Love, S class, Magician, S class, Breath Concealment, S class, Stalker, A. Skills, Conqueror Haki, S class, Observation Haki, A. Armament Haki, A. Taijutsu, A. Reputation, 43,452. Note, D current world ordinary person attributes. Doppelganger, King. Strength, A. Constitution, S. Agility, A. Spirit, S. Abilities, Emperor Engine, S class, Purgatory Explosion Unparalleled Wave Cannon, S class, Luck, A. Intuition, A. Skills, Conqueror Haki, A. Armament Haki, A. Taijutsu, A. Reputation. 1364567. Note, D current world ordinary person attributes. Hisoka added Breath Concealment and Constitution. He realized Conqueror Haki during the battle with King this time and jumped to S class 1.8. As for King, he added the Purgatory Explosion Heat Musu Wave Cannon, and with the upgrade of this ability, his physical attributes also rose to S. Add some of King's two low attributes and abilities a little bit, it looks better, and got the current panel. At this time, Mel did not think too much, but opened the Clone Mall. Sword Technique 8000 Styles, 10,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Instant Step, 3,000. Zanpakuta Nikokatsu, 20,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Fanatical Realm, 5,000. Looking at the abilities above, he had already made a decision in his heart. Mare began to call on the system to create a new clone. P.S. Everyone, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 142 The Flower of the Rabbit is Born, Luck Will Favor You. Now Mel's mall points have accumulated to 119,000. Mainly, Sukuna Ryomen sacrificed 8 and Hisoka 1. Well, King didn't have any. He stayed at the Navy headquarters all the time. Even when he went out last time, he was surrounded by the Navy fleet. It was normal that he didn't have any. Even if he was lucky, there was no devil fruit that would hit him in the face. As for the other points, Mel found 2 by the way this time. He has begun to use the power of luck for a certain purpose. However, for now, this power is still too ethereal and can only be used roughly. Moreover, the so-called luck has an upper limit, and it takes time to recover after being used for something. But he is not in a hurry. The devil fruits are all there, just take your time. Soon. After entering the system's creation space, the process is completed step by step. Moer also returned to his original position. In front of him, a woman with a gentle and peaceful appearance also appeared. She had long black hair parted in the middle, tied into a braid and hung down in front. She wore a long white haori with a grey cherry lining. Inside was a black dress that looked like a Japanese kimono. Welcome to this world, Anoha Naretsu. As usual, Merle welcomed the new avatar. Mare-kun. Anoha Naretsu muttered a little, then raised her head and smiled. Looks like you're easy to get along with. Please give me more advice in the future. She held out her white and clean hand. A few days later. In the calm belt, Ruskana Island full of beasts. A crisp sound spread across the island. Dang! 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 A young man and a woman were holding swords and clashing with each other. It was Merle and Anoha Naretsu. The two swords collided, sweeping out a small shock wave. The shock wave spread to the surroundings. The strong wind blew the surrounding grass and trees. After blocking Moer's attack, a wave of blood-like air came out directly from Anoha Naretsu. Her speed and attack power suddenly increased. Mower also burst out the same blood wave and his speed also increased. The two fought against each other while moving at high speed. Swish! A slash came towards Mower with the gesture of cutting off everything. In Mower's eyes, the aura of the slash in front of him was just like flowing light, and the one in his hand seemed to be connected to his will. He slashed directly at the slash in front of him. In an instant, the slash was directly cut off, but he did not stop. Instead, he continued to shoot directly at Anohanaretsu. Dang! The scimitar in Anohanaretsu's hand was pushed away by skillful force. In an instant, several red rays of light directly penetrated Anohanaretsu's body. Bang! A figure fell down. The battle also stopped abruptly. Mare put the knife back into the scabbard, looked at the sky, and then walked back. Day! 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 Walked to the side of the fallen figure. Who? Who? Anohanaretsu was panting slightly, and there were several bloodstains on her body that penetrated deep into her bones. Blood flowed out slowly. Looking at her miserable state, Mare still had a sunny expression. Mare, you are really merciless. You are so rude to a weak woman, be careful not to be liked by girls. Anohanaretsu, who was lying on the ground, had withdrawn from the fighting state. She looked at Mare's face and said with some venom. At this time, Anohanaretsu's braid tied in front of her chest had been completely untied. She lay on the ground with her hair disheveled, looking very special. Xiao Lai is not a weak woman. And if I show mercy, you will definitely complain. Mower squatted down, and a ray of light began to flow on Anohana Lai's body. The wound that had penetrated deep into the bone marrow healed quickly. The torn clothes also recovered, and the blood that seeped out dissipated directly. With the effects of the reversal technique and the field of phaseless tide, Mower was still slightly proficient in the recovery of this area, whether it was a living thing or a dead thing. After a while, Anohana Lai stood up from the ground, and the breeze blew. Her long black hair fluttered. She reached out and lifted a strand of hair behind her ear. In that case, Mower-kun is really considerate. Should I reward you? Let's not do it. Your reward is quite tiring. You just need to be more serious outside. Mower shook his head and refused directly, then stood up. It's tiring to fly up to the sky and into the sea on a meat stick. Especially there was a guy who attacked at any time. The tour turned into a killing battle in the end. Hee. What an ungrateful guy. She stretched out her hand to her, and Mower grabbed her and pulled her up. Then, Xiao Lai will leave in the afternoon. You don't have to wait for me then. I don't think you need me to prepare anything. Mower said casually. Hearing Mower's words, Anohana Lai paused slightly. Then he looked at Mower with a smile. How ruthless. You actually let a little girl go out to fight on her own. Looking at Anohana Lai's expression, Mower felt like he was really a heartless villain. But Mower still had a sunny smile. I think it's okay. Xiao Lai, be a strong woman and be self-reliant. I am very optimistic about you. Hearing Mower's words, Anohana Lai's smile became even wider. It felt like a knife. She looked at Mower and said gently. So, Mr. Mower, do you have any gift for us when we leave? Although he felt that the atmosphere was a little tense, Mower still ignored it and smiled gently. Well. Of course, luck will favor you. This sentence is my gift. Mower's last words made Anohanaretsu completely unable to hold back. She forced a smile, and it seemed as if a well-shaped figure was floating across her forehead. Mr. Mower, I think, compared to going out to sea, maybe a farewell would be more in line with my style. What do you think? After hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Moer did not hesitate. Okay. But I won't suppress my strength this time. In this case, Xiao Lai, are you sure you still want to farewell? Don't get beaten to tears. Looking at the boy in front of her saying sinister words with a harmless smile. Anohanaretsu was convinced that this guy was really annoying. She didn't want anything anymore. She just wanted to beat up the smiling face in front of her. Avatar, Anohanaretsu. Strength, C. Constitution, C. Agility, C. Spirit, A. Abilities, Zanpakuta Nikogon, A level, Frenzy, C level, Flash Step, C level. Skills, Swordplay Yachiryu, B level, Armament Haki, C level, Observation Haki, C level. Reputation, 0. Note, D. Current World Ordinary Person Attributes. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 143 The Evil Fleet, The Crisis of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. More than a week has passed. The second half of the Grand Line, the New World, Dressrosa Island. It is a tropical island with a holiday atmosphere. The island is full of the fragrance of flowers and is famous for its delicious food. In addition to the food and music, young women and sexy dances are a big selling point. It is known as the Island of Love and Passion. But now it is the center of the island called King's Highlands. The royal palace of the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Now trapped in the flames of war. One of the large fleets composed of many pirates who escaped from the infinite hell of the Impel Down City and other large pirates is attacking the royal palace of this country. Different from the Infinite Sin that was famous some time ago. The members of this fleet called the Extreme Sin Fleet are all separate pirate groups. Its veteran members are formed by some of the pirates who participated in the hunting of Admiral Zephyr in the war called the Extreme Sin War. These pirates formed this Extreme Sin Fleet in the name of following the Extreme Sin pirate Hisoka. Therefore, it attracted many pirates. As for whether the members of the Grand Fleet's elders really want to follow Hisoka, it's a matter of opinion. Regardless of their sincerity. At least they did stir up a wave. Their current momentum is much greater than that of the Infinite Sins. Especially since they began to grow after entering the New World, the strength of their bottom pirates is also stronger than that of the first half of the Grand Line. In total, more than 30 pirate groups have joined. The number of people in each pirate group ranges from dozens to thousands. The total number of people exceeds 310,000 people. Led by 7 elders. Now they are divided into 3 teams and heading towards different directions of the New World. Starting to join the battle for territory in the New World. As a formal member country, Dressrosa Island is actually not within their hunting range. But since they are passing by, how could this pirate group let go of this piece of fat meat? Even if they don't occupy it, they must seize the treasure of this country. That's right. Dressrosa Island is in war. The opponent is one of the 3 teams of the Evil Fleet, a total of 9 pirate groups. 7 of the 9 pirate groups are led by the other 2 elder pirate groups. At least on the surface. Now on the Palace of King's Highlands. Thousands of people are fighting in a group, and the scene is in chaos. In the crowd. The most dazzling man on the side of the Dressrosa Kingdom is a man named Cyrus. He led the sword fighters of this country to support the soldiers of the Dressrosa Kingdom to guard. Fought with the pirates who surged onto the King's Highlands. Dang! 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 After Cyrus and a man wearing a bullhead helmet and holding a big knife collided several times. In the last blow, the blade slashed the upper body of the helmeted man. Seeing Cyrus so brave, other people around who saw it also cheered. How is it possible? That guy actually solved the captain of the Mad Bulls so quickly. Is there such a strong man in the Dressrosa Kingdom? Other pirates around were also shocked when they saw the situation here. You know, the Mad Bull is one of the 7 captains this time, with a bounty of 120 million Baileys. It was solved like this. He, I didn't expect that the idiot Shalomi was so weak. He was solved so easily. It really lost the face of Master Hisoka. Let me meet you. At this time, a pirate who was fighting in the crowd noticed the situation here. He immediately rushed over, waving a pair of steel spike gloves with a cold glow on the surface. It's Captain Steel War Ziref, with a bounty of 320 million berries. He is the strongest among the 7 captains. This guy is finished. Seeing that Cyrus, who had solved the Mad Bull and was about to be unstoppable, was stopped by Ziref, who rushed over. The other pirates around him, who were originally a little worried, immediately calmed down. And the surrounding sword fighters who followed Cyrus were also a little shaken. Cyrus is a miracle of this country, fighting in the bullfighting arena of this country for 8 years. Achieved a winning streak of more than 2,000 battles. That's right. Have a very high reputation in the bullfighting arena. That's why they can call on many sword fighters to come to support the palace. But they really don't know much about those notorious pirates in the New World. Cyrus. A sturdy man who was commanding the palace soldiers to fight in the distance looked at Cyrus fighting with steel warrior Ziref with some worry. He was the king of this country, Ryomen 3. Then he looked at the pirates who were still watching in the distance as if ready to go. He was full of worry. The evil fleet was not something their country could contend with. Even if it was just one of the 3 fleets, it was the same. Especially the 2 elders who came here, both of them were pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million berries. Now he can only hope that the support of the navy can catch up. He also had a hidden worry. Even if the navy arrived, whether they could be repelled was a problem. Dang! 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 Cyrus and steel Zeref began to collide. Zeref's armament haki was wrapped around the steel spikes, and he used his observation haki to dodge Cyrus's attack. As a powerful swordsman, Cyrus himself had extremely concentrated his will in the long battle in the arena, and he accidentally realized the realm of swordsmanship of breathing all things and cutting steel. At the same time, he had observation haki and extremely strong physical fitness. However, these people had no advantage against steel Zeref, who was proficient in two-color haki and had extremely strong physical fitness. They were even suppressed by him. Bang! Heka, not bad, not bad, you have rich combat experience, but you can't understand what is truly powerful if you have never seen the sea. Steel Zeref laughed while fighting. Take my move. Without waiting for Cyrus to refute, Zeref dodged Cyrus' attack at an extremely fast speed and punched Cyrus' stomach. Steel shock. The armed color shock wave burst out from Zeref's gloves and hit Cyrus' stomach directly. Wow! Cyrus couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. I have passed the trial of Master Hisoka, so I am definitely not someone you can defeat. The two big pirates on the edge of the palace looked at the scene in the distance and nodded. It seems that this country should have no resistance. What is that? It looks like a fish in the sea. How can it fly in the sky? Suddenly, someone accidentally looked at the sky. A fish that looked like a manta ray was seen flying towards this side in the sky from a distance. I couldn't help but be shocked. After all, I have never seen such a strange creature flying in the sky. As some people looked up, the elders of the two extremely evil fleets were also attracted by the black shadow in the sky. What is that? Suddenly, they remembered something. Their faces changed. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 144 The Seven Sins, The Great Swordsman Yachiru. As some big pirates looked up at the sky and stopped fighting. The pirates under them saw that the bosses had stopped fighting and stopped fighting. It caused a chain reaction. As for the pirates who stopped attacking, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Dressrosa and the swordsmen who came to the arena to support them did not dare to fight back. Because their troops were much less than the pirates. And there were many strong people on the pirates' side, and the two could not be compared at all. Now they all count on the support of the navy, and now they can delay time, so they naturally hope so. Of course, many soldiers under them did not think so much, they were just desperate and afraid. King Riku saw that the war stopped temporarily, and he also looked up at the sky. Because it was the change in the sky that caused the current situation. What is that? King Riku, who had excellent vision, saw the shadow clearly immediately after watching the shadow approaching from far away. A manta ray, a fish in the sea, looked at the strange creature in the sky that looked like a manta ray, shaking the soft flesh tissue on both sides like wings and flying in the sky. King Riku always felt a sense of disobedience. If it was in the sea, it would look normal. But this is in the sky. With such a distinct 100 feature. King Riku finally recalled this inexplicable sense of familiarity, and then his face was horrified. The great swordsman Yachiru Anohanaretsu, this is her. Hey! Hey! It was just a moment. The strange creature fell in front of the palace in front of thousands of people. Two pairs of eyes on the upper floor of the palace were also secretly watching the figure that jumped down from the strange creature through the window. Through the window, you can see a girl and a girl. They are the princesses of this country, named Scarlet and Violet. Originally, they were worried about King Riku and the country as the war broke out. But now, after seeing the strange creature like a manta ray, they began to see hope. Because the gentle-looking woman above has become very famous recently. She is honored as the great swordsman Yachiru Anohanaretsu. She has extremely powerful strength. He. It seems that I came a little conspicuous. Oh. So many people are looking at me, it's embarrassing. The woman named Anohanaretsu said after jumping on the open ground. She looked at thousands of eyes staring at her and said with a smile. Although she said it was embarrassing, she didn't show any embarrassment. At the same time, she stretched out her hand, and under the horrified eyes of everyone, the strange creature directly transformed and finally turned into a slightly curved knife in her hand. I remember, it's her, that woman is the legendary great swordsman Yachiru Anohanaretsu. With a person shouting. People who have read the newspapers recently have come to their senses. Some pirates who are closer to Anohanaretsu retreated far away. Even those who have never heard of Anohanaretsu's reputation, as long as they hear the prefix of her great swordsman, they will understand how powerful this woman is. Great swordsmen are all legendary figures, even the 7 adults in their large fleet may not be able to win. It's really her. At this time, the 2 pirates on the edge of the palace looked at the figure that appeared and their faces darkened. The reason is very simple. That woman has been quite famous recently. It started a week ago. It is said that a gentle-looking black-haired woman rode a strange creature to fly across the sky, and in just one day, she crossed many islands. Famous swordsmen and sword masters on these islands. No matter they are civilian strongmen or navy pirates and bounty hunters, they will be challenged by her. In just one day, more than 10 well-known swordsmen or sword masters were all defeated. It is just like this kind of thing was also published in the newspaper at that time. It caused a sensation. Some people said that they saw her strange creature turned into a knife. In addition, female swordsmen are still relatively rare, and it is also a strange thing to challenge so many swordsmen and swordsmen across multiple islands in one day. Therefore, it attracted a lot of attention. However, this is just the beginning. In the following days, there were basically hot news about her. Wherever the swordsman was defeated, the swordsman there was also defeated. She was like a tireless challenger who crossed all the way from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. Until yesterday's newspaper, every newspaper published her explosive news. A famous swordsman in the New World was defeated. She became famous by stepping on that swordsman, Anohanaretsu. Because female swordsmen are so rare, and she went from being unknown to being famous in a short period of time. Anohanaretsu was considered by Morgans of the World Economic newspaper to be a strong candidate for the world's greatest swordsman in the new era. The world's greatest swordsman had not yet been fought out in the Great Pirate era. And now a strong candidate has emerged. The sea is boiling because of this. The original vacant world's greatest swordsman position has also begun to be determined. There were many heated discussions. Day. 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 A crisp sound rang out. The pirates in the crowd made way for the passage. Because the 2 elders of the extremely evil fleet came over. The 7 great pirates who escaped from the infinite hell and impelled down formed a supreme group called the 7 Sins. No matter how high their bounties were before, at least now their bounties have exceeded 500 million baileys. Even in the New World, this bounty is at the level of great pirates. And now there are 7 of them gathered in the same fleet. Great swordsman Yachiru Anohanaretsu, what are you doing here? One of the 2 great pirates, the one with a golden beard and dressed like a chef, stepped forward first. He asked in a slightly polite tone. No matter what, the woman in front of them can be ranked among the great swordsmen, and her strength must be terrifying. They really don't want to have a conflict with her. Nothing. I just came to find the swordsman. Since I met you, I'll solve it by the way. Hearing Anohanaretsu's smiling answer, the pirate in front of him felt depressed. It is rumored that Yachiru Anohanaretsu sometimes acts as a bounty hunter, and some pirates will be taken in exchange for bounties. If this is true, it will be a bit bad. We are the 7 chief sinners of the evil fleet, and we are following the evil pirate Hisoka-sama. Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Hearing his words, King Riku, who was not far away, felt bad. The evil pirate Hisoka, he was the top pirate among the pirates, and his reputation was too great. Even the great swordsman would not want to be his enemy under normal circumstances. Will the great swordsman in front of him really offend that terrifying Hisoka? Hearing the threat of the man in front of him, Anohanaretsu just felt a little funny. Hisoka? She really wants to meet him. P.S. Guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and ask for data. Chapter 145 All-encompassing swordsmanship, the essence of the road of swordsmanship. The evil pirate Hisoka? What a great reputation! Hearing Anohanaretsu said so, the 2 criminals standing in front of her were delighted. Sure enough, the reputation of Lord Hisoka is useful. I just don't know how many of my moves he can take. The next moment, the faces of the 2 suddenly changed. Anohanaretsu's words were not only the 2 of them heard it, and it was clearly audible around the quiet palace. Her words made the 2 criminals secretly feel bad. Sure enough, the next moment, the whole battlefield erupted with strong voices. How dare you despise Master Hisoka? Just a newly promoted great swordsman dares to be so arrogant. Even a great swordsman cannot be rude. Don't worry. The great criminals will definitely not sit idly by and watch her be so arrogant. As the pirates on the entire battlefield fell into a heated condemnation, they looked at the two criminals with burning eyes. At this time, the two criminals of the evil fleet felt that they were in a dilemma. The sequelae of them using Hisoka's reputation to form a large fleet appeared at this time. Because almost all pirate groups came to join for Hisoka's reputation. The result is that many people brainwash each other in a strong atmosphere. The majesty of Hisoka is generally indisputable. Now in such a public place, if someone is still indifferent or even retreats when someone despises Hisoka, then it will be a big blow to the evil fleet. This will make the pirates question their ideas. Now the criminals need to carry out long-term prestige integration if they want to change this situation. Replace the prestige based on Hisoka with their own prestige little by little. In this way, the worries can be greatly reduced. But now the time is too short. They haven't reached that step at all. That is to say, no matter whether they can win now, at least they have to fight with the great swordsman in front of them. Otherwise it will be difficult to retreat. At this time, the two criminals looked at each other and saw the decision in each other's eyes. Anyway, the great swordsman in front of them seemed to have to intervene. Then, let's fight. Hee hee, you dare to speak rudely to Lord Hisoka. Even if you are a great swordsman, we have to learn a lesson today. At this time, another criminal laughed. That's right, let's fight. The surrounding pirates were also excited when they heard the two criminal leaders' statements. They knew that the criminal leaders who were committed to following Master Hisoka would never allow others to despise Master Hisoka. Ha ha ha. As expected, even if she is a great swordsman, the criminal leaders will never allow her to be so rude to Master Hisoka. That's right. We have two criminal leaders here, both of whom are super big figures with bounties close to 600 million, and we have so many people, how could we be afraid of her? King Riku, who was not far away, was relieved to see that the great swordsman Yachiryu did not retreat because of Hisoka's reputation. But looking at the fiery atmosphere of the surrounding pirates was also a headache. Even if the great swordsman Yachiryu joined, there might be no way to change the situation in a short time. After all, the criminal leader of the evil fleet looks even more difficult to mess with, and the bounty is so high. A criminal head in a kitchen uniform with a thick golden beard, nicknamed Golden Beard Huryu, has a bounty of 580 million baileys. Another is nicknamed Vine King Zixi, rumored to be the owner of the superhuman vine fruit, with a bounty of 590 million. King Ku himself doesn't know how powerful the legendary figure of the great swordsman is. But it is said that the 7 criminal heads cooperated in that extremely evil battle and fought against Admiral Zephyr of the Navy without losing. Although it is not clear whether it is true or not, it is conceivable how powerful they are with such rumors. Now he can only hope to delay as much time as possible. Hope that the support from the Navy can arrive soon. Dang! I saw Golden Beard Huryu picking up a large kitchen knife and slashing it. But Anohanaretsu also blocked it with her Zanpakuta. It seems that you are also a swordsman. Then show your swordsmanship. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Golden Beard Huryu slightly sank. He didn't hold back at all just now. But the woman in front of him held his kitchen knife firmly, without even causing much noise. This shows that the great swordsman in front of him has exquisite skills and powerful strength. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this woman a monster? She is obviously a woman, but she is so powerful. He took a deep breath, put away the kitchen knife, and asked the other criminal Zixi to watch from the side. As a swordsman, he also yearns for great swordsmen like Yachiryu. If possible, he also wants to have a pure duel between swordsmen. Unlike ordinary swordsmen, his road to swordsmanship is not so pure. After all, he started with the chef's knife skills. So he can't say that he has no desire to win among swordsmen, but it can only be said that it is relatively small. Then, let me see how powerful the legendary Yachiryu swordsmanship is. Huok 3/4 AI plus or minus yen OE superscript 1 I degree C. The great swordsman Yachiryu, it is said that she uses a swordsmanship called Yachiryu. Every time she duels with other swordsmen, she will let the opponent perform the swordsmanship first. Then she will imitate the opponent's swordsmanship to defeat him, without exception. So much so that the World Economic newspaper also became famous because of her powerful swordsmanship that seemed to encompass everything. Nicknamed after her swordsmanship, her name is Yachiryu Anohanaretsu. Of course, swordsmanship is swordsmanship, and the realm of swordsmanship is never as simple as swordsmanship. They have comprehended the breathing of all things. The battle is fought with their own will. To kill all things in the world with will is the essence of the path of swordsmanship. The so-called breathing of all things is just an appearance, a perspective of will. And the will of swordsmanship is unique to everyone. Dang! 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 Hurry used a kitchen knife to use exquisite swordsmanship, and at the same time a delicate will was revealed. It seemed to dismember Anohanaretsu's airtight defense. As the chief of sins fought, others on the battlefield continued their war. When the war began to fall into a stalemate. In the sea not far from the kingdom of Dressrosa, a naval fleet was heading towards the kingdom of Dressrosa. In the leading warship, Vice Admiral Borsellino, the border of the kingdom of Dressrosa is about to arrive. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please data. Chapter 146 The Chaotic Situation in the Sea, Swordsmanship 8000 Streams. With the shout of a navy on the warship. On the deck of the fleet's first ship, a slender figure was lying on a lounge chair under a shade umbrella. At this time, he also responded to the navy's call. Is it so close? It's really fast. A voice with a somewhat elongated tone sounded, and this person was the monster Vice Admiral Yellow Monkey Borsellino in the navy. Hearing what Yellow Monkey said, the adjutant standing next to him couldn't help but complain in his heart. The king who asked for help from the kingdom of Dressrosa must be dying of anxiety now. You still think it's fast? The adjutant next to him was unaware of Yellow Monkey's inner complaints. He slowly stood up from the lounge chair, and then looked at the border of the Dressrosa island in the distance. It just so happened that we could see dozens of pirate ships of different sizes parked at the rocky border of Dressrosa island from afar. Those were the pirate ships of the Great Evil Fleet, most of which were small and medium-sized pirate ships. It looked dark and intimidating. As one of the scattered teams of the Great Evil Fleet, there were a total of 9 pirate groups coming to the kingdom of Dressrosa this time. Among them, there were 2 large pirate groups, each with more than 2,000 pirates. They all used medium-sized pirate ships that could carry about 100 people. So when they set out, they looked very powerful, which frightened the enemy. Are these the pirates of the Great Evil Fleet? They look really cruel. Kizaru looked at the ships in the distance, all of which were uniformly hung with a strange flag with a skull painted with playing cards and apples. He couldn't help but complain. Dare to invade Dressrosa Kingdom? You're really looking for trouble for me. Get ready to fire. As Kizaru said lazily. The adjutant next to him responded immediately. Yes, Vice Admiral Borsellino. As he was busy commanding, Kizaru still stood on the deck and looked at the distant scene leisurely. Originally, Kizaru had no plan to live in the New World for a long time. However, due to the recent chaotic situation in the New World, all kinds of monsters and demons kept popping up. For example, the Great Evil Fleet was one of them, and some other criminals who escaped from Impel Down also began to stir up trouble. There were also some pirate supernovas that appeared due to the surging sea, and the number of pirate groups in the 4 seas was also increasing dramatically. At the same time, the organizations in the underground world of various seas became restless, and even the agents of the world government captured some information that a new organization called the Revolutionary Army began to become active. The concept of this organization seemed quite dangerous in the eyes of the world government. It can be said that the sea is now on fire everywhere. Originally, the work in the New World should be done by Akainu, who is now stationed in the New World. But now Akainu is focused on staying on an island in the New World. The Navy headquarters can't do anything about him. They can only send Kizaru to replace him to deter the pirates in the New World. What a trouble! Kyuzan is lying in bed at this time, and I have to come here. Kizaru held his forehead. If possible, he didn't want to come to the New World to garrison, but the Navy headquarters chose him and chose him. As a lazy person, Kizaru naturally doesn't want to take such a long-term job. But the Navy headquarters won't let him refuse. It goes without saying that Kong is the marshal. Zepha, the chief instructor of the Navy, needs to stay in the Naval Academy to teach, and Sengoku, as the admiral, needs to be responsible for the possible dangerous mobilization of the Celestial Dragons. After all, Zephyr is more resistant to the Celestial Dragons and is not keen on the rank of general. If there is a gap because of the Celestial Dragons, it will be a loss. Garp doesn't need to be counted on, and King needs to be cultivated with a sense of identity in the headquarters. Kyuzan was originally suitable for long-term garrison, since he could never catch up with Hisoka. But he really caught up with him not long ago, and was beaten so hard that he had to lie in bed to recuperate. After choosing and choosing, it turned out that only Kizaru could come. And Kizuru was speechless about this situation. The navy is coming. It's the navy. So fast? Quickly notify the chief criminal and captains on the island. At this time, the pirates who stayed on the pirate ship looked at the navy fleet moving in the distance. They also began to hurriedly notify the chief criminal and captains on the island. After all, it was the navy fleet that came, although their ships seemed to be more numerous. However, how could the quality be compared with the navy's warships? However, some pirates thought that these navy ships were just courting their own destruction. There are many big pirates with high bounties here. Even if the navy came, it would be a waste. Bang! 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 As the pirate ship entered the range of the navy warships, the warships began to fire. Under the stunned gaze of the pirates of the evil fleet. In addition to the shells fired by the navy, there was also a figure stepping on a shell and flying directly over. Boom! A hole was blown in the wooden house on a pirate ship by the shell. Day! 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 A figure with his hands in his trouser pockets slowly walked out from the thick smoke of the shell explosion. Please tell me, is your chief criminal here? A pirate looked at the man in front of him and asked slowly. He swallowed his saliva and then shouted. Yellow Ape, it's Yellow Ape, the monster Vice Admiral Yellow Ape of the Navy is here. As he shouted, the surroundings began to become complicated. The reputation of Vice Admiral Yellow Ape of the Navy is also quite large among the pirates. Shoot, shoot. Then someone shouted immediately. The surrounding gunfire sounded in unison. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! How strange! I'm so polite. Kizuru's sunglasses reflected a dazzling light. Dressrosa Island, King's Highland, Dressrosa Palace. Dang! With a crisp sound. Anohanaretsu set Huer's thumb to the ground, and the powerful force almost made Huer's throat burst. It seems that we can't delay for too long. Then I understand your swordsmanship, and you will take my attack next. Seeing that the casualties around were getting serious, Anohanaretsu didn't delay any longer. And Huer's face was solemn when he heard her words. After taking a defensive stance, the king of Tengman next to him was ready to support at any time. Swordsmen are often good at killing with one blow. If a flaw is found, it will not be too difficult to make a success with one blow. What's more, there is a great swordsman in front of him. Hey! A breeze blew. Anohanaretsu's aura completely changed, from being approachable to being extremely murderous. This aura. Feeling the aura emanating from Anohanaretsu, Huer's expression changed drastically. As his pupils shrank slightly. The woman in front of him used the scimitar to perform swordsmanship similar to his. Techniques have a structure to follow. A person can only make so many movements with just one pair of hands, and the body can also show so many reactions. And the swordsmanship of 8,000 styles contains countless kendo techniques. 1.4 Even if Anohanaretsu faces different swordsmen and sword masters, she can quickly find corresponding similar techniques from them. This is why Anohanaretsu can defeat the opponent with his swordsmanship. Because she is still performing her own swordsmanship of 8,000 styles. Dang! A more violent and fierce will, a stronger force and a more agile speed. Just a moment. Puff! Huer's body flashed and a huge wound gushed blood on his upper body. Huer! At this time, Zixi next to him couldn't help but exclaimed, because even if he was ready just now, he couldn't rescue him in time. Fast, too fast. It was as if he teleported and directly crossed Huer's body. Is this the strength of the great swordsman Yachiryuma's Hihanaretsu? Tengman King Zixi couldn't help but be shocked. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and please give me data. Chapter 147 King Vine Zixi, King Liku's powerlessness. Bang! With a slight sound. Hull's body was trembling. King Vine Zixi was also on guard against Mao's Hiwalai. Then he came to Huer's body. Swish! A palm-wide green vine grew out from Zixi's body, and then moved to Huer's body as if it had life. Directly sealed Huer's body. At this time, with Zixi's actions, Huer's body's difficult fluid no longer gushed out. He opened his eyes with some effort. Looking at Mao's Hiwalai not far away, he smiled bitterly. What a fierce will! I lost. At Huer's side. Other pirates who were paying attention to this side also saw Huer's side. And were shocked. So powerful, is that the strength of the great swordsman Yachiryu? He defeated the Golden Beard Sinner in such a short time. The Golden Beard Sinner is a great pirate with a bounty of 580 million Baileys. It's as easy as cutting vegetables, but we lost so quickly. It's over, we won't lose. The pessimism of these pirates is unreasonable, as they are the evil fleet that follows Hisoka's philosophy. If you want to become the chief criminal, you must have strong strength. Because Hisoka's style of giving people trials everywhere represents the view of the survival of the fittest, the chief criminals who formed the evil fleet never hesitate to show their strength. It is precisely because of this that many low-level pirates in the evil fleet can observe the terrifying strength of the chief criminals. That terrifying strength is almost beyond the point where the number of people can defeat it. Each chief criminal looks so strong that it makes people despair. But now, one of the 7 sins lay directly on the ground, while the other parties seemed to have no consumption. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference. This made them feel sympathetic. Just when the pirates were a little uneasy. Brew. Brew. A strange sound rang out. The den mushi on some pirates rang. After they turned on the den mushi and answered, their faces changed drastically. Because the navy had come and was attacking their ships. And they also learned that the one who came to help was the famous navy monster Vice Admiral Kizaru. Originally, they felt sympathetic because of the defeat of the sins, but they became even more uneasy and wanted to retreat. No one of them could stand being attacked from both sides. Has the navy finally come? Great! At this time, King Riko was struggling to knock down a pirate. Now he was covered with wounds, even though the guards were firmly guarding him. But he was still panting with exhaustion. And this was the best result they could achieve. Because there were many big pirates besides the 2 chief criminals. If it weren't for the fact that most of them were watching the duel between the great swordsman and the chief criminal of the evil pirate group, they couldn't hold on for long. At this time, King Riko looked at Yachiryuo, who was still spotless after the battle not far away. The flower is fierce. I can't help but feel a little yearning. If they can be so powerful, there is no need to struggle so hard. I have been praying silently in my heart for the Navy's support as soon as possible. This feeling is really too uncomfortable. On the other side, the face of King Tengman Zixi also sank, and it rained on the roof. I didn't expect the Navy to arrive so quickly. And there are monsters like Kizaru rushing over. In this situation, it is impossible not to run. Little guys, the Navy is coming to attack us, how can we tolerate it? Retreat and fight back. At this time, Zixi shouted. He still picked up the more pleasant words. They retreated not because of the great swordsman in front of them, but because the navy came to attack. Hearing Zixi's words, all the pirates were relieved. Although Lord Hisoka was despised by the great swordsman in front of him. But the chief criminals have also tried their best, and now the navy is shameless to attack. Then it is acceptable to go back. After all, the ships are almost gone. Each ship costs a lot to build. And some ships have their treasures on them, so it is natural to know which is more important. All the pirates began to accept Zixi's words with peace of mind. After all, their own gains and losses are more important. After all, although they are nominally loyal to Hisoka, many of these pirates have never even seen Hisoka. Even if they admire him because of his reputation, they are not brainless. Although you want to retreat, I'm afraid you need to get past me first. As Zixi said to retreat, when all the pirates were ready to leave. Anohanaretsu's smiling face made Zixi feel depressed. He looked at Huryu, who was lying on the ground and had not recovered yet. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Everyone retreat! As his words fell, the vines fell off his body and flew out. In just a short time, the entire palace seemed to be trapped in a sea of vines. As Zixi, who has the nickname of King of Vine, his strength is not simple. Among all the criminals in the evil fleet, his bounty is not the highest, but his strength is among the best, and his fruit ability is very difficult to deal with. The fruit ability is only one step away from awakening. As long as he can awaken in the future, his strength will immediately become the first among the criminals. It's just that now he needs to surpass the great swordsman in front of him to have a future. He didn't want to be locked up in the impel-down castle. With Zixi's explosion, the pirates began to retreat after a moment of shock. King Riko was horrified as he looked at the world around him that seemed to be trapped in a sea of vines. He didn't expect that the Vine King Zixi would be so terrifying. This kind of vines swept across the sky. Some sword fighters used their swords to cut directly, but it seemed like they were cutting on tough cowhide. The force was directly removed, and there was not even a trace left. If this kind of vine is used to control people, it would be difficult to break free. It is hard to imagine that Zixi would be so powerful. This kind of power made King Rika feeling a little powerless. It's a great ability, but can it block my attack? At this time, Anohanaretsu looked at the surrounding world of vines. She could feel 2 breaths starting to flee quickly. They didn't even try to trap her, just blocked her sight and planned to leave. What a cautious guy. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, please data. Chapter 148 Cut off the blow of the vine world, Kizaru's arrival. On the building of the Dressrosa Palace. Scarlet, the young princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, covered her mouth. Looking at the overwhelming vine world in front of her in horror. The girl Violet beside her was also a little scared. They didn't have any specific concept of the strong. Even if newspapers sometimes publish some exaggerated disaster photos, they often look at those photos with a mentality of reading a story. However, the overwhelming vine world in front of them now directly taught them a lesson. Only when they watched this natural disaster-like scene up close did they realize it deeply. It turned out that humans could be so powerful. At this time, they looked at the outside world with panic and worry. Violet, go see if father and the others are okay. Scarlet said to Violet a little scared at this time. She was very worried that her father would encounter an accident. Oh. Violet also came back to her senses after hearing Scarlet's fear. She was the ability user of the staring fruit, which could observe and see through objects from a distance. At this time, she looked at the original position of her father and concentrated her mind. The perspective suddenly saw King Riku through the world of vines. Royal sister, father is fine. Scarlet was relieved after hearing Violet's answer. Suddenly, she seemed to see a ray of light, which was particularly eye-catching in the green vines. What was that? Before Scarlet could ask Violet to investigate, she soon knew what it was. A ray of light seemed to occupy her vision. It was just a moment. The entire vine world was directly cut in half, and the vines that were not twisting at high speed stopped abruptly. Gradually disappeared. At the same time, 2 figures fell from the air. Bang! The pirates who had not yet evacuated completely saw the vines that had been covering the sky and the earth disappear directly. They also looked at the 2 falling figures. Then they were all shocked. It's Zixi, the culprit, he fell down. How is it possible? It's her, the great swordsman Yachiru Anohanaretsu, she took action. Too powerful, as if the entire vine world was cut open. I can't beat him, run. As Zixi fell, the others did not save Zixi and Golden Beard Hiryu who fell to the ground. Instead, they ran faster. Great, so powerful, is this the strength of a great swordsman? At this time, King Riko looked at the world around him that had regained its clarity and the fleeing pirates. He couldn't help but sigh. He himself also had some strength, but it was nothing compared to the slash just now. That was a very long distance. And Anohanaretsu looked at the fleeing pirates and didn't chase them anymore. There were too many of them fleeing in all directions, and it was very troublesome to chase them. If they were forced into a desperate situation, they might even run to various places in the country to vent. The rest would be left to the navy. It happened that the navy came over and could exchange the 2 people on the ground for the bounty. In the past, Anohanaretsu hunted pirates when it was more convenient to exchange for the bounty. After all, she didn't want to carry a head or carry other people on the meat stick. Generally, she entrusted the countries or towns that helped to hand over the people directly to the navy. As for the bounty, she didn't collect it much. It was all in the navy. After all, it was quite troublesome to carry too much money. I will ask the navy for it when I need it later. I believe the navy will not refuse her money, or dare not refuse her money. Otherwise, her sword is not vegetarian. Day. 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 I heard footsteps coming from far away. Ahem. At this time, Zixi, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help coughing up blood. He opened his eyes and looked at Anohanaretsu who was walking step by step. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's so powerful. In the moment just now, he felt the blood-colored breath rising. The aura of the great swordsman in front of him suddenly surged a lot. Now he was seriously injured by a sword in the air. It's so powerful. She is definitely not an ordinary great swordsman. It looks like he is not dead, it's really amazing. Hearing her words, Zixi was even more speechless. Even if he is weak, he can't be killed by a sword. Anohanaretsu didn't pay much attention to Zixie's feelings. She looked at Zixie and the golden-bearded hewer beside her, and they were thinking of finishing off the enemy. At this time, King Riku arranged some matters with the soldiers and walked towards Anohanaretsu. Lord Yachiryu, this time it is really thank you so much, thank you for helping the Dressrosa Kingdom. When he stood in front of Anohana, he expressed his sincere gratitude. Anohanaretsu smiled and said after hearing King Riku's words. You're welcome, after all, I also want to receive a reward. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, King Riku's face froze, but he immediately returned to a smile. After all, the other party saved his country once, and it was not too much to ask for a reward. But he was a little worried that his country could not afford the reward she offered, so he asked cautiously at this time. Excuse me, what reward do you want? Anohanaretsu said directly. Let's talk about this later. Let someone tie up the 2 pirates on the ground first. Okay. Hearing that Anohanaretsu did not directly ask for a specific reward, King Riku became even more worried. But the most important thing now is to get through the difficulties in front of him. Soon, the 2 pirates were tied up. But they were ordinary steel handcuffs and chains, and the country did not have sea stone handcuffs in stock. This kind of restraint may have some effect on Golden Beard. But it is hard to say about King Fujiman. When he recovers and controls Fujiman, he may still be able to turn the country upside down. Swish! After tying up the 2 pirates, Anohanaretsu suddenly looked up at the sky. I saw a golden light moving quickly from the edge of the island towards this side. It only took a few breaths to arrive in front of the palace. What a mess! It seems that I have come here. Is this the end? Some slow voices sounded from the golden light. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data. Chapter 149, Scarlet's Struggle, a low-level swordsmanship certified by a top swordsman. Kizaru appeared from the golden light with his hands in his trouser pockets. Looking at King Riku and a familiar figure. And the tied-up King Sasi and golden beard hewer next to them. Kizaru stretched out a hand and scratched his cheek. After all, he was ready to come down handsomely to save the scene, but the scene looked like it was over. So, it was really embarrassing. But with Kizaru's thick skin, he was still very calm under the gaze of everyone. No, you came just in time. Looking at Kizaru's arrival, King Riku hadn't spoken yet. Anohanaretsu spoke first, with a smile on her face. Is it the legendary swordsman Yachiryu Anohanaretsu? I've heard of your name for a long time. At this time, Kizaru had also remembered the identity of the familiar figure in front of him. After all, he had just read the newspaper yesterday, so he would not forget it as soon as he turned his head. And the navy seemed to owe her a lot of money. He really met a creditor. I haven't heard of it for a long time, after all, he just became famous. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Kizaru was immediately confused. Do you have to refute such polite words? It doesn't look as easy to get along with as it looks. Vice Admiral Kizaru, these 2 pirates on the ground will be handed over to your navy. Your navy must keep a good account in the future. Don't make any unpleasant things. So he was waiting here. Did he want to warn him? But the problem is that the bounty is not his responsibility. He is still waiting for the headquarters to pay him. I understand. The great swordsman Yachiryu is very famous, even our navy doesn't want to offend him. So don't worry. On the surface, Kizaru still nodded in agreement. If there is a problem, it should be Marshal Kong's headache, not his responsibility. Very good, then there is another question. Looking at Anohanaretsu's smiling face, Kizaru suddenly felt something was wrong. Excuse me, what's the matter? I heard that Vice Admiral Kizaru's swordsmanship is not bad. I hope Vice Admiral Kizaru can learn from me. Where did the rumor come from? Isn't this a false accusation? He doesn't know swordsmanship at all. The previous confrontations in the Battle of the Evil and the Scythe of Despair were all evaluated by him as inferior swordsmanship. This is an inferior swordsmanship certified by the top swordsman. Who is framing him? Well, can I refuse? I don't know any swordsmanship. Kizaru could feel that the woman in front of him was not simple. He really didn't want to fight with the great swordsman, especially this great swordsman whose background was unknown. It was called a sparring match, but who would care if it was a sparring match? His chest was still aching. That guy Kabajuo was really heavy-handed. Kizaru wanted to back off even more. If the great swordsman in front of him hit the wound that had not healed for a long time, then after the sparring match, he might not be able to sleep well. I'm afraid this matter cannot be refused. Shouldn't the duel between swordsmen be more sacred? What do you think? Vice Admiral Kizaru. But the problem is that he is really not a swordsman, and he is not even as pure as a swordsman. His swordsmanship is really just a simple skill. There is no will to speak of. This should not be attractive to swordsmen. Could the woman in front of him bear you deliberately picking on him? You two, can we put aside the sparring for now? There are still pirates roaming around on the island. On behalf of the citizens of Dressrosa, I would like to express my gratitude. King Rico had been unable to get a word in from the beginning. At this moment, he could not help but feel anxious. It seems that the situation is critical. I have no choice but to wipe out the pirates. Then, the great swordsman of the 8,000 streams, let's talk about the sparring next time. After hearing King Riku's words, Kizaru took over his words. He did not wait for King Riku to say it again. Then he turned into a flash of light and flew towards the bottom of the king's highlands, without waiting for Anohanaretsu to reply. Seeing Kizaru leave in such a hurry, Anohanaretsu also lost interest in taking action. This navy had no intention of fighting at all, and it would probably be boring to chop him. Looking at King Riku next to him, Anohanaretsu started to visit Dressrosa Island as a VIP under King Riku's arrangement. He did not stop for many days and fought non-stop all the way. Although the battle was quite interesting, she wanted to go back to that place and beat that guy up even more. He didn't even give her a gift. She should achieve some results sooner and go back sooner. Then she would let him know that women are very vindictive. But now, in this place that seemed very suitable for vacation, Anohanaretsu wanted to play for a day or two temporarily. Let's relax some nerves first. Soon, Scarlet, the princess of the Riku royal family, volunteered to be Anohanaretsu's tour guide. The great swordsman Anohanaretsu was the benefactor of the Dressrosa kingdom, so Scarlet naturally wanted to treat him well. At the same time, she also admired Anohanaretsu's heroic figure on the battlefield. She also had an impulse in her heart, maybe she could do it too. Time passed slowly. One day later, the Dressrosa kingdom basically returned to peace. After all, those pirates went straight to the king's highlands when they arrived. To be honest, the damage to the towns in the country was not too serious. This is true even if the pirates behind escape. Because Kizaru did not destroy all the pirate ships on the shore. If they destroyed all of them, it would be fine if the number of pirates was small, but the evil fleet had several thousand people. With all the ships damaged, they could only wander around the country, which would be much more dangerous. So Kizaru even gave them a little hope. Of course, most of the pirates were caught in the end, and only a few ships escaped from the kingdom of Dressrosa. This rescue operation was a complete success. On the other side, in a flower field in the king's highlands, Anohanaretsu looked at the somewhat stubborn girl in front of him and said gently, "So, you plan to worship me as your master, is that what you mean, Scarlet?" Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Scarlet mustered up the courage to nod. "Do you know what you are talking about? You grew up in the royal family, never suffered, never learned sword, and have no strength. You will probably panic when you see blood. Under such conditions, you also want to learn kendo." Anohanaretsu in front of him was still smiling, but the words he said were very cruel. I. Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, the girl suddenly felt that she seemed to be a little wishful thinking. "I really want to try. Please. Anohana-sama." Scarlet lowered her head. She didn't dare to look directly into Anohanaretsu's eyes. She was afraid that her last bit of courage would disappear. Looking at the girl who lowered her head in front of her, Anohanaretsu turned around and looked at the golden flower field in front of her. "It's actually very good for you to stay here." Hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Scarlet felt gloomy. Was she rejected? "I can give you a chance." But Scarlet's mood soon rose from hell to heaven. But before she could be excited, Anohanaretsu's words the next second made her struggle in her heart. "Don't you have a very famous arena here? It's very simple, as long as you win a real victory there. I will accept you. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data." Chapter 150 The Corpse of Ryomen Sukuna, Appetizer. A few days later. The New World of the Grand Line. In the sea area led by Whitebeard, there is an uninhabited island with beautiful environment. Green forests, flying birds and insects, clear streams, strange rocks and high mountains. On the beach on the coast of the island, a huge ship that looks like a white whale began to dock at this island. It was the Whitebeard pirates, the famous Whitebeard pirates in the New World. As the ship docked, members of the Whitebeard pirates began to land one after another. Most of the time, the Whitebeard pirates drifted on the sea, and occasionally replenished supplies in the towns and countries of the islands, but they would not stay there for long. But it's not good to float on the boat all the time. Occasionally, they would choose some beautiful islands to hold banquets. And this island is one of the islands often used in the sea area led by Whitebeard. Little ones, get ready for the banquet. Oh! With Marco's loud shout. Many of Whitebeard's crew members also responded enthusiastically. They began to prepare for the banquet with ease. On a hill on the island, a figure leaned on a stone chair as if he was sleeping. After the Whitebeard pirates landed, he suddenly opened his eyes. It was Sukuna Ryomen. Are you finally here? You've kept me waiting for a long time, Whitebeard. He looked towards the border of the island. After defeating Kaido, the beast of Wano country, Sukuna Ryomen slowly left Wano country, jumped directly to the location of the undercurrent leading to the bottom of Wano country. Then he took a trip on his own. Just lie on the sea and let the sea water wash and drift. If you meet a fish, ride the fish. If you meet a current, ride the current. If you are really hungry, just eat anything, and you are not picky about food, birds in the sky, fish swimming in the sea, and negative energy floating in the atmosphere. It is a state of doing whatever you want. The bad weather and rough sea currents in the New World were like a breeze to him. Because he had begun to become inhuman, the weaknesses of ordinary people were no longer weaknesses to him. It was unknown how long it had been like this. He drifted along the way, attacking those who interested him, and lying dead when he met those who were not interested. He really lay all the way to Whitebeard's territory. It was also fortunate that his clothes were soaked in his negative energy and were no longer made of ordinary materials. Otherwise, the clothes would have faded and become ugly. When Ryomen Sukuna looked in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard, who was still sitting on a chair on the ship, was suddenly shocked. He looked in the direction of the island. What was just now? What a strange feeling! He stood up directly, picked up his kusukomochi and walked under the ship. Dad! What's wrong? The banquet is not ready yet. Marco was also a little surprised when he saw Whitebeard coming down from the ship. Gulala! Marco, in your eyes, do you think I am the kind of old man who waits to be fed? Whitebeard laughed when he heard Marco's words. How could it be? It's just a small matter like this, so there's no need to bother Dad. Marco couldn't help but raise one hand when Whitebeard smiled, touched the back of his head, and smiled embarrassedly. Day! 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 Whitebeard didn't tease Marco anymore. Instead, he walked towards a direction on the island. Dad! Seeing Whitebeard walking towards a direction, Marco stopped smiling and looked puzzled. There seems to be something strange in that direction. I'll go over and take a look. You guys just continue to prepare for the banquet. Strange things. Hearing his father's words, Marco hooked his cheek with one finger. Then blue flames rose directly from his body, and a pair of blue flame wings appeared directly. As the holder of the Devil Fruit mythical beast Phoenix ability, Marco can transform into a phoenix. In that case, let me go investigate. As our king, how can I let you walk around alone like this? With that, Marco flapped his wings and flew directly in the direction Whitebeard wanted to investigate. Marco! Looking at Marco going away, Whitebeard shook his head and laughed. Gulala, what a worrying son! However, with Marco going to investigate, Whitebeard was relieved. After all, Marco is a Phoenix ability user, and ordinary dangers are not a problem for him. When Marco flew over the forest, a voice called him from below. Marco, what are you doing? On the ground, two figures were seen walking. One was a burly, muscular man wearing armor. The other was a tall, strong, broad-shouldered, dark-skinned man. The two were the famous captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Flower Sword Vista and Diamond Jaws. They were looking for suitable game in the forest. Dad said there are strange things over there, so I'm going to check it out. Marco's words aroused the interest of Vista below, and he smiled. In that case, let's go over there too. Let's see what's good together. Right. Jaws. Jaws was indifferent as if he were a piece of wood when he heard Vista's words. He didn't care about this kind of thing. Do you think you're going over there to see beautiful women? Really? Marco rolled his eyes at Vista's interest. Then he ignored the two and flew directly in that direction. Flying so fast, isn't it a good thing? Jaws, go, follow. Vista didn't say much when he saw Marco flying away. He also shot over on the ground and followed him. Dang! 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 Listening to Vista's words and the figure that shot out, Jaws could only run to keep up. The heavy footsteps made a clanging sound. On the other side, Ryomen Sukuna sat on the stone seat, resting his cheek with one hand and looking at the breath approaching here. Just treat it as an appetizer before the big meal. I hope it will make me enjoy it more. P.S. Big guys, please collect, vote and flowers, and data.